We'll be live very shortly. Please stand by. All right. Holy shit. Welcome to a very impromptu Wednesday afternoon edition episode. Political Madness. We'll be checking out some stuff today. Welcome to join. The link to join is in all of the chats, pinned on YouTube, of course. And shoot, lots of stuff has happened in the last few days. A lot to keep up with for sure. We'll do our best here in just a few minutes. All right, we're back. God, the glare on that is terrible. How's everybody doing today? A lot of stuff to get into here. I'm gonna ditch these. I needed these to see the screen to set up the show. I don't need them now. I can barely see with that glare in my face. All right. So, interesting week, yeah. I don't even know where to start. It's been a while. The last time we were covering the live debate, and then we did the RNC after the incident. Most of you know what I'm talking about there. And a lot has changed since then. A lot of stuff has come out since then. Let me know if the audio levels are okay. It seems a little mute on my side. Could just be me, though. Let me know in the chat if it's coming through okay. Also, if there's audio video delay, 1, 2, 3, should be okay. I'm doing it on Wi-Fi today, so it's actually not plugged in. Well, it is plugged in, but it's not running through the plug. All right. Let me know how audio is, guys. Cliff 3188, I see you there. 5x5 by Migdal Mando. Thank you. Okay. It's a little red in here, more than usual. Hang on a second. Technical difficulties. I want to change something here. 2 seconds. That's a little better. Since we're doing a daytime show, I don't need the red on my face so much. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Lots to talk about. So Kamala decides to take the nomination that Joe sends her. Here's what's interesting about that, though. I'm not buying it. Something weird's going on. And what I mean by that is if you look at, let's just break down simple things here. You look at every signature from Joe Biden historically. Maybe we should pull that up on the screen here. Joe Biden's signature. Let's just Google it and see what comes up. Geez, I'm having some troubles today. I usually stream later at night. Now I know why. All right, Joe Biden signature. Right? His signature on his little resignation is very different from how it normally looks. Here we go. I've got it on Wikipedia here pulled up. Of course, it's showing in black. All right, let me just zoom in on that. Pop up. There it is. All right. Let's put this on screen. There we go. So this is Joe Biden's typical signature, right? This is what we all come to expect and know over his, many years in politics. Yet, something's different here. I want you to see, this is the same signature he uses every single time. Nothing's changed at all, ever, until recently. Here we go. So I'm bringing up the resignation letter if I can find it. Oh, dear Lord. Every time I try to do these impromptu. There we go. All right, I just need to find the signature. There it is. Okay, so we'll open up this one here. Okay. And what we'll do is scroll down and zoom in. Stand by. Not even letting me zoom in. I hate that. It's like zooming out when I zoom in. Anyway, if you look down at the bottom, if I do this, it'll pop up. There is something different right here. What do you see that's different? We had an image before, and we have this one. What's different? Do you see anything obvious? Let's switch back to the other screen. You tell me, guys. What's different between that signature? So you can see J-O-E Biden, right? And then there's this signature here. Okay. That's something a bit different. What I'm referring to, of course, is this is not his typical J. Where's the E? And why is it suddenly underlined when he never does it? Suddenly underlined. Now, this is the letter in question. Joseph R. Biden Jr., July 21st, 2024. My fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we have made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable health care to a record number of Americans. We've provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years, appointed the first African American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant legislation in the history of the world. America has never been better positioned to lead than we are today. Now, here it comes. That was all bullshit, fluff talk. You know that. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve you as your president, and while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country, but just focus on that for a minute, that they put my party where were we? And country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. If he's not, let's just start there. If he's not fit for re-election at this point, how is he fit to continue presidency? Oh, wait. Where is Joe? Anybody seen Joe since they had to help him off the airport or off the airplane and into the car? Anybody seen him in the last week? Anybody? No? All right. I will speak to the nation later this week. God, I can't talk today. Maybe I'm catching the Biden. I'm not sure. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. Also, doesn't help that I have to squint to see this. I can't zoom in much more than this. Otherwise, it screws it up on screen here. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked so hard to see me reelected. I want to thank, here it is, Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work. And let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you've placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that there is nothing America can't do when we do it together. We just have to remember we're the United States of America. Again, the signature, just focus on that. Throw everything else away, because that was not written by him, for sure. If I can barely read it, he definitely didn't write it. You know what I mean? All right. He would write, I like ice cream and hairy legs in the sun. That's his speech, right? This was not written by him, in my opinion. But again, let's just stop. Look at that signature. You have plenty of time. You've had plenty of time on screen here to see what I've seen, right? Okay, look at the signature. And we're going to switch back to his classic signature, the one we all know, right here. Something's not right. There's parts missing. It's underlined. It's not him. Now, another thing, he stepped down on National Ice Cream Day. Vincent Van Go Fuck Yourself says, yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. Pick the perfect day for it, right? I digress. What do we got? Enhance. That's right, Riggs. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Bullshit. Yes, absolutely. 2 + 2 = 5, says Vincent Van Go Fuck Yourself. He's also apparently on YouTube and Rumble at the same time. MGTOW Mando, Rhino, don't Biden on us. No one is close enough to render aid. Yeah, no, look, it's been a long couple weeks. Been working a lot. I'm exhausted, and my brain is not functioning yet. Bottom line, I'm doing my best with the tools I have. I don't think the sleeping pills have worn off yet either, so there's that. Nothing crazy, just ibuprofen PM, but it hits me like a ton of bricks when it kicks in, and it lasts like 12 hours, and I think it took a little late. But whatever, that's not the point. I was going to do the show like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I'm like, nah, I kind of want to enjoy my day. Plus, I think I might be committed to another show later. If I don't make it for whatever reason, it's because life happens. But you guys definitely should watch Billy Von Bomb's episode tonight, where he'll be articulating why the female ticket is probably what's going to be happening next against Trump. Okay. Which, can I even say Trump? I know if I try to make an AI image and I say political candidate, president, 45th president, Trump, it's like, sorry, we can't do that. I know there's other AI apps out there other than Bing, but I use Bing and it won't let you do any of that. But it'll make images of Trump if it finds it appropriate, but it won't let you say it. So you can like word your way around it, like make it a campaign, make it political, make it this, and then occasionally a little weird Trump will pop up. It'll be perfect, except the rhino has like 3 heads. So you can't use it. Like, fuck. Anyway, Bing. That's how I'm making the thumbnails. I used to use, what was it? Image.ai or something. I just find Bing, big government conspiracy controlled, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I find it to be more stable than a lot of the other AI generators. And you can modify whether it's thumbnail or square, right? For lack of better terms. Where are we at? Just Rumble now, says Vincent Van. Go fuck yourself. I feel like I'm not going to be able to even enunciate his name much longer, so bear with me. Cliff 3188. So Rhino, you're saying you have the cognitive capacity to run for yeah, pretty much today and going forward, because I feel like it's just getting worse every day. Yes, I too could probably run for president at this point. Sean St. George, who seeing Rhino in daylight is weird. Why is it weird? There's just sun in the window. There's a Trump flag back there too. Oh no. Am I biased? Maybe. Probably not. Maybe I just don't like, commies. But whatever. Riggs Jr. Sean, it's less gay. Rhino. Yes, sure. Right. MGTOW Mando. Cliff, that's cruel. Rhino's overqualified. Not today. There's more though. We've been talking about the signature. And then I mentioned it. Where's Biden? Anybody seen him? Let's see what YouTube has to say. We're kind of gonna do some reaction stuff today. It's all over. We've got the rally going on. What's going on? There we are.
These are real people, genuine
I'm not
people.
used to the glare.
I was just watching what President Trump had pinned to the Truth Social, his Truth.
That's why I'm squinting while I'm like doing this. I'm not used to this freaking glare. Anyway, this is over at Right Side Broadcasting Network again. This is live. Trump is about to do another rally. This is in North Carolina today. If you're in North Carolina, that's why traffic is awful. All right, let's see. Let's turn this down a little bit. This is just this guy yapping. I don't care about that. Sean says, I meant, whoa, not who. I kind of figured that. I just read what I saw, though. Sean St. George, just used to seeing it at night. Yeah. At least he's clothed, yes. I think I was live on one of your shows. I can't even remember now. But I definitely was not wearing pants. I didn't care. You couldn't see it, but I wasn't. So fuck you guys. Crap. There's a lot more to talk about than just this guy yapping his gums about what his speculative thoughts are on the election and yada yada. That bores me. Does it bore you? Bores me. Hate that crap. Let's remove him. He's off. All right. Let's see. There's a whole lot going on though. Yeah, this is here we go. What's this? Hang on, I got to take this off screen here. I'm multitasking. There's a lot to keep track of, guys. Which is why I'm doing the political madness, because it is. It's like, what I'm seeing is it starts off slow. What is this called? Exponential growth, I think is what they say this. in finances. Like first it starts off slow, and then by the end, everything that like happens all at once. It's that weird like curve where it just like shoots up at the very end, like the last 5 minutes, right? It looks a lot like that. So you had a lot of weird incidents the last few years, right? I'd say the last 4. And then in the last year, things have ramped up in weirdness, right? And then you have the assassination attempt, which I can only say that so many times on air because YouTube is stupid, lame, and gay. I'm not trying to be monetized or anything. You know, that extra $2 that I get from not saying gay and lame is not that worth it. On that note, shameless plug. If you'd like to donate to support the show, head over to redpillrhino.com or click the little button in the corner with your phone camera and do the thing to Cash App at $redpillrhino or Super Chat here or Rumble or MGTOW.tv because you guys are what keeps the lights on. Definitely not YouTube. If it were up to YouTube, this show would already be over for sure. All right, now that I'm done with the plug, what was I doing? Biden to address the nation. This is just from CBS News, so I'm sure it's worthless information, but it's from not that long ago. Let's see. I don't think it's his address, but let's check in and see what's going on.
Is President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump sharpening their attacks against each other. Yesterday, Trump said he's be willing to debate Harris more than once, but first, she has to become her party's official nominee. Our Jared Hill has more on a speech from Biden expected later tonight.
Back in Washington, Joe Biden is entering a new phase.
Oh my God, he can walk
tonight.
Kind of
to address the nation about his decision to exit the 2024 race.
He wants to talk directly to all of you, to the American people, to talk about what's next.
It comes a day after Vice.
Every time I see her on screen, not her, the press secretary, I hear Peter in my head. Shut up, Meg.
President Kamala Harris held her first rally as a 2024 presidential candidate, packing out a gym in a key swing state.
We have earned the support of enough delegates to secure the Democratic nomination.
To usurp the, yeah. Who nominated her? I'm not a Democrat or anything, but let's talk about this. You go to your local school or whatever, your church, and you sit down and you pick your candidates, right? And then afterwards, what you're not told is they elect the delegates to represent all of you that just did the straw poll. And then they actually pick who they want to represent you. And hopefully you stuck around until after they tell you to leave to try to either help elect the correct delegates or, become one. But if you don't know about that, next time they have one of those polls that you get to go sit down at, stay. You'll learn a lot. Hi, I was a delegate, by the way. Libertarian Party, which didn't go so well, right? Ron Paul. But that's a whole different story. I learned a lot about the inside and how it works. So what's supposed to happen is those delegates are supposed to represent you. And then they go to the conventions and nominate who is going to be your party's candidate, right? Right? Okay. Well, see, the Republicans are kind of scandalous about screwing around with this. Not so much recently that I've seen, but in the past, Ron Paul, by the way. But Democrats came up with this cool term to just delete this process. It's called super delegates. So these are people that basically outweigh the represented opinion of the regular delegates, which is supposed to represent you, and they get to choose. So that's how they've been picked in the past. Super delegates, right? So basically throwing away all state representation, and the elitists get to pick who they want to lead you. And then the Democrats, the fools at the bottom, think that they chose that guy. So they all rally around like chickens with their heads cut off and say, oh, we got the best president ever. Biden's so amazing. And that's how it goes for a few years. And then they think, because again, idiots, they think that they just nominated Kamala, but no, they didn't. As a matter of fact, that's been contested as well. Obama, and I can't say this name out loud too much for fear of being disappeared, but Hillary didn't want this bitch. They didn't want her. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I using harsh language? I'm sorry. No, I'm not. She just. Are you seeing where I'm going with this? The signature didn't match, and suddenly she's just the thing, and then the superdelegates support her, and you see where I'm going with this? It's just not. It's kind of like a shit cake. They're telling you to eat it. Democrats seem to love it. Must be their flavor of choice. I'm not sure, but when you shove shit down most people's throat, they object. I think Obama wanted his 4th term, and I think he realizes she's too stupid for the job. Right? Am I wrong? But there's so much more. She's probably going to be their pick. She can't string together a sentence any better than Biden. I'm certainly feeling like I'm joining them both. I'm trying, man. It's a rough day. But the show must go on. No. This is not how democracy works. We are a constitutional republic, of course, but this isn't even how democracy works. She was just given everything. Amazing what you can do on your knees. I mean, with such influence and wisdom on your knees. Yeah, so that's where we are. She's literally never earned anything in life. Think about that, guys. She's never earned anything in life. She's been given every position she's taken to earn these spots. I'm sorry, I'm done. Yeah, there's enough knee pad jokes and memes on the internet. I don't need to continue it, but it's fucking stupid. Let's see. Yeah. Bond O'Brien says without a single vote. Of course, that's how it works. Vincent Van Go fuck yourself. I hear The Rock said, "Shut up, bitch." Yeah. Yeah. All right. Cliff 3188. Her knees must be hurting. Yes. Bot not earned. Absolutely. Just going through these chats. That's Ronan's son. Bon O'Brien protecting democracy one coup at a time. Yes. 100%. Vincent Van Go fuck yourself. Cliff, I bet she'll develop arthritis in her knees. Jesus. You guys are bad. I thought I was bad. MGTOW Mando explains their political options this year. My cat gives off less fecal matter. Yeah. And then Cliff, getting back into the chat here. And by the way, guys, anything that you've noticed this week, anything that you'd like to bring up in the show, as soon as the fog drains from my eyes and I can focus on reality, we'll talk about it. I didn't have coffee today either. That was probably another mistake. So it's actually like late in the afternoon here and I still feel exhausted. So, but I needed a day off. Thank God it finally came. Anyway, the question I have, who will be your running mate? I mean, why not AOC at this point? Why not? I mean, these are two people who spend a lot of time in the bar and on their knees. You know what I mean? So why not? That are just let's go for Hillary. Let's go straight for the kill shot. Hillary. Why not? You know? That's how knucking futs these people are. They really think this batshit crazy bitch is the face of their future. Right. She raised $100 million last night. I shit you not. Not from regular voters, of course. These were from elitists and celebrities and other politicians that donated to her. Most of this was pressured, by the way. Here, I don't want to go too far down conspiracy theory road, but here's my thought. Biden, there's a lot of things that I could say that maybe I can't say, but I'm going to try to say so gently, right? We were supposed to witness a watermelon exploding on live air during a rally. You catch my drift? We were supposed to see an exploding watermelon live on air. And we didn't get that. And that was supposed to make it in the bag for who was supposed to step in anyway. But that didn't happen, and they had to scramble. The other current former president of the United States was never supposed to continue, may not even be alive, may, if alive, have had a stroke. We're not sure. See, the more I say, the more you go, what? Oh, yeah, there's a lot to talk about this week. May have COVID? I don't know. What's the excuse? What's the excuse today? I bet you they cancel a speech and say he fucking fell. And he bumped his head and he's not feeling too well. And they're going to do this for 4 more months because he's not running the country and he hasn't been for a while. But now they're concealing a corpse. Maybe, allegedly. Think about it. Think about it. They didn't get their watermelon explosion. Biden was never supposed to make it anyway, but they were going to use the watermelon thing to rally the country and bring everybody together, and that failed because, 1, watermelons didn't explode. 2, they suck at uniting while their opponents, or excuse me, their party is talking about wanting to see their opponents dead, right? That really doesn't send a great unifying message. Mark Hamill, Jack Black. I mean, the list goes on. That Home Depot chick that lost her job, thank fuck. just keeps on going, right? That's certainly not unifying behavior. At least not my opinion. I mean, I don't think so, right? I have so many thoughts, so much shit that's been going through my head this week. It's hard to keep up. It's really hard to keep up. What the hell is going to happen next? There was a drone that flew over in Butler, Pennsylvania, 2 hours before watermelon explosion failure. You follow me? There's certain things I just don't want to say too many times on here because assholes run these things. I could just make this Rumble exclusive, but that's stupid. That's lame and gay, and YouTube sucks. So, there was a drone that flew over 2 hours before. There was a lot of evidence pointing towards there being ghost shooters, 2 shooters. Huh, who would have thunk? Somebody on the water tower? An open window where Secret Service was surveilling and had their own counter sniper in the open window, looking right out onto the roof where this dumb fuck was crawling across, setting up, taking shots. If you see the video, I'm going to show you a lot of things today. We're going to walk down a couple different YouTube channels because fuck it, why not? If you see what I see and go, holy fuck. I know a lot of you come to channels like mine because you don't have time to be on the internet all day and you choose to get your content from people you trust. That's why I'm doing this. I do my best to keep up, but especially now it's hard to put it all together. So I'm doing what I can, kind of, as I said, impromptu. Right? But we have a lot to cover. So maybe I should stop fucking rambling and get on with the point. Get on with it, right? Yeah. Did she resign? That fucking Secret Service bitch? Did she resign? I'm not sure because I hear she resigned, and then I hear she's refusing to resign, and then I hear she's resigning again. Have you ever seen a more dishonest hearing, by the way? She didn't answer a single fucking question. She got demolished. Let's get into it. Let's go through actually, we should probably go through my YouTube history. That's where we're going to find the information that matters most to all of you, because that's where I'm getting my news. Let's see. Let's do this. History. What do we got? Trump speaks at the RNC. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff here, actually. It's hard to sort through. I've got some personal stuff, too. I've been watching, some fucking Jurassic Park teaser stuff that's coming out. It's called Rebirth, by the way. The seventh movie in the franchise is called Jurassic Park Rebirth. So there you go. So I'm scrolling through some of that shit to get back to the news. All right, Inside Job. Here we go. Are we going to watch this one? This is Dr. Steve Turley. He's not too bad. We'll give him a shot in here. We're not going to watch all of these videos. We're just going to go through pieces and parts of them because I want you to see all that I'm trying to keep up with here. There we go.
Hey, gang, it's me, Dr. Steve, coming to you from beautiful but quite rainy Maine. It's a question that more and more people are seriously asking. Was the assassination attempt an inside job? Now, I'm sure many of you saw at least clips from the Secret Service Director Kim Cheadle's testimony on Capitol Hill yesterday, that debacle. I mean, we're absolutely mortified by how secretive and frankly inept her non-answers were throughout the entire proceedings. And that debacle is bringing to the fore the dilemma that CIA analyst Larry Johnson originally proposed. Based on all of the evidence, the Secret Service were either apocalyptically incompetent or they were complicit. Now it's being reported that we actually may have something akin to a smoking gun, and obviously apt metaphor for the latter option here, that the Secret Service was at least in part complicit. An organization known as the Oversight Project, they're a watchdog group with the Heritage Foundation. They just released a report that could potentially link the shooter, Thomas Crooks, to key locations inside the Washington, D.C. area.
Okay.
Now, this is astonishing. I don't know how many of you have caught up.
I got to pause. Let's jump into that, too. Oh, I told you there's so much news. You guys, most of you are probably going to watch this after the fact, and I'm sorry. And my opening was lame and gay. I didn't come in with the same energy I normally do. My bad. But there's so much shit to talk about. There's a whistleblower, apparently. I don't know if we'll find that video or not, but there's a whistleblower who was able to trace a bunch of these phones that went in and out of, I'm not going to say his name. He is, were his current pronouns. You know what I'm talking about? Certain little douchebag with a concave face that got his face even more concaved by, trying to make watermelons explode. Yeah, that guy. So apparently there's a phone that goes into his house repeatedly over the last few months that is also going into FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. How exactly is that not unusual? So I didn't hear anything on the news about, his dad was, he worked for the FBI or his mom or his aunt or his uncle or his friend or his brother. Or did you hear it? Did you hear it? No, you didn't. But there's a phone. They tracked all of its little locations, and it goes in and out of his home. And then suddenly the FBI headquarters building. I can't make this up. I wish I was, because it's just that fucked right now. I see MGTOW Outlaw is back. Didn't know you left. I just see you coming and going. So I see back a few times. Unless I'm behind. I am behind. Jesus. Scrolled up. Let's see. What the hell? All right. I think some of you are watching a little bit behind too. All right, let's get back to this.
With this yet. According to the Oversight Project's report, geo-trafficking data shows that a phone associated with Thomas Crooks did indeed visit Butler, Pennsylvania twice in the days just before the shooting. But what's even more interesting and frankly radically suspicious is that same cell phone last year visited the Gallery Place building in Washington, D.C., which houses a mall and offices of the FBI. Again, this according to the report released by the Heritage Oversight Project. So what they found—
if you're wondering why I'm doing weird praying hands here, it's because the goddamn fucking gnats just came out and they're fucking flying in my face. So I'm trying to do this. Sorry.
Found is that a mobile phone associated with Thomas Crooks was indeed in the vicinity of an FBI field office in D.C. over the last year. Now, again, that's all we know. But the Oversight Project leaders are calling on other experts in the fields of geolocation searches and criminal investigations to step forward to assist with their probe, which they began because of obvious concerns over the lack of transparency among intel agencies in D.C., which, of course, were fully on display in spades yesterday with Cheadle's ridiculous testimony. Now, in addition to this bombshell revelation, we're seeing more and more reports of a second shooter, or more accurately put, a third shooter. So we obviously know that Crooks was involved in the shooting. We know the counter sniper on the roof parallel to Trump took a shot that took out Crooks. But there does appear to be evidence of a third shooter in that mix, or a second shooter in addition to Crooks involved in trying to take out President Trump. And we're going to see the latest data on that. But first, gang, I know a lot of you are prepped with food and water if things were to collapse, but are you equally prepped for handling medical emergencies? Well, now you can be.
No. Shut up.
We're on the roof.
Yes.
There we go. Back to this. Get out of this fucking commercial.
Did they share with you how many shell casings were on the roof?
They have shared with me the.
Did they share with you how many shell casing were on the roof?
Yes.
Okay, how many were there?
I can't say.
I would refer to the FBI for
how many were there
and their information that they need to share. In
she says the same goddamn
so
thing like 10 times.
So they've shared the information with you. You just don't want to share the information with us, correct?
We have concurrent investigations that are going on.
So they have shared this information with you. You know the answer to the question. You just refuse to answer the question from the member of Congress who has subpoenaed you to be here. Is there a different answer to that question?
I was always willing to come here and testify before this oversight hearing.
Beautiful. Then let's do that. Let's for once have your actions match your words. So you've been in communication with the FBI. You know the answers, and you refuse to tell us the answers. So I will ask you again. You know how many shell casings were on that roof. What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent.
What is the answer to that question?
I think it's pertinent to talk to you about the information that the Secret Service has and that the Secret Service knows related.
I'm asking you an answer to the question. If you're supposed to be in charge, if the buck stops with you, how come you can't share the answers? What are you covering up? What are you hiding, my friend?
I'm not covering anything.
Perhaps she's involved. Maybe she's
I would leave it to the criminal investigation to answer questions related to that.
So that's just a sample of the stonewalling and cover-up that we were privy to in that ridiculous hearing yesterday. The big question that more and more people are asking is, bottom line, how many shooters were there? Was Crooks the only one, or was there a second shooter? And of course, the grilling you heard there involved matching the bullet casings on the roof with the number of shots that can be heard on video. And this Secret Service director Cheadle was obviously stonewalling and evasive on that issue.
I need to show you guys this if I can find it. Dr. What's his nuts? Yeah, Dr. What's his nuts. Sure, Rhino, I know exactly what you're talking about now. Bear with me. God, it's one of those days. All right. Yeah, Dr. What's his nuts. I'm typing. Let's see if that'll work. There were how do I God, I wish I could find the the Was It Staged was brilliant too. Was It Staged was an awesome video. We'll put that up as well. But there's one. Dang it. Let me do the audio analysis. Yeah, dang it. It is hard to find. Benny Johnson covered it, but I can't remember the doctor or what his name was. See, this is what I'm saying. You do these shows after the fact and you don't save all the links. Details on assassination attempt. Audio analysis, 2 shooters. What I'm putting in, and I'm getting nothing back. Of course. Dr. What's his nuts? Yeah, no. Let me try this. Let's do this. Because because Benny had it. So we'll just use Benny. Benny Johnson. He borrowed it from the doctor dude. Okay, there we go. Multitasking. Sorry, guys. There's 2 shooters. Yep, no, that's not it. There is certainly a lot talking about it, but it gets buried in all of this. All right. That is ridiculous how many videos there are out there on this right now. See why mine's a dinosaur and a rhino? Like, everybody has these, like, screenshots of the roof and everything else. I'm like, you know what? It is madness out there. Political madness. That is what it is. It is just insane. But we do have, like, a lot of things to show you here. A lot of things. There's too much to show you for probably even one show. Thank God we don't have a panel today. No offense to the panel, but there's no way we could do this all with everybody talking at once. There's just no way. There we go. Check this out as well. If you guys are just watching here and you haven't caught up on all this, check this out.
The Atlantic, maybe the Pacific.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. Gary is right there. Right there. See him? He's laying down. See him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
So you mean to tell me that the most elite, supposed to be, protection force in the country can't see what an average crowd goer can see minutes before it happens? They couldn't see a drone in a no-fly zone 2 hours before this. They didn't stop an individual carrying a rangefinder into the event. Yeah, that was him. He did carry a rangefinder into the event hours before. They couldn't see the ladder on the side of the building. The counter sniper in the open window, which we'll talk about here shortly, couldn't see him climbing within fucking this much distance from him across the roof. None of that was noticed. And then they had him in his sights for approximately 3 minutes and didn't fire. Did someone say stand down? That is the question. Did someone say stand down? I do see panel members that just popped in. You are, of course, welcome to join the show. We just have a lot to get through, but you're more than welcome on, so I'll get you here in a second.
What's happening?
They see him. Clearly see him.
Yeah, look. There he is.
Because we have millions and millions of people in the country that shouldn't be
I want to
here.
show you something.
Dangerous people. Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
Right on the roof.
It's much tougher than it happens.
On top of the roof. Look.
Now, I cannot tell the direction from here. I believe it's this way. You can actually see my mouse on the screen today, which is nice. That usually isn't a thing. So, off over here, there is another building with an open window that can see him. If I'm correct, it's off on this side, right? It might even be this building right here. I'm not certain. I'd need the overhead view for that, but I've seen enough of this footage where if I saw the overhead, I could tell you where it is. But on that note, yeah, no, that definitely wasn't an accident. It can't be. I got to keep up on chats too. Please, if you feel like this show means something to you, please consider donating. We got to keep the lights on to keep the show running. And I know it's tight. I know the economy sucks, but your super chats are definitely welcomed. But I will read chats regardless today. It's just one of those things. Also, I think I have to sneeze. So hang on. Damn it. Glad I muted the mic. That was awful. All right. Was kind of hoping for I can't tell you I'm not authorized to. We've reached that level of insanity. Chrome Dome Omega. Successful endeavors. Know your memes. I can't put that on screen because I can't copy the link from there. Otherwise I would. Careful, Rhino. You're asking all the right questions. Yeah, that white building in the video. So it was the other side. Okay. Okay. All right, let's get Outlaw. Welcome. Welcome, you son of a bitch.
What's up, man?
I'm just trying to cover all the shit that I've seen the last few days. It's really hard to even go back and find it all. There's so much. But it's nuts. And the more you look, the more nuts it gets.
Well, I say it all the time, man. It's not about what you know anymore. It's about holding the people responsible at this point, taking action.
Yeah.
We're past the point of having the wool pulled over our eyes. People see it. It's time to start holding people accountable, taking action, and that's what they don't want.
Yeah, I agree. I don't. When do you hold people accountable? Like, we haven't for decades now. There's those that are below the law that get stomped on every day. And then there's those that are above the law and never face any actions for their consequences.
Yeah, I mean, go back to Kimberly Cheadle, and I did a video the other day on her. That was a clear case of bulldogging the court that she was in, because all of that she knew she was supposed to be held responsible for. They knew it. She knew that she was supposed to be held accountable for it. It was just basically bulldogging with her lawyer there and getting it set up. So, I mean, it's just, people are tired of it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
She knew she was guilty. Her job needed to be taken away. Personally, I think she had hatred against Trump and some bias there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Opinion.
There we go. Trump shooting conspiracies. There's so much shit here, man. I'm going to go just to Benny Johnson's page because I know he has the audio. I just can't think of the individual. But here we go. While we're doing that, this is a 6-minute clip here. Let's put this up on screen. Like I said, guys, there's a lot to cover. I know I had kind of a gay and lame intro. Thank you for sticking through. Or if you're watching after it's live, thank you for putting up with my incoherent babbling while my brain turned on. Thank you again. All right. Let's share this here. Let's go. Here we are.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the staff to go ahead and play the video that I took at the site yesterday.
All right, guys, I'm up here on the building where the supposed sniper took his shot. It's not that steep at all. We just had a 70-year-old man back here climb up on the roof easily. See that water tower behind me? Had Secret Service or anybody had sniper teams up there, this guy wouldn't have made it 5 feet up this roof. He would have been taken out. Behind me, you see the windows that Secret Service was supposedly in the second floor of this building behind. Makes you wonder why they weren't able to quickly dispatch the individual. And then behind me, back over here where those red roofs are, that's where the—
Can you guys cut it right there, please?
President was giving his speech from. A lot of questions here in Butler.
Got it. Thank you. All right, Colonel Paris, did you notice when you showed up on site what the tallest structure on the site was?
I can't say at the moment that I arrived that I did, no, sir.
Okay. Now that you've had a chance to go back and look over it, what is the tallest structure on that site?
The water towers.
Absolutely. Colonel, do you know how far the water tower was from the roof where the shooter took his shots?
I do not.
160 yards, sir. Who made the decision, Colonel, not to put a counter sniper team on the tallest structure by far on the site with 360-degree surveillance? Do you have any idea?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. We'd like to get that answer. Did you see the video that showed me sticking my phone out the second-story window? Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Exposing the coverage of the window of the entire roof. Are you aware that local law enforcement and Secret Service had full access to that building in that room?
My understanding is that they did.
Yeah. Why weren't security teams, sir?
Okay, so we need
on
to cover
site?
that too. I'll show you the footage that he took here. This guy here, looking out that window. I like that the mouse shows up on the screen now. That's a nice change. Thank you for that, streaming gods. I do appreciate that. Yeah, no, he shows clearly where the shooter was, and that the window where Secret Service were staged is within inches of that shooter. Inches. No fucking excuses, dude. At this point, you got to start asking yourselves, were they directly involved? Now, there's the 2, maybe even 3 shooter theory. I'm going to stick with just 1 for now. There is a theory of 2, which is plausible, very believable, but we'll just stick with, right? We know one guy was actually shooting. If there was a second shooter, they too sucked. But apparently, this guy that was clear as day, if they are complicit, and it's not even an if at this point, it's either you're stupid or you're involved. And I mean stupid from the top down. Stupid from Cheadle to who was there that day to even local law enforcement. You have to assume all of these people were grossly retarded in order for this to have happened. Otherwise, there is a level of involvement, even if that's, I'm not going to do anything, or I'm being told not to do anything. But then that raises questions. Why? Why? Right? Just political madness. Are they out in the open this stupid, or think that the American people are this stupid that we can't see that there's something that's not adding up here? By the way, I think the guy that did get, eradicated from Earth was a patsy. I do, the more I'm listening, the more I'm seeing, starting to think there were multiple angles at this. He was the fall guy. He was supposed to finish the job, and they were supposed to take him out and look like the heroes. The end, even though they wouldn't have been heroes because he would have been taken out, watermeloned, right? But again, that goes back to unification, their message that they already had pre-planned. And then Biden was supposed to be taken out. I mean, get sick and step down. And they're supposed to put it even more radical commie in power. And we were supposed to be unified. And that message was going to be strong because there was a tragedy, kind of like a false flag inside job 9/11. I mean, it was supposed to bring 60% of the country to the side of the 30%. Because of a national tragedy. It was supposed to unify us. Wouldn't have worked, I don't think, but it was their plan. They're ramping up their insanity because they're running out of options. And that's my thought. Outlaw, you are still here. What are your thoughts, sir?
Well, it's like I said, it's people bulldogging all the way to the finish line. They're waiting on them lawyers to help get them out of all of this trouble. I mean, they already know they're guilty. They know there was a coordinated attempt to take Trump out. I mean, at this point, folks, you got to be blind, deaf, dumb, or stupid not to see it. They clearly planned to kill Trump and get him out of the way. I mean, it didn't work. So now all the people involved, the parts and pieces, are basically playing the lawyer game and trying to jump to the end where, hey, we get exonerated from all this. We're not guilty, because the lawyers say so.
Yeah.
Right? They're already trying to jump to the end because they know that they coordinated it and there was people paid off. I mentioned this to Coop the other day that I personally believe they went to somebody in Antifa, this kid or whoever it was, and they looked for somebody to pay to do the assassination attempt, right?
Oh yeah. Like I said, I have to go back and forth because there's so much my head spinning. Normally I can track and Alex Jones brain my way through this stuff. But even I'm like struggling with this. Like, yeah, no, there was a phone inside his home and then inside FBI headquarters. That already tells me there's something fucky, right?
Yes.
But even then, I read the chats and I'm like, oh yeah, fuck, I forgot that because there's so much shit happening this week. Here's another one. Yeah, Ronan's son, you were 100% correct. Also, the stock market thing. They were shorting. Now, specifically, we'll get into this. Soros, Bush, a few others had shorted particular companies that would have tanked had Trump actually been deleted. And then suddenly those disappeared. They just never happened. But the internet is forever. See, this is the funny thing. JFK, the people that did the JFK assassination would have never gotten away with it if there were 1 million cameras pointed at him that day. Are you following me? They created a lot of this wonderful, amazing, Big Brother surveillance state, but they forgot that the cameras are also pointing back at them. So what they're failing to understand is, yeah, sure, they've got the control and they are the puppet masters, but the puppets can see what they're up to as well. And it's not working out too well for them. And I really do think the veil is starting to lift, and people that were willfully ignorant are starting to go, oh yeah, no, these conspiracy theorists were right the whole time. Because how can you deny this? The more shit that comes out, you have a uniparty right now with the Democrats and the Republicans going after Cheadle. When does that fucking happen? You have both parties saying, why? Well, vested interest maybe, but you fucked this up, bitch. You fucked this up bad, maybe. But either
well, you also got to remember that like I said, the American people have gotten smart to all this, and they're starting to jump ahead before they start deleting information and all the accounts and stuff. The Democrats are doing nothing more than just playing the part, being the nice guy until they can get back control, the narrative of what they've been doing the whole time. Make no mistake, that they haven't unified, brother. They're just acting in accordance because the public has their eyes on everybody right now.
Oh yeah, I agree. Like I said, you fuck this up. And that's the thing. I see in the chat here, there's so much shit in the chat too. Let's go back a little bit. I got to keep up with you guys. I think we're right there. There is a $5 super chat I need to get to as well. This is from MGTOW Mando on Rumble. For some reason, it doesn't show me in the chat in here, so I can't pop it up on screen, but I can tell you what he says. For $5, he says, excuse me, here's some coin to help with the damage you're doing to the Uniparty China shop. There you go. So thank you. Let's see. Riggs Jr. Rhino, go into your settings and you can change the pointer size and color. I enhanced mine. It's five times the size in lime green. Hard to lose now. Dude, that'd be like, I like the black, little black guy. But I might change it just so you can see on the shut up. Just so you can see it on the show. God damn it. Successful endeavors. Damn it. The agency sniper nest overlooked Crook's position, which is about 50, 60 feet away. All right, so it's a little further than here, like I may have exaggerated, but still, at 60 feet, I can clearly see a fucking guy laying on the fucking roof. Matter of fact, I'm not going to do it now, but I could demonstrate. We could get a ladder. I could set up the camera and go 60 feet away and see if you can see me on the roof.
The important stuff, it all comes down to Kimberly Cheadle and the Secret Service. I mean, why did they go to Antifa to find this guy? What was the deal? How much money was exchanged? Or if there was money exchanged, what was the phone calls, the connections, right? All the important stuff that's not being brought to light because the people that are involved, like Kimberly and them, would be in a lot deeper shit than what's going on. So in my opinion, I think what's going to happen is even if they go to trial or what happens, all of the actual information, the deal and all that will never be brought to light. It'll be like some secret court or something, processed and then done away with.
In my opinion, she'll either be a sacrificial lamb or she'll just disappear and change her name and go somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, that's what happens here. And I'm more thinking it's going to be the second, because we don't just take care of business like we should in this country, especially not with the political elite, if you get what I'm saying. Andre the Giant is a DEA hire. Yeah. All right. Successful Endeavors also says Corey Mills mentioned a sorry, that kicked in like 20 seconds after. It was good. Thank you, Successful. Corey Mills mentioned a shooter on the water tower, and his broadcast was immediately terminated before he could report it. Yeah. That's just it. Are you shocked? I'm not. This JFK haircut didn't work, he says as well. Ronan Son, also the stock market thing, I said that. Chrome Dome Omega, maybe the water tower sniper was a cleanup sniper in case the patsy had a change of heart and was only wounded and disabled so as not to speak, right? Yeah. Big Angry Phil is here. And Bond O'Brien, I believe you're newer to the channel, so thank you for showing up and still watching. To this point, we're about an hour and 20 in, so I do appreciate your support. MGTOW Mando, they didn't forget, they don't care. You're right, but still, they're being how do I put it? They know that nobody is doing anything, so they're behaving in a manner where, what you gonna do about it? You know what I mean? The Americans that started this country certainly would have done something about it at this point. The Americans that live in this country, and let's just put it this way: most people care about their Netflix and chill and their cell phones. That's it. As long as they got that, they don't fucking care if the country burns around them. It's a shame, but it's true. These gnats are killing me. So it's summer, all right? Just a brief tangent. So I have plants everywhere. Fucking there, over there, in the other room. I have a garden outside. I finally got gnats, right? And these little fuckers, when I sit down here, I don't know if it's the lights or what it is, but they like to dive bomb right in front of my face. Fucking irritating. So if you see me doing all this fucking kung fu shit, that's why. Anyway, Successful Endeavors. Rhino, there were connections of Crooks to BlackRock. God damn it. There's so many things that I forgot. Yeah, he's in a BlackRock commercial. The fucking shooter is in the classroom of a BlackRock education commercial. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? You can't make this up. And we can show that too. It's been since deleted, but people save it because the internet is forever. All right, Sean St. George, I want to know what the relationship was between Crooks and the FBI. We'll know maybe. Hopefully. It'd be nice if they'd stop. Well, there's a lot I could and should and will not probably say online. But just remember, and Outlaw is probably going to agree with me on this, a lot of this is a show. Political theater. You're not part of the big fucking club. You're not in it, as George Carlin would say. So will they ever tell us the truth about everything? Probably not. That's up to us to figure out, unfortunately. Until we bring all of them to justice, if we ever decide to do that. Unfortunately, I think most of us will be long gone before anybody considers that idea again. But that's here nor there. Antifa is a Democrat militia, I have heard. Yeah. Cliff 3188. How long until Cheadle is Clintoned? 1, before the election day. 2, before inauguration day. 3, gets hired by Clinton instead. Yeah. In the chat, 1, 2, or 3 for that one. Looks like we even have Ike here, Seriously Podcast. There is a good chance there was a second shooter, but based on the evidence, there probably wasn't a water tower sniper. Sure, fair enough. Sean St. George, it's really hard not to see the massive shorting of DJT as motive. Donald, yeah, we know. Okay. Successful endeavors. Did you point out how assistant director of the FBI was sitting behind the president and she gave, oh yeah, fuck that video too. Holy shit, there's so much. If somebody has the link to that, please, redpillrhino@hotmail.com. The director of the FBI looked like she was fucking queuing up the goddamn shooting. And when the shots start firing, instead of ducking like everybody around her, she picks up her phone and points it at Trump and smiles. I'm not fucking kidding. Look at the footage. You can watch it yourself. Matter of fact, we might just pull up the original footage so you know you're not being fucked with, and I'll show you. Remind me. If I haven't said so in about 15 minutes, fucking remind me, and we'll look at that evidence. All right. He puts a question mark. Why aren't you reading my chat? Yeah. Moki. Alex, welcome to the show. Hola, he says. And Seriously Podcast, did you see the Secret Service point of view video from the roof? Yes, we are getting in all that right now as best I can. Here we go. This is the two-shooter theory playing out right before your eyes. Let me stop screen here, present this screen, and there we go. This is from Benny Johnson. This is not the original guy. Peak Prosperity is his name. That's the name of the channel. If you're looking for the guy that broke down the audio for what you're about to watch, Peak Prosperity is his name. Now, he has been wrong in the past. He expected exponential growth of COVID to just wipe people out, which didn't happen. He's been wrong before. I've been following him since COVID was just touching the tip of California's dick. All right. So I've known him before this episode. I've been subscribed to him for a long time. He's been wrong before, but this is hard to say he's wrong about.
Honest view on this one, I have a very high bullshit meter. We look at news on X day and night, and there's a lot of trash takes. There's a lot of people that are just doing clicks. There's a lot of people that are lying. There's a lot of people who are just completely out of their gourd, all right, in the stuff that they post there. And when I saw somebody posting about a second shooter with Trump's assassination, I was like, yeah, whatever, man. Okay, sure, you saw a little thing there. You saw a blip on a screen there. That is not enough to convince me, all right? Okay, yeah, guy, there's like a grain or a pixel in this one cell phone, a piece of cell phone footage. But there's this doctor named Chris Martinson, whose video kept
Dr.
getting
Chris Martinson. Okay.
I had a flight today because I was leaving Milwaukee.
I knew he was a fucking doctor.
Republican convention, and it's 30 minutes. And and you really got nothing else to do on the flight. You just sit there and listen to it. Okay, I'm going to listen to these 30 minutes. And man, I'll be damned if this guy didn't go through a sophisticated audio signature of the firearm gunshots in his recording and his analysis, and show us his entire method, and show us how based on the audio signatures of the firearms, there were multiple shooters, there were multiple firearms, and there were multiple locations, people shooting at Trump. This is what he determined, and then he put it all into this, onto the screen. And I've since been DMing with this guy, and I want to find out more. But as a deep skeptic, I was convinced that there's more to the story. Okay, that there's more here, and that perhaps there wasn't just a single gunman.
They are burying the fuck out of footage.
That we need to look at.
I know there's a lot of stuff coming out. So while this is playing, everything's backwards here. Probably should change that at some point and get used to playing my videos on this side of the screen instead of that side of the screen, so it actually makes sense when I point. But anyway, I need to find the actual footage of the shooting. And when you type in shooting footage from the assassination attempt, it shows you news reports about everything but the actual shooting. They are burying shit already. But let's get back to this. I'm going to keep searching. I swear I'm not stupid. They are burying shit. That algorithm is hard at work right now for certain.
And there's more research that needs to be done. But you got to check this out and watch it with an open mind. Okay, so here's what we've done. We've taken this 35-minute video and we've narrowed it down to just the firearm audio signatures with the firearms and what is able to be picked up from the footage of the Trump shooting, firsthand footage of the Trump shooting. All right? Watch it with an open mind.
There were two shooters. So let's reorient ourselves with the scene again. First up, they tell us that the shooter was here. This is very accurately located on the roof off of the drain pipe as we covered before. I'll show you that one more time. I just want to make sure we're all sharing the same orientation because this is important, right? And we have two victims here, comparator who died, another guy who's very severely injured. He has life-altering injuries. And then another gentleman back here in the upper right part of the stand. I'm going to show you all this evidence, okay? So first up, we need to know where all the shots went, right? And I'm going to show you that the first 3 shots came from a very different weapon in a different location than the next string of shots that came out. It's either 5 or 6, depending on how you count, but you decide, listen, it couldn't be more clear how different they are. We're going to analyze 2 separate audio streams today. This is the first one. This is taken from a microphone right in front of the podium. So you're going to hear 2 things, of course. You're going to hear a snap. Sounds very sharp sound. That's the supersonic crack of the bullet flying within, sending its supersonic shockwave to the microphone. Microphone picks it up like that. And then there's the report of the gun, which follows a little later. Sounds like an echo. So it goes crack thump, crack thump. The crack thump is a well-known tool that snipers would use to estimate how far away somebody is that's shooting them. If there's a very long distance between the crack and the thump, that your shooter's very far away because the bullet flies faster than the speed of sound. So the sound is the explosion of the gun. Boom! That starts traveling towards, the victim down there or whoever's downrange. But the bullet gets there first. And it gets there at supersonic velocity, which means faster than 1,100 feet per second, give or take the altitude and conditions. So if anything's traveling faster than the speed of sound, it has a sonic boom, crack, right? So that's what we're going to hear. You're going to hear first in this tape. First, you're going to hear 3 very clearly distinct crack thumps. And then things get a little confusing, right? It gets a little fast. And so how do you count and all of that? Somebody, whoever put this video together, did the counting. Thank you for that. However, I think there's some room for interpretation here as well about that. So without any further ado, this is that
Take
audio
a look at what happened.
analyzing.
Actually, you can see her in that footage right there. You can fucking see her right there.
Hang on. I'm going to hear one more. There it was. There's that last one. Okay, one more time.
Take a look at what happened.
Listen to this. Can you hear that? That's 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then hard to unravel what's happening there because we have echoes. We've got them overstacking each other. So there's 2 supersonic cracks that come in and later the thumps of the gun come in, the crack thumps. So it gets a little tricky to unravel. So let's do that and go there. Okay. First up, I want a big shout out to Mike Adams at Health Ranger. He was out with this within minutes for those first 3 shots. Clued me in to the idea that we really did need to take a look at the other one. So way to go, Mike. Thank you for picking that up and doing that. All right. This is the audio file. I pulled it into a program called Audacity, right, off of that video. And I find on here 9 separate shots, okay? So I find 3, then a grouping of 5, and then one last one out there. Number 9, I think, this is the sniper shot that would have, I think, looks like it took out Crooks just above the left eyebrow. If you want to go look at those or, the gross pictures, right? Obviously, he's all bloody and dead. They have that close-up picture of his face, right? And you can actually see a hole right about here over the left eyebrow. So we have those first 3 shots, then we have the 5, and then that last one. I'm not going to worry about the last one as much, but we're going to have to look at these first sets very, very carefully here. So here is video number 1. Just to orient ourselves, I count off of this video 15.8 seconds from the very first to the very last shot. So the AP article that said, Crooks took a shot and was neutralized by snipers within seconds, what they meant was 15.8 seconds, unless I have this story wrong. Next, we're going to look at these first 3 shots here so you understand how we can analyze the rest of them. And so here's the shot. This is the sonic crack. So that's the bullet is the blue arrows, and then the report is going to be the black arrows. So that's the crack, thump, crack, thump.
You're
crack,
seeing it here.
thump. And of course, it was the first bullet that nicked
You tell me
Trump's
what you
ear.
think.
And again, let me get my thing here. Here's what it sounds like. Okay, so now I've just isolated the sound. There it is. Okay, whoops, sorry. One last time just to make sure we're hearing this right. There's 0.22 seconds between the crack and the thump, and knowing a little bit about the type of the bullet that was used and the caliber of it and the air conditions and things like that, you can estimate the distance of the shooter and how far away the shooter was. So that 0.22 second gap between the crack and the thump is very important because it helps us identify that a gun is being shot from that distance. If there were any other lengths, like if we saw a crack thump, we would clearly see that that was 2 separate weapons because assuming the first and the last crack thumps were the same distance apart. So if there's any variation between the crack and the thump, that's when you say, oh, that's a different weapon. So that's one way. The other way is just the tenor, just the sound of the weapon. Does it sound different? The audio from video 1, when we look at it here, the first 3 shots we can make complete sense of. Okay, fine. Then there's a 4th shot that arrives, and it does so with the bullet and a report at 0.212 seconds, close enough for government work here or rough analysis. Here's another bullet and a report. So that's the snap crack. There's echoes. We see there's echoes. So the bullet makes a and then this sound is echoing probably off of one of the buildings. We have a lot of flat surfaces back there. So the microphone is here, supersonic crack, and the crack makes it to the microphone, and then it echoes off of something. And so we see the crack and an echo. We could probably very, very accurately estimate how far away that flat surface is off of that echo. And then you get the report itself. Crack, thump, crack, thump. So shots 4 and 5, I'm still pretty good with shots 4 and 5 in terms of being able to make sense of them. From 6 on, man, it gets all kinds of weird. And I'm not going to take you through the weirdness from video 1. To try and resolve what's happening with those other shots, we're now going to turn to video 2. This really clarifies everything and makes the entire case. So we'll listen to it up through the shots, which is about 20 seconds of tape. Yeah, I won't take you through all the screaming and everything. And by the way, not for nothing, but screaming, I don't understand people who just start screaming and then just don't stop in an event like this. So listen past this. It's a little, it's there's a lot of screaming going on, but you can clearly hear shots 1, 2, and 3, and then you can hear the other string of shots come out. We're going to analyze it. I'll break it down. We'll take a look at it. However, I do want to pre-stage this a little bit, and for yourself, decide for yourself, does 1, 2, and 3, do they sound the same at all compared to the other ones that you hear? Okay. And remember, we already have the analysis from audio experts elsewhere saying there's a difference between weapon A and weapon B. And I can show you that the rounds fired from weapon B were also aimed at the stage. Okay. So this is important. 2 weapons, one fires a string of 3, another fires a string of 5 or 6, depending on how we count, and off they go. And they were also out hitting the crowd and headed towards Trump. Okay. This is important because now we do not have a lone gunman anymore. Okay. So listen up. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
And then that one more. That's the 6 I'm unclear on. Let's listen to this again. Muffled. And then, right? That's what I hear. And a lot of screaming. Okay, so let's analyze this now. Let's go into this with a little bit more depth. So video 2, the way I score it, there's about 16.0 seconds from first to last shot. So very consistent with what we're experiencing on the first audio. So that's nice. They kind of line up pretty well. And here's the whole audio from all that screaming and the shots from video 2. We have in blue the first 3 shots here. We have more shots here from a second weapon. I'm not sure about this one. It has a very different sound that we heard. And here's the final last shot, which I believe is from, oops, sorry, don't have my thing. You don't know what I'm pointing at. This is the 5 that make a very distinct sound. Here's one with a very different crack in it. That's the 6th shot in the string. And then here we have the final last one, which I think is the sniper weapon, which is probably the one that put the bullet just over the left eye of Crooks on the roof. So we're going to take a closer look at the blue, the red, the blacks here and listen to these things. But once again, let's just listen very carefully, and we'll go back and forth until you're certain of this yourself. Here's just the first 3 shots from that video. I haven't done anything, no audio. I haven't done any enhancements. This is both of these video audio pieces are exactly pulled straight from the video itself. Nothing else. I haven't boosted any. I haven't done any filtering. Raw files. Okay. So, and by the way, every instinct in me was to try and minimize all the screaming, but I was like, nope. That just add, like, what did you do? And then there's questions. These are raw files. Here's 1, 2, and 3 to start. Okay. Listen to that again. And one more time. Okay.
Ignore the sound of the can opening. That's not part of the audio file.
Ooh.
Fucking outlaw.
Thought I was muted.
Yeah. Hear that? So 6 sounds different to me, but here's an interesting thing. 1, 2, and 3, besides being muffled and further away, it doesn't have echoes. Here we have, this is a shot here, this one, this peak. Oh, darn it, I don't have my thing up again. Here we go. So this here is a shot. This is an echo. Very clearly an echo, and a shot in an echo, and a shot in an echo. So this is actually critical evidence, because you hear that there's echoes coming off. So that also allows us, again, to analyze where was this gun. But first up,
before
we just have an absolutely different sound between the first 3.
If you are watching the congressional hearings right now, they are also discussing 2 shooters. So it's not just being discussed on YouTube. It's in, and I've been watching them at work. Well, more or less listening to them on my hip, on my little phone mount down there. Otterbox. Anyway, they've been questioning the two shooter theory as well.
And that last one, that's different. That's not the sniper shot. The sniper shot is another 10 seconds later. So I don't know what number 6 is here, but we're just going to bookmark it for now and go on. So audio analysis conducted by Nick tells us that if those next string of shots, those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are coming from shooter, or who we're going to call shooter 2, because shooter 1 is sending off those muffled ones. Shooter 2 is very consistent. If somebody was on the roof firing something with a 223 round, those, and here's where audio 2 was recorded from. That we've isolated exactly where the person was standing. They were walking, so there's a little movement, but they were basically right here. The echoes we have is perfectly consistent with conditions, atmospheric conditions of the day.
That fucking intense?
Bounced off of this building, because that's what you need for an echo. You need a hard.
I find it really fucking cool. This guy, like I said, I've been subscribed to him. The reason I subscribed, he had some misses about the COOF. Basically, his misses came down to its mortality rate, right? He was expecting a higher mortality rate, therefore his numbers were exponentially worse. I don't know if he kept those videos up. I would hope so, just so you can go back and say, yeah, I missed that one. I'd appreciate him more if I knew he kept those and then said, yeah, I was wrong. But he did a good job laying out what could have happened had it been a high mortality rate type virus. So that's when I clicked on him, because I'm like, ooh, fear porn. And but when he puts this together, this isn't fear porn at all. Like, he's actually just laying it down. It's hard to say that, like, he's full of shit here. He did his homework.
Hard, flat surface to echo off of. So that's what we got. We have an echo that perfectly lines up with somebody being up there in shooter number 2 position. Now, here's where it gets a little weirder. So what I've done, and this is, I've taken the first timeline. This is the video number 1's audio. and I've lined it up with video number 2's audio. And for the most part, we're in pretty darn good shape, right? Here you can see, so this is the supersonic crack. So that's the crack of the bullet arriving. And I've lined that up with what I did. I just shifted the timelines to line up with, this is the report of the gun. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gun plus a 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've lined up that first blast of the gun with the arrival of the bullet so that it should be consistent, because if you have the explosion, the arrival of it downstream, they ought to line up, right? The timings ought to be the same. So sure enough, shot 1, no problemo, lines up perfectly. This is an echo up top there. Here's the echo down here for shot 1. The top bullet is echoing off of whatever it's echoing up there near the stage. And this is echoing probably off of that building surface we just showed you. So shot 1, 100%, we're good to go. Shot 2, same thing, lines up perfectly. It's got an echo right here. That's that little peak right there. And it's got an echo up top. Everything lines up. Shot 3, though, remember, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one doesn't line up. This one is actually, this shot happens about 0.03 seconds earlier. There's not alignment. It should be right under this peak, but it's not, which means the shot happened 0.03 seconds. It took 0.03 seconds longer for that bullet to get downstream, right? To the microphone in front of the Trump platform there. If that, what does that mean? That 0.03 seconds, assuming it's 2,600 feet per second, that's how fast this thing's traveling. Could be 2,500, could be 3,000. I don't know what they're using, so you have to make some guesses. But it's further away. This implies the possibility that shots 1 and 2, those are fired by crooks, but somebody about 78 to 100 feet further away took shot 3. Then shots 4 and 5 line up again perfectly, but shot 6, hey, that's off the mark again by the same amount. And, oh, there's not quite the echoes that are happening off of shot 3. We don't see the same. There should be an echo right here. There should be an echo right here. We don't see that, not like these big echoes. So there's a chance here. I'm making a chance that there's a possibility of there were 2 weapons being fired that are different from the first one. 1, 2, 3 are from weapon 1. Weapon 2 for sure is in a different spot, but there's a possibility because of those times of weapon 3. So it could be that 1, 2, 4, 5 were taken by crooks on the roof because he heard some stuff going on, decided to take his shots, but 3 and 6 were taken by somebody else another 100 feet away. I don't know. We're going to need more professional audio analysis, but I like it when everything lines up, and everything does line up until we get to there. And then further down the timeline, things get really weird, and things aren't lining up, but we don't know who's firing down at that end of the spectrum either. So
there
some
you
weird
go.
Stuff down there.
Just to keep
but
it short and
doesn't line
sweet,
up.
we'll wrap it up
Really-
there. So you guys can come to your own conclusions on that. I am going to actually bring this in before I forget. We're going through the chats in order because you guys are reminding my stupid scattered brain what to tell you today, because that's what I came here to tell you. Here we go. This is the next one. Jumping right in. Successful endeavors. This is an old chat that I read. I'm going to pop back up. Did you point out how the assistant director of the FBI was sitting behind the president and she gave a nod, shots were fired, and she sat behind him and started filming him? Let's show you that footage, because I think it's important to at least see that Fibby was fucking around. Why? Why? Explain this away, please.
Watch this shit, dude. Watch. Watch. She sits down. Yep. Watch this. Puts the sign up.
Something that said, take a look at what happened.
Shots go off.
She's completely normal. And then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
She's filming.
And she's just like right there. Watch
Let's
this
take
shit,
a look
dude.
at this
Watch.
again. Let's take a look at this again. Yes, I know there's somebody talking. But again, they're covering these up. These are buried. I had to go to a news article to find this because they've buried the footage. And they've cropped out. If you look at the official news, go ahead, do it for yourself. Watch an official YouTube, like NBC or whatever the fuck you want to watch, just to prove my point. They crop her out right on the side. They have her there, but she's kind of like right on the edge, just cropped out, so you can't quite see what she's up to. And then they cut away before she puts her phone up. Here we go. Let's watch this again.
Watch this shit, dude. Watch. Watch. She sits down. Yep. Watch this. Puts the sign up.
Something that said, take a look at what happened.
Shots go off.
She's completely normal. And then watch.
And then she's got her.
What the fuck? What the fuck? People are freaking out.
She's filming.
And she's just like right there. She's not even freaking the fuck.
Yeah. So I wish you had a better example of this video, because when it's not, when it's not shaking around and, people screaming at you about what the fuck, you can clearly fucking see. She smiles a little bit. She puts up the sign, smirks, little fucking lame and gay smirk, and then shooting, drops for a second, brings up the phone with a smile, little smirk, and keeps filming. And this is the assistant director of the FBI, mind you. It's almost like she knew she wouldn't get shot. Why would that be? It's almost like she knew this was a good photo opportunity. Why would that be? It's almost like the sign was saying something just moments before the shots rang out. Why would that be? Outlaw, your take.
Well, again, I think people are focusing on the wrong thing. I mean, we should be focusing on what is the to come of this, right? Who are we supposed to hold accountable for all of this, and what's going to come out of it, right? If it's the best way I know how to put it. I've already heard people mentioning that they're trying to go after 2A again with the gun situation. But again, it's not what we know that's the problem at this point. It's what we take action to do to remedy it. Again, I have to keep saying that because I think that's what it comes down to. And people will psychoanalyze this stuff all day till the cows come home, but you're missing the overall point of we already know it's a cover up. There's already enough ample evidence that we know that there was foul play here. Now let's take action, get some stuff done about it. And what were their motives behind it? Why did they hire this person from Antifa to do what they did? Or if he's from Antifa, I'm not really sure. What was the phone call about? How much was this kid going to be paid, if he was going to get paid at all? What's the paper trail, in other words?
Well, here's a quick interjection for you, Outlaw. Not everybody is aware of all of this. Those of you watching, some of you are, some of you aren't. We're here to show you all of it so you can get on the same page. It's not that we're not focusing on the right problems, is that I want you to be up to speed. I want you to know. I want you to see everything that's going on here so you can then step back and look at the bigger picture. That's the point of pulling up all these videos and making sure you too have access to them, because maybe you're not subscribed to the doctor there. Maybe you're not subscribed to Benny Johnson or Steven Crowder or whoever is reporting on this. Maybe you're not seeing this information, and this is the channel you're going to, your channel of choice to get that news. Of course, there's plenty of other channels out there, some way fucking bigger than mine, but you chose to be here, and I want to make sure you're up to date. That is why we're doing this today. But you're right. You're right. We know. What do we do next? That's a philosophical question. And I hate to say, not to discourage you, but that is not the point of Political Madness, the title of the video. I simply want you to see the insanity in front of you. Then, in the future, we can talk about what to do from here. But for now, I need you to see the bullshit that's happening right in front of your eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Fair? All right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't have to convince me. I already know we're talking about the same people that lie to your face every single day. I mean,
yeah.
So, it's that, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've had a lot of new subscribers in the last couple days after I've released some new videos on other platforms. I actually released some stuff on TikTok, so some of those people followed over. So this might be their first experience actually seeing a live stream, and I want to make sure they're getting all the information because allegedly, potentially, before today, they may not have seen this footage before. That's why we're going over this. All right. Here we go. Let's jump to the next video here. This is footage. This is body cam. Shows the Secret Service agent up here on the roof being completely clueless as to what the fuck is going on. Let's pop that up, which is different from this. Ike's comment here, Seriously Podcast. Did you see the Secret Service POV video from the roof? If seriously you are still here, which it looks like you are, yes, thank you. Please send me an email to the link of that POV at redpillrhino@hotmail.com or on Gilded. Just post it in the main chat, like the main chat for our show here, and I'll put it up. There it is. It's like you're ahead of me. At 1:30, you posted that. It's 1:54. Thank you, sir, for doing that. We'll get to that next. All right, let's get this one on screen here. Let's share this incompetent bumbling fuck on the roof here. I want you to see this too.
Joining me now is Chris Swecker, former assistant director in the Criminal Investigation Division of the FBI. Chris, good morning.
Morning.
After listening to how law enforcement...
We're going to fast forward to some of this because I want you to get to the meat and potatoes of the footage here.
Is very haphazard. It goes sort of parallel to each other. The communication...
Let's see if they full screen it, or are they just going to talk about it? Of course, they're just going to talk about it. I hate when they do that. Fuck. You might have to check out Benny Johnson for that to get the full footage, but they're basically clueless throughout this entire discussion as to what's going on. And what I'm talking about is the footage, not the news piece about it. But they're discussing whether there are 2 shooters, 3 shooters, some guy on a bike. Is everybody detained? Did we detain the guy on the bike? Yada, yada. And it's this guy here, one of the Secret Service members. You can see him right there.
They're trying to piece together whether there's another person they ought to be looking for. So they're comparing the pictures to the person on the roof just to make sure that they have the right person. Right. And, rightfully so. I mean, they want to make sure that they didn't shoot an innocent person.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to join in.
So, yeah, they're completely clueless. I also understand it that the women that were involved in the Secret Service protecting Trump were assigned to this specific mission, but before that, they were simply pencil pushers, desk jockeys. They never had in-field experience at all, which you can tell by fumbling to holster their weapon and ducking when they should be jumping on top of the president, stuff like that. Kind of gives it away. But just in case you didn't know that, that is information we are getting as well. Let's see. Disturbing footage. Okay, let's get this one out of the way too. I'm just going to show you everything that I've seen the last few days that I can remember. I'm going to be checking the chats and the Gilded, by the way. The Gilded, so you can see footage that you guys are sharing as well. So if you're in our Gilded community, please just post in the main chat your video links because I can pop those up just by doing something cool like this. Right here. Let me copy message link. Oh, wait. No, I need to copy the... I need to just copy the whole... Hang on. Technical difficulties. All right, there you go. Okay, so let's pop this up here. God damn. Getting all this shit to work the way I want it to today is not going as well as I'd like. This is the footage that I was referring to. This is the one that Ike sent to us, Seriously Podcast. If you haven't subscribed to them, please do so. This is the one I wanted to share with you. So let me get it up. There we go. Cool. Sharing. Yes, yes. Graphic content. Blah, blah, blah.
So we don't know. So this is the guy that
Yes, but they sent yes, Beaver County sniper seen and sent the pictures out. This is him.
Okay. All right.
Rifle right there, obviously.
Got it. So the bike in the back. Is he on that bike?
We don't know.
We don't know. So
I
you're
don't
just treating that as suspicious device.
Oh, 1 second. I believe the sniper that seen these and sent the pictures is right inside this building. Michelle, is Greg in there? All right. So if you go to that window that's open and yell for Greg, that's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
He's the one that sent the pictures out. I don't know if you got the same ones I did.
I think I did. Yeah. He's like got his glasses on and he's.
So we had the picture of that.
I got that.
Okay, and then this is his bike with the stuff, and our sniper seen him walking away from that, I believe.
Okay.
But he would be right inside that window. He's the one that physically seen this, sent the pictures, and called it out.
Okay, so, and we have somebody detained, correct?
That I don't know.
Detained on this side. Our guy that was just up here told me that there's a guy detained. He's the owner of the bike, and I said, no, that's the owner of the bike.
Yeah, basically,
we've been up here, so we wouldn't know that information.
We just hauled ass. We got every day.
Got it.
We hopped up.
Yeah. No problem. Is that all your stuff?
That was one of our.
Yeah. So someone came up looking to treat him, and
Yes.
So we're only about halfway through this, and already you can tell these guys are fucking clueless. So if you want to find that on your own, join the Gilded community. To do so, email me at redpillrhino@hotmail.com. You too can join our community where you can find exclusive conversations that only our members have access to, including links to our after party events that we set up quite frequently, as well as links to other channels and their shows that they do within this community as well. So, again, if you would like to join our Gilded community, that is redpillrhino@hotmail.com. Just send the subject line, would like to join Gilded. Let me know who you are and the subject of the show or the subject of the email, and we'll get you in there, okay? All right. That's one of Pop's episodes. Let's see what else we got on tap here. I've got a lot to get through and not a lot of time. Outlaw, what are your thoughts so far, man? I mean, I know we're talking about what to do going forward, but just based on what you're seeing and how crazy fast everything is accelerating. So, let's just say, I don't know, how do we put this? Let's say within the last 4 years, we've had a few more things to add the conspiracy theory road that came true. But then within the last few months, I would say it just shot up. Like where there's a new conspiracy theory that comes true every day. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, man. I don't know. I think, if you've ever looked into Agenda 2030 or Agenda 2021 or any of that, we're getting a lot closer to that time frame where a lot of this is starting to fall into place. I mean, I think that we're reaching a point to where they're trying to put all the parts and pieces, aka people, in positions of power to make all of this start happening. I think Joe Biden was one of the first dominoes, him and Biden, or him and Obama, sorry. I don't know why I said Biden. But yeah, I think they were two of the first dominoes to fall, putting people in place that have done what you see. Like if you go back and see the Keystone Pipeline shut down, or giving Afghanistan all of our billions of dollars worth of weapons from the military, you start seeing a lot of this start taking shape. So, all I can say is I think we're getting closer to crunch time with a lot of this stuff, and they're getting more desperate to put the people in place they want in there that's going to help them get what they want and further along this agenda. And there's a much bigger picture going on than what we're seeing, obviously. So, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, it does. It just how quickly it's happening blows my mind. I'm going to read some chats here for a minute. Successful Endeavor says Ike's caboose is too sloped. It's funny because that's a double entendre, actually. Big Tail Mando says what were you talking about earlier? God damn it. Stop watching Delay. That was a long time ago. All right. Before Inauguration Day, Cheeto gets Clinton. That's his answer. Okay. Let's see. Moki Alex, can you review a cookbook? How many times have I told you no? There's some inside joke on another channel. I don't know what the fuck it is, but no, we don't do cookbooks here. All right. Successful endeavors. Rhino, this is a setup for your sequel stream. What sequel stream? No one said there's a sequel stream. There's always another stream, but there's no sequel stream. All right. Yeah, you're right. MGTOW Mando. This is ADHD Rhino today. You're goddamn right. It is. I'm all over the place. Just the tip. Thank you, sir, for sharing that. I love that line. Just the tip. St. Louis Arch. I'm just beginning to see that there's a body cam footage from the roof where cops mentioned 2 people detained. We just saw it. Yep, there it was. Ronan's son. Of course they are bearing in memory holding facts. That's why, again, we're sharing it here. There's at least a record. And I know there's better sources. I know there's more professional channels out there with more followers and millions of views and blah, blah, blah. But we also have to have a record of this because those channels could get nuked at any time. The more people share it, the more people put it out there, the harder it is to get rid of it. And you at home right now, I don't know, maybe you're recording this on your VHS, unlikely, but you're probably able to download this show and you can chop that footage out of this show and reshare as well. Keep that in mind. The more people have seen this, the better. So share it because it's not just a matter of what do we do now. It's still a matter of, do you know what the fuck happened? I think that's kind of important to know. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Successful endeavors. Single shooter theories are easier to maintain because there's less to explain. There's never multiple shooters for official story narratives, of course. Seriously Podcast. I posted a link to the Secret Service. Yes, we saw that. Just now happening. Anti-Israel protesters took down the what? American flags at the DC Union Station and replaced them with Palestinian flags. We might have to check that out. Do you have a link for that, sir? Could you put that in the chat as well in the fucking guild and do the thing with the stuff? I heard a burb. Chrome Dome Omega says. Seriously Podcast also says that was Secret Service opening a can of whoop ass. Yeah. Moki Alex. Jesus, Moki. You got a Bud Light? No, we don't drink gay beer here. Sorry. That's only reserved for Tom and his channel. He drinks gay beer. Bond O'Brien. Seems like more people would have been hit. Yeah, no, see, that's the thing I wondered as I'm watching this too. Like, if there was 1, 2, 3, and then what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's now 8 shots, and then another shot. And then maybe the sniper shot. That's 9 shots going anywhere but that little freaking concave fucktard's head. 9 shots going elsewhere, right? Are all these people just that bad at shooting? I guess the left is pretty bad, but, I'm just saying, like, you're right. 9 shots. 9 shots. There were 3 people injured. Well, okay, let me take that back. There were 3 people injured, 1 being the president, and a 4th person killed. So technically, 4 of the 9 shots at least hit something. But that leaves quite a few shots unaccounted for in a large crowd. It is odd. It is odd. I can't explain it. Don't ask me to explain it. I don't know. All I know is the audio files seem to suggest, period, one shooter or not, there were a lot of shots going off. Even the day of the shooting, we all heard a lot of fucking shots going off, not just 3. And I remember later seeing that there were 3 shots fired out of Idiot's gun. I'm not giving him a name. I know he has a name, And if I've mentioned it already, that's the last time you're going to hear it, because I have no intention of saying idiot's name, concave glasses McFuckgee. I don't fucking care about his name. He's a worthless cunt, and may heaven have no mercy on his soul. Okay? He killed an innocent person. Let him fuck off. I don't care. But there was another piece of footage I saw where it showed Donald Trump's head like in this graphic, and it showed how 3 shots missed him. So again, where is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? The other 5 shots, where are those being accounted to into that? They weren't. But if you watch that live or shortly after the first day on Saturday, we all heard it. There were a lot more than 3 shots, a lot more than 4 shots if you count the counter sniper. There's 10 shots. 10 shots. You heard it. What are they going to do? Go back in history and re-edit it so you didn't hear all 10? I don't know why there weren't more people who were hit. I don't know. Luck? Maybe? I don't know. But it is odd. Afternoon, gentlemen, says Slick South, 57. Ronan Son, this was likely also to make a play for the 2A. Yeah, no, I said that too. If you guys don't follow me on the Book of Face, I am on there quite vocal when I'm not doing these shows. I actually had a lot more evidence for everything going on over there. So if you're not following me there, join us on Gilded. Maybe I'll share that with you in a private message. I do kind of keep that close. I am friends with Terrence Pop and Blake and Jimmy Bones. So if you're friends with them, you can find me there as well. You'll know. The only fucking guy with fucking dinosaurs in his profile pictures. You know, you'll find me. Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself. Check Cash App. I should probably do that. Let me log in over here. Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself for $5. For take my money, drink some coffee. I should probably do that. Tell you what, it might be a little late for coffee now, but I'll use it for tomorrow. How about that? Thank you so much for that. We'll be checking the super chats and making sure I didn't miss anything else here in a moment. Actually, there's one that just popped up here. Red Pill Age 001 on Rumble for $5. DEI harder. I like it. All right. Ronan's son. She raised a Biden-Harris sign, I think. Interesting. I'd have to look at that a little bit more. I don't know. St. Louis Arch. Yet the left has been strangely quiet about 2A this time. Probably because so many were celebrating. You know, it's really hard for you to advocate about taking away people's rights to bear arms when you've been celebrating and hoping that your opponents were murdered. Kind of hard to argue 2A at that point, huh? When you hoped in front of large audiences, some live, some on Twitter, some on YouTube, some on Facebook, wherever they were, millions of people just saw you screaming out, I hope he dies, or don't miss next time, or it was the best day of my life, but now it's the worst because he lived. You can't really argue that you don't like guns now, can you? Because you certainly like guns when you thought the president might have died. I can't read that one on air for religious and political correctness reasons, but it's in the chat, Vaughn, if you want to see it. Seriously, podcast. Do we not know what a coincidence is anymore? Good question. Chrome Dome Omega. There was a 15-minute reminder. Don't remember for what. What for? Don't remember what for. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we all fucking forgot. No, we got it covered. Both of those videos, actually. That's not her. Proof. I have eyes. What's not her? You're gonna have to elaborate more. That's not her. Proof. I have eyes. You're gonna have to fill me in on that. Ew, TikTok. Yeah, no, we use TikTok here. I actually get a lot of good information from TikTok, believe it or not, because if you hone in your algorithm and don't let it go to like only talk, you know what I mean? If you keep it on like political channels and discourse and discussion and people that aren't crazy, it actually will bring you a lot of news and information and community posts from people that are seeing shit all over the country, sometimes all over the world, that actually are on the same page as us, which means rational, reasonable, intellectual adults that can use logic, reason, and facts to deliberate. Very rare these days. Red pillage. Ban troon shooters, not weapons. Yeah, facts. All right. Seriously podcast, same footage I posted. Yeah. We got that. Successful, you're going to have to post these in the fucking Gilded or join Gilded or something because I can't share these from the chat here. MGTOW Mando, I'm not sure what I said, but phrasing, I've already assessed many points against myself, so nothing new there. Seriously podcast, I got to bounce. No worries. All right, man. Catch you later. Bond O'Brien, he was surrounded with people. Yes. MGTOW Mando, they see Trump as a threat. Seriously podcast. Retardy Oswald. That's pretty good. I like that. All right. Corey Comparator was a firefighter that had died protecting his family from the bullets. That was successful endeavors. Correct. He actually jumped in front of his wife and his daughter, and they lived. Unfortunately, he did not. So that man's name is worth sharing. The shooter can go fuck himself. I don't care about his name. Yes, as Mwang says, his name is deceased, or as I like to put it, his pronouns were. Successful endeavors shall not be infringed. Thank you. SCE, this, absolutely, 100%. And MGTOW Mando, you do realize we only know where one bullet went. A body can hold several high-speed Freedom Seed deliveries. A good shooter only needs one. Yeah, no, we don't know where all of them went, unfortunately. But fortunately, not a lot of people were injured or hurt or killed or any of that. So successful endeavors. He dances like a rhino to the Al Gore rhythm. Shut the fuck up. God. Successful endeavors again. Rhino was the link to the video from the rooftop. Shout it out. Now listen, join Gilded, and you too can share links with this. But anybody that sees that in the chat can definitely watch that video. I, however, cannot. Seriously is sharing a bunch of shit over here on the Gilded community. So we'll see what's going on there. Oh, we're going to get some brand new political madness right here live. Let's see. This is happening right now. This is interesting. Let's go here. There we are. I got to move it over to another page. Holy shit, what's going on? Shit. Man, we had a glitch in the matrix. Yeah, definite glitch in the matrix here. Hang on.
All right, what's going on?
I hear you twice now. Holy shit.
Wait, what? What's going on?
Yeah, we got a bit of an issue. Hang on.
All right.
Try. There we go. Nope. Stand by. Outlaw, if you want to run interference for a second.
Yeah, we can do that. So let me read some of these comments here real quick. We'll wait for Rhino here to get straightened out. His name is Deceased. Ma Wayne. Here, Corey Comparator was the firefighter that died protecting his family from the bullets. Yep, absolutely. Rest in peace, Corey. I don't think that name should ever be forgotten. He dances like a rhino to the Al Gore rhythm.
Dumb. Oh, dumb.
Oh, shit. Rhino, it was the link to the video from the rooftop shouted out.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Can hear
All
you.
right, good. Let's the issue was Ike sending me some stuff and it didn't quite go where it was supposed to, and it like fucked off StreamYard, so it disappeared off my computer for a minute. We were still live. Did you guys actually see any of the footage we were playing there?
No, I didn't.
Oh shit, it didn't even share it. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll pop that back up. Fuck. Go away. Let's open that in a new tab. All right, now it's working. God damn. Okay, this is the body cam footage we've already seen. What is this one here? This is incident. Okay, sorry guys. There's a lot of shit going on. I still have a bunch of articles. We are running short on time though. Damn. Trying to figure out how to. I got too much shit going on. That's a short way of putting it. Here we go. Here, let's take a look at this. So that's what he was mentioning earlier. That's wonderful. Palestinian flags being risen over the American flag. That's patriotic as fuck. Not even fucking August yet. And already the terrorists are fucking things up. What the hell? I'm having so many issues here. I'm going to need you to run cover fire for me again, Outlaw.
Yeah, we'll do that. All right, let's get back into these comments real quick. We'll kind of talk about it while Rhino gets his stuff straightened out. Because Trump survived all agencies, now news and 3-letter are pushing as much disinformation as possible to muddy the waters, preventing critical thinking people from coming to a general consensus. Yeah, it's all about division, right? Split it down the middle, fracture the United States from being unified behind what they've seen, right? We know that this was an inside job. We know that the fingers all point to the Secret Service and the woman who just resigned. There's a lot of missing context to all this intentionally. That's why they intentionally leave it out, because they don't want people unified behind the truth. So absolutely, Mr. Cliff, the religion of peace, everyone. Oh yeah, absolutely. Gendai,
Right.
far too many failures to have an accident. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. What the fuck are you doing? We're trying to do a show here, you jackass. Anyway, I've been having some technical difficulties moving the screens around here. So when you send it to Gilded, it shoots it over to this side when I need it on this side, and then it does a bunch of shit. It's bad. It's all bad. I'll just leave it at that. Let's get in this next pro-Palestinian protest. Anti-Israel protesters have taken down the American flags outside Union Station and replaced them with Palestinian flags in Washington, D.C. So here you go. Here's more of that same bullshit. This, by the way, is happening now. This stream, again, being called Political Madness, is quite appropriate because it's always fucking something. It just keeps getting crazier and crazier. Like I said, it's exponential growth that you're seeing right now. It's not just one event here or there. It's stacked one after another, after another, after another, and it's going to get crazier going forward, not better. So just be prepared, buckle up, because it's about to get fucked. This should not be happening at all. Like, I know this isn't as important as, I don't know, let's say protecting a president, but seriously? Do police just not do their jobs anymore? Every single one of these fucks should be fucking tased, fucking gassed, and fucking locked up. Like, get the fuck out of here. Take those fucking faggot flags down and put the American flag back up. I'm sorry. I'm going to call it as it is.
Police
Bullshit.
have to be told to stand down from a higher source. Therefore, if police are being told to stand down and not do anything to these people, there's more people that need to have fingers pointed at them than just the police. There's more going on.
No, I know, but still, like, it just blows my mind. Like, how the fuck, even Outlaw, I know what you're saying, but you know, you put on pants the same way I do, whether you're a cop or some rhino guy that sells car parts, right? You all put on pants the same way. Now you can put them on 2 feet at a time. You just got to be sitting. Fun fact. But like, you're a cop doesn't mean you're not an American. At what point do you say, fuck these orders, fuck these assholes, I'm going to do what's right? It just blows my mind. I'm sorry. Sorry. Maybe I just don't know how to play the game, but that's also why I'm not a cop. I don't know how to play the fucking game because I'd have to do something, you know? I'd probably get shot, but I would want to do something, and then I'd feel stupid for getting shot, but at least they did something. But whatever.
Jewish groups as well. It's been incredibly diverse here, and this is pretty much the most intense we've seen. And it's unclear. Oh, and right now there's stun grenades being put out or some sort of sound bombs, and they're raising the Palestinian flag at that flagpole, and you are hearing what appear to be stun grenades or firecrackers going off just on the other side. There are a number of Palestinian flags being raised over there, and the crowd you can hear is cheering very loudly right now. Looks like police are still trying to gain control of this Jewish group.
Fuck them. Fuck them all. We'll share the next one here. Get these out of the way. We've still got some other videos to show you as well. We can't stream all goddamn day, of course, but maybe for a little bit longer, because I got a lot of shit to show you. But here's more of these fucking assholes. Anytime, historically, these drums were ceremonial and religious and important, and they had meaning, such as marriages or, you know, burials or, you know, whatever. Now, if you hear these same fucking drums, I got to mute you if you have background noise, by the way. Those are the rules, Jackal. Jackal is joining us. Way too fucking loud, but he's here. If you hear drums or Jackal in the background, they're just idiots at this point. Sorry, Jackal.
Cliff, you hit it square on the head. That's exactly what I keep trying to point out to people. Is that's why you have so many people so compliant with these law orders, because they can't afford to go into poverty under the system that's, making people poor in the first place.
I'd like to make a point.
You can make a point. Just stop shaking your fucking whatever you're shaking back there.
I'm playing with Legos, okay? Give me a break.
Stop it.
So the point that I was going to make there was take a look at pieces of literature or media during times similar to this, where there's a lot of unrest. I know I like to use this particular game as much as people want to shit on it. Cyberpunk 2077. You see, people have a choice to make. You can either prioritize your ethics, your morals, and your personal constitution. Everybody has their own constitution, their own personal set of rules. Things that they will not personally violate because it's just they choose to not do it. They want to hold themselves accountable to some things. Or you have to prioritize survival, which may include having to metaphorically sell your soul to either a corporate body, a government regime, or some other organization that requires total obedience without question. And it's unfortunate to say this, but the majority of people are going to go with the latter. They're going to prioritize their survival and their ability to provide for themselves and their families, which I can't fault them for that. I'm not faulting them for trying to provide for their families. That's their responsibility. Especially if they're a parent, your first responsibility is your kids. I'm not going to fault you for that. But if you have an option to put in a little bit of extra work so you can do things your way, with you being your own boss, where you don't have to sacrifice or compromise your personal morals and ethics just to make ends meet, then you should go that route. Because when times get like this, there is a point where you see in some pieces of media that are telling of the future. A lot of dystopian future kind of video games, books, whatever have you. That is actually telling. That's something that you may want to pay attention to, because you're going to see a lot of similarities. And that's why I pointed out Cyberpunk, because in there, you see people either working for Arasaka, and they're willing to sell their soul for the company because they get paid good, instead of working at some hole-in-the-wall burger joint and you make like $10 an hour flipping burgers, and you're barely able to scratch enough scratch to keep from getting kicked onto the street and being homeless. Or you have to do the dangerous work. You're a merc. So you're literally a gun for hire. That's literally selling your soul for the doll. You are putting your life on the line for the money. Literally, it's the attitude, money is God, or whatever the hell the saying was.
Yeah. Back to this really quick. I said it earlier when you guys asked, and I'll be shocked if I'm not right. I won't be happy if I'm right, but whatever. Successful Endeavor says Kamala is likely to get AOC as her running mate, and this really would be the Dumb and Dumber campaign. Well, there may be another show later tonight that I may or may not attend that you should definitely watch, whether I'm there or not. This guy, his name's Billy Von Bomb. Don't know if you've heard of him. You should probably go check him out now, billyvonbomb.com. You should really probably subscribe to him, like his content, share his shit, because he's helped a lot of us out quite a bit. But there may be a video all about that tonight. you may want to tune in later this evening as he will be live tonight discussing that right there. All right. MGTOW Mando says, burn those Gazan flags, make the rioters watch it happen. Good luck with that. I mean, I agree, but good luck with that. We got to get through this shit quickly. I just realized we're 2:33 in. Granted, 33 of that was probably listening to opening music, but whatever. I still don't want to do 5-hour shows anymore for obvious reasons. After watching 5-hour shows and seeing how painful they were, I don't want to do that to you. So let's go. Check out this here. Just this part of this this video here. Right here. Just this little clip.
Notice that he has a member of his, what you would have to assume is a security detail, right.
This is the last time we saw Biden, about a week ago now. This is the last time we saw him alive. Just want to point that out.
Behind him. Have you ever seen that? Nope. Joe Biden takes the stairs by himself. He takes the teeny little short stairs on Air Force One, but he takes them by himself. We were noticing when we saw this clip and we posted on X, something very strange happening. Look at the limberness of Joe Biden's legs. Joe Biden didn't have the capacity to carry himself over a stair. Something awful was happening to Joe Biden. And now we have it confirmed. I'm going to play you one more video from that day. It's a very important video that I think shows this from multiple angles, but it also shows what happens next. Here we go. You're going to hear the roar of the jet engines. Joe Biden, I'm going to make this as big as possible. You can see his security right behind him to catch him in case he falls. You've never seen that before. Then something else happens. Joe Biden, of course, has no limberness in his limbs anymore. He can barely move his legs to the stairs. You can see here his knees nearly buckle as he collapses. Then Joe Biden goes up to his waiting Secret Service vehicle. The Secret Service vehicle is not a sports car. Watch Joe Biden. He can barely smile. Look at this. Watch this. Joe Biden had a stroke, dude. Look at his face. Look at his face. One of the signs of a stroke is like you paralysis straight down the center of your face. Look at that. You ever seen him smile like that? He's had a crooked ass smile for a long time. He is crooked Biden, but this is something worse. Watch this. If you were doubting before, you won't doubt now. Joe Biden is incapable of lifting his legs into the vehicle. Joe Biden needs his Secret Service to hoist him up and to put him into the car like he was FDR. Look at that. Look. Watch. The clip goes on and on. This is the Secret Service. Look, right there on your screen. This is the Secret Service picking up his legs and putting him in the car. Now, that blackout on the clip, that is from the pool report. Did they make them delete the footage?
So, he just at a debate like, I'm not going to drop out. I'm going to beat President Trump again. And then a couple days later, there's an assassination attempt. And then suddenly Biden just disappears off into the sunset. He apparently catches COVID. And then he decides that maybe he should resign over Twitter, of all things. Not in an Oval Office address or on camera at all. And then as you go back to the opening of the show, the signature's wrong. Then you can see that he's not quite there, not acting right. Several reports that he had a stroke at this point. And then there's even some suggestion. Hear me out. When did you see Biden last? He's supposed to speak today. I guess we'll find out tonight. I can't say what I think yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if that gets canceled last minute and the charade goes on. How long before they get caught with their pants down about what happened to Biden? What did happen to Biden? I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. I really don't. I've been one for a couple decades, but I really don't want to be one here. Where is he at? Is he going to cancel last minute tonight because he's not feeling well or because he's not here. You do the math. All of a sudden, Kamala is, this bitch is all of a sudden big news. How exactly? She hasn't done shit her entire term. She, her one job was to secure the borders. Her entire job, she only did one thing. Don't come. And then I remember the memes, which were the best part about that. Trump's response, it was taken out of context, but, oh, I'm going to come. And you know what? 7 million illegal immigrants later, she did a great job securing the borders. She's going to make a great president, I'm sure. But the question is who's running the country right now? Is it Kamala? Is it Jill? Is it Hillary? Is it Obama? Who is running the country right now, today?
A bunch of shadow people.
Yes. Corporations, banking cartel.
Yeah. Yeah. Just keep in mind that there are no real tangible laws preventing monopolies from existing. They tried that already, but that was when, I don't know, 80, 90 years ago, like back during the 1920s, when a lot of monopolies started forming. So if they started forming and started getting really concerningly powerful and influential on not just the economy, but the country's politics itself, back then, with today's technology and with so many useful idiots voting ways they are, who's to say that those quote unquote laws that were supposed to prevent monopolies from existing have either been buried under a whole bunch of other rules that basically negate their purpose, or they've just been wiped from the books, or somebody's just looking the other way because they got paid off.
Indeed. On that note, let's jump into this as well, because we basically if you haven't already got, maybe I should have said that at the beginning of the show. The point of this show is to get you up to speed with all the fuckery going on as quickly as possible. Also, we have a yellow and navy blue T-Rex now on the show. That's it. That's the point of the show. But let's get to it here.
Golly.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be our show if we didn't have some fuckery here. All right, who's really pulling the strings? Glenn Beck, Blaze TV. Let's go.
Interesting, wasn't it this weekend? We started Friday with someone releasing that Joe Biden would on Sunday resign. Now, this is not what Joe Biden said. In fact, nobody in the White House agreed with that on Friday. In fact, just before the tweet went out, nobody in the White House even knew he was going to. I'm going to get back to that here in a second because I think something doesn't smell right. Now, the reason why they say is because of money, polling. It would wipe out the Democratic Party. Staff, friends, donors all abandon Joe Biden. I don't think that's it. Why did they announce on Friday, and who announced on Friday that a missive would be coming from the White House and he would resign? Now, this is why this bothers me. When you do something this dramatic, first time in American history, when you do something this dramatic, you don't usually just spring it on everyone. You usually will go in and have a speech, and they will announce that the president is, and they'll speculate what he's going to say, et cetera, and then he gives a speech from the Oval Office. In his stepping down from the party, he said he would be addressing it later this week. Why? Why didn't he address it from the Oval like all other presidents? Why would he just pop it out? My guess is there was another gun waiting to go off. You have until noon. You have until 2 p.m. on Sunday to resign. Or what? What did Joe Biden get in return for resigning? were there promises made by anyone that we will make sure that you're not held responsible for any of those crimes that you might have committed? And was it said this way? Look, Joe, you and I both know there's some real flaming hot evidence here that you were selling your country out. We'll make sure that goes away, and you and your family will be pardoned. But you have until noon on Sunday. I don't know. That's speculation, but I feel like there was a gun that was going to go off on Sunday at some point. There is also, they can pardon him if he steps down from presidency. I don't think he's going to be president until the end of the year, or until January 20th. But they can pardon him if he's not the president. They can pardon his family, and they can very easily blame that now on, if Trump gets in, it's going to be just revenge. He's just going to put all the Bidens in family, and we had to. And that'll be good enough, apparently, for a lot of Democrats. Nancy Pelosi was the driving force behind all of this. And I loved Nancy Pelosi in the last few weeks, where she was like, we want Joe Biden to make the decision himself. I made the decision. I'm staying. Yeah, right. But he'll make that decision, and we're waiting for that decision. I already made that decision. As like I said, he'll make it, and we're very excited for him to make that decision. It's like Barack Obama used to say, we can get along. You just have to get in the boat with me. Oh, wait. So wait, I'm a radical that needs to be destroyed, but you'll forgive me if I sign up for everything you want to do? Oh, okay. All right. So she was the driving force behind this. Now, Alex Soros said he would not endorse Kamala Harris, yet he did right away yesterday. In fact, people are lining up. Barack Obama, strangely, did not endorse Kamala Harris. I personally don't think, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, I don't think Kamala is going to be the candidate in the end.
Who do you think it's going to be,
Pat?
I
don't know.
I don't see how they pass her up, because she's a black woman, so you got double identity politics going there. She's the next in line. She'd be really tough to jettison. But if they open it up at the convention, pretty much anything could happen. So I think they'd like it
and that's
to be Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer.
Oh, I hope. Yeah.
But
I hope.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. They first of all, why didn't Biden step down? There's a couple of questions. Why didn't he step down as president of the United States? If he is not capable of running a campaign, he is certainly not capable of running the White House. Now, that may have been the gun that was going to go off. 25th Amendment. We're going to take you out of the Oval. We'll leave you as president so you can finish your term, and we'll have parades for you and everything else. And you'll be remembered as one of the greatest presidents of all time. And gee, look at how George Washington you are by stepping aside for the good of the country and the party. That is a possible gun that could have gone off. Otherwise, the 25th Amendment is going to be exercised. So there's no reason why the man can't run a campaign, because all of this is he's cognitively not there. He can't do it. He can't debate. Well, if you can't debate, I don't want you in a room with Putin or Z. I don't want you on the telephone with anybody. But the Democrats are suddenly fine with that because they say he can't win. Well, Pat, look at Kamala Harris's poll. Kamala Harris, she's below Joe Biden. She is more unliked than Donald Trump is. So why would they go for somebody else who has this horrible image and likability problem, who polls just the same, if not a little below Joe Biden. Why would you have that as your replacement? That doesn't make sense.
No. Really, I mean, nobody makes sense, though, on the Democrat side. Who does make sense? Gavin Newsom has a terrible record in California that can be exploited easily. Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, I mean, she's terrible. They've got nobody on the bench.
Right. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what doesn't make sense to me is why you jettison somebody and you say it is because he's not capable. Okay, we'll lose. He's not capable. He's not capable of running a campaign, but he's okay to run the country for the next 6 months.
Doesn't make sense.
That bothers me. That's an inconsistency.
Yep.
Then also the other thing that bothers me is the honest ones will say, well, he just can't beat Donald Trump. His poll numbers are too horrible. Well, Kamala's poll numbers are just as horrible. So why wouldn't you? Why would you let him in and then accept this person? And why wouldn't you push for him to retire? Is it because then you lose the first female black president to be president as a election trick? I mean, why wouldn't he just resign and her take over? And then she can run and she'll have, she'll be the president and you can show what she can do and that, people get used to it. Or do you need the fact that she'll be the first black, Asian president, female? I mean, I don't think they want to waste it on her. I honestly don't. I don't think they want. I mean, they are holding that back, and I don't know how they get away with not running her as president because of that. Wait. You took her on. You took her on because of DEI. You took her on for DEI purposes, and now you're not going to let her go because you say she's not qualified. You want what? A white woman? A white man? They can't get away with that. They're so screwed.
They
And
really
I love
are.
every second of it.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
It's
I
going to
just
be a
discovered
fun
something.
convention. You thought 1968
I swear sometimes I'm a fucking child. Check this out. I just discovered
they
this.
didn't
I got to
have the
show
kind
you.
of chaos
So we're watching this.
within the
And click that. I can pause it while I'm talking to you.
party.
That is too cool. I just discovered that live.
1968.
That makes it so much easier.
This
It took you this long to figure it out?
I didn't know it did a pause button there. Go ahead, Outlaw.
Everything that they're saying there and asking is exactly what I've been saying, you've been saying, and everybody else here has been saying. I mean, you've got a situation here, a golden Easter egg here, where you've got a DEI hire that could possibly, for whatever fucking reason, make history with this country, and they're putting all their eggs in the basket of her to be the pick, but yet she's not qualified. They want to go back. I think what's happening here, and I say it again, I've said it before, I think they're beginning to discover that DEI in practice doesn't work any at all. We've seen the sub kill several people due to DEI, right? We just saw the head of Secret Service, a DEI hire, fail the country and nearly get someone killed and get the president killed. Well, got that person killed and nearly got the president killed. I got that backwards. We're seeing it in the movie industry, the entertainment industry.
What the fuck?
What they've been trying to back with DEI and ESG, they're seeing now in real time. There's been a little time past, and it does not work, and people don't want it.
What's cool about that? I was just thinking, and a lot of you guys watching and panel members here, we all witnessed everything Outlaw's talking about. I think one of the coolest thing about this channel here is we're like a time capsule where our episodes cover the most ridiculous, insane, stupid stuff that happens out there. And we covered the submarine thing. We covered a lot of topics where DEI was part of the problem. And we have it all here. You can go back and look at the records of it. You'll see thumbnails of submarines and train derailments and everything else that happens. And it was incompetence, flat out incompetence from these hires that had no business doing this job to begin with, whatever that job might have been. And you have the same thing going on here, where you have the director of the Secret Service completely incompetent. You have members of the Secret Service staff completely incompetent. You have a potential presidential nominee. I say that as a question because I don't even fucking know anymore, because the news will change tomorrow, I'm sure. And Hillary will have taken over and Kamala will suddenly have died of a heat stroke or something. I don't know. But
she drowned in bazooka juice.
She drowned in ketchup. She drowned in ketchup. That's how ridiculous it has to be. Dogs over there barking. I'll jump back to the channel, but I thought the fucking pause button was cool, Jackal. Hang on. I hear the doorbell. Give me a second. I think it's a package delivery guy. Give me a second. Who wants to take over? Outlaw? Jackal? Which one do you want to take over?
I'll do it.
All right, do it. Talk for 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'll just piggyback off of what Rhino was talking about. So what you're going to see is a big backpedaling. More backpedaling than at some bike race. The reason for that backpedaling is people are going to realize, and by people I mean either government organizations or large companies. It could be monopolies, who knows. Bottom line, the people that have been investing in this DEI, it really should just be DIE, because that's what happens. When you invest in DEI, your company will DIE. So the point behind that is you're going to fuck around with DEI and you're going to find out. That's the bottom line of it.
Facts.
There is a reason why you can't just hire somebody based on appearance. You can't do it.
Hold on.
Contrary to what... Okay.
I gotta interrupt. Just hold the thought. Ike, why are you so gay? Anyway, go ahead, Jackal.
Ike? Why are you gay? That was a terrible African accent. Okay, so that hiring of people based on their outward appearance, like just based on what their genetics allowed them to look like after their mother spit them out. Well, that makes about as much sense as picking a car based on the paint job and not its inner mechanics. It doesn't work. It's inefficient. And if you're going to use the excuse of, well, it's cheaper to hire these people than an actual qualified person. Yeah, but you're looking at short-term return. It's hilarious how you notice that a lot of companies, and I mean a lot of them, especially the ones that have gone corporatized, the ones that have gotten so big that they actually have a corporate branch, they somehow believe that investing in lower quality means of production will produce greater revenue in the end, when it doesn't. It's proven. It just takes time. What these people don't understand is that the long game exists and it is worth it, because putting all of your eggs into one basket just to see short-term increase in revenue because you hired less qualified individuals so you don't have to pay them as much.
We gotta jump to a tangent there. Speaking of DEI, this actually is a perfect transition because I had it queued up. Thank you, Ike. Maybe you're not as gay as I thought, just half gay. Seriously podcast, Microsoft just got rid of one of their DEI departments. MGTOW, did you want to jump in real quick before we queue up the next video?
Yeah, I mean, and also think about what think about the action with DEI. I mean, think about when you put all of these people in these positions of power. Well, you got to ask yourself, well, why? Why are they pushing so hard for this? Look at what happens when you start questioning the people they put in there. They're most of the time they're minorities, they're women, right? And what is the narrative? Well, what is the narrative that we have seen over the past decade unfold? You can't question these people because then you're suddenly a sexist. Suddenly you're a racist. It's a built-in safegoat loophole that these people put in place to keep people constantly confused, divided. Right? It's nothing more than a bludgeon, a tool against people to keep them at bay. Well, now you got to deal with this while we go make out with all the money and put you people in more poverty, take more of your freedoms away. But deal with this in the meantime. And it's like it's nothing but holding up the American people from uniting and saying enough's enough. Fuck this.
Yeah.
We know it don't work. It's time to stop lying to the American people. What you put into practice, we reject it. That's what's got to happen.
Yeah. On that note, let's jump into false flags as well. Like I said, political madness. The Rhino and the T-Rex were just so you'd click the video. Then I thought they were cool. I started off just making a T-Rex out of this guy, an AI. It turned out cool. I'm like, what can I do with that? Put it with the Rhino. And add political madness and politicians. There's one of Trump. I'll show you guys in Gilded. I didn't put Trump in the prompt. And there's like a T-Rex with two rhinos. One's a deformed rhino, but AI. And then there's Trump smiling next to the T-Rex. And then there was one with like a fucking bald eagle and a gorilla and a T-Rex and a rhino. It's all fucked up with fireworks and American flags. It was pretty cool. But whatever. Let's get into false flags. Unlike American flags, they are false and gay. Let's talk about that, shall we? Share screen. Here we go. High alert. This is from Morris Invest. I watch a bunch of different shit, investment channels, political channels. I even watch some shit that is the opponent's channels, like what's his name? Jim, what is his fucking name? He's a liberal. I can't remember his name, but he's a comedian. He actually agrees with most of us, and he's a goddamn liberal. But anyway, here we go.
We are in a state of emergency right now, and people better wake the hell up to what's happening. Get ready for the mother of all false flags.
Speaking of DEI and incompetency, going back to his post there, Microsoft just got rid of one of their DEI departments. But think about this as you're going forward.
Flag attacks.
We begin with the global computer crisis. The worst may be over, but the outage is still causing problems.
In the past few hours, we've gotten some really disturbing news about what's coming to the people of the United States and our infrastructure that we rely on every day to live our lives. They will use you like pawns. So
I want to explain this to you before he even gets into this. So again, political madness. So I came into work. It's a corporate store, whatever. Most of you know, I don't announce it on air for obvious reasons, but most of you know that I work in a corporate, pretty national chain right now. Yeah, it's just what I did. The economy sucks. Contracts dried up, so that it is what it is. Plus, I'm decent at it, right? They set me as a store manager, so they trust me a little bit to actually not fuck around and find out too much. But I'm doing my best. Even though we all know that was a mistake. Anyway, yeah, so I go in and none of the computers are working. They all have the blue screen of death. That was cute. So we had to figure out for like 5 hours how to get the computers running again. Finally got them fixed. So it's a small corporate chain, retail, who cares? We were supposed to actually shut the stores down until it was fixed. We just ran it cash only because some people can do math in this country, still shocking. So that was fine. It all worked out. But this is where it gets interesting. It wasn't just like, corporate retail stores and mom and pop shops. No, it was airports. It was hospitals. And more importantly, it was 911 that was affected by this. So if you had an emergency Oh, well, you're dead. If you need to go to the hospital, oh, well, you're fucked. And if you need to get on a plane to get out of the country you're visiting, too bad. And that's what I woke up to. I think it was Monday morning this week. I can't remember. It's so much has happened this last few days that it's mind boggling at this point. But yeah, so it was corrected. Apparently it was just a System 32 file that got added by this company that happens to have affiliations with BlackRock. Huh? And it's fine now. Everything's fine, even though the entire week our phones that are connected to the internet through this software have been turning themselves off while on calls with my customers all week, commercial customers included. Just click, and they'll call back, click again, call back, click again. Like, no, it hasn't fucked anything up. I want you to think about that. So retail, who cares? That comes and goes. If my company or any other companies like it go out of business, there'll be another one tomorrow that pops up. But some of this is including life-saving businesses, such as, like I said, hospitals or police or 911 dispatch are being affected by little things like this. And who knows how it's still affecting them or what other problems are coming in the future. This is the false flag. Take a look.
Don't fall for it. So a couple of big stories that we're tracking today. All of this thanks to cybersecurity company CrowdStrike pushing a simple software update, as they say. It backfired, brought down the United States banking industry, the airline industry, e-commerce, you name it. Oh, and by the way, don't call 911 because there are nationwide outages of 911 services all across the U.S. When the CrowdStrike CEO was asked about it, he looked like he had a heart attack on live television. Either that or he was trying to pass a kidney stone at the time. Watch.
Air travel, credit card payment systems, banks, broadcast, street lights, 911, emergency, around the globe. Why is there not some...
Oh, no. Jim Gaffigan is good. Jimmy Dore is who I was thinking of. Jimmy Dore as well. That is the channel that is a leftist channel that is actually kind of fucking like us. Anyway, back to this.
Some kind of redundancy or some sort of backup. How is it that one single software bug can have such a profound and immediate impact?
Well, when you look at the complexity of cybersecurity, you're always trying to stay one step ahead of the adversaries. Excuse me. Man, just 1 second, please.
That's the face of fucking fired.
Yeah, that didn't go well. But this CrowdStrike story doesn't add up at all. Remember, CrowdStrike is the company that made up the fake Russiagate story. CrowdStrike was working for the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, a few hours ago, President Biden officially said he's not running for re-election, handing the torch over to Kamala Harris. And yet rumors are swirling this morning that Hillary Clinton will be the nominee at the Democratic National Convention. A coincidence?
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
And as journalist reminds us, the FBI relied on CrowdStrike to independently investigate the hacked DNC servers. So I don't trust a damn thing that comes out of their mouths, and why should you? So when they tell us that a software update caused everything to collapse.
All right, listen. I am not great at advertising shows or putting up proper thumbnails or any of that, but are you starting to see what I'm saying? Political madness. It is accelerating, and I've said it now, this is the third time on the show, exponentially. It is exploding right in front of you. You know, when you first see an explosion, it's at a distance, and then suddenly it's all this huge thing, and then the shockwave hits you in the face and throws you to the ground. We're like right somewhere between the big cloud and the shockwave right now, just so you know.
Don't believe them. Try going to your local bank ATM and take money out. Good luck. Chances are you won't be able to. I thought something was wrong with my ATM card yesterday. I tried 3 times at multiple locations, put my PIN in repeatedly. It kept spitting my card out. Like I was back in college, broke, sorry, no money. Then a woman trying to do the same thing in the other lane said, "The bank's down," she shouted. "Oh, the bank is down." Wait. What the hell did she just say? The bank is down? I can't get American paper currency right now? Oh, right. Most of America's infrastructure is down. That makes sense. Early voting was just starting in the battleground state of Arizona. Sorry, we have to close our electronic voting machines. You can't vote because America is down right now. Come back another time. Meanwhile, don't call 911 because 911 services are also reportedly down in areas all over the country. Last week on our show, we just so happened to be covering how the 911 grid is collapsing across the United States. Journalist Whitney Webb explained how this is intentional.
Whitney Webb.
911
I
services
used to watch her.
sourced to Israel.
And actually, there's another company that Peter Thiel funded that's involved with developing this pre-crime system in the United States by actually taking over county by county the nation's 911 emergency call systems. This is an Israeli founded company called Carbine 911. That was nominally headed for a long time by Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister. Jeffrey Epstein funded it with $1 million. Allegedly, Leslie Wexner, his biggest patron, did as well.
This is a huge concern. I mean, as we head into this election, a lot of people saying, well, could we see some sort of, big national emergency? And now 911 networks are going down across the United States, as the USA Today reported this past week. Is this like an effort for them to say, hey, your 911 network is down? Well, we have the perfect solution for you. It's an Israeli-backed 911 network.
That is essentially what is happening. And it's actually been in the works for several years. Now.
Israel, which runs the entire United States Congress, can now also run our 911 emergency services in the United States. Makes total sense when you think about it, right? If I fall down, get hurt, call 911, it'll be routed right through Israel. What the hell is happening? Well, most people have been distracted by President Biden dropping out of the race or how many shooters tried to assassinate President Trump. Newsflash, it was at least 2 people, we now know, and possibly as many as 3. So they want you to look over there while they execute the next part of their plan over here to keep the deep state in power. President Biden, of course, is just a puppet for the deep state. Now, don't get me wrong. Those are incredibly important stories. Trump's assassination, Biden being replaced.
But now you see what I mean? I've been picking apart all this information all week to try to, in some way, shape, or form, bring it to you in a meaningful manner. But he's right. Look at this over here. Well, we do this over here. He's absolutely right. Outlaw was talking about that earlier. Absolutely.
As BlackRock CEO Larry Fink,
what the hell is happening? What
Oh,
the hell
we
is
talk-
happening that he asked about is the picture is starting to become clear. The overall picture of what's happening in this country is becoming clear to people. Too many details have been exposed for them to be able to cover up anymore. What's happening in America right now is information is getting out rampant right now, and things are being exposed faster than they can keep up with. And the overarching picture is now starting to come into view of what we've been dealing with in America for so long, is that there is a very real built-in control here that's not even of the making of our own people. All of this is not a coincidence. It's all happening for a reason, and people are seeing it. The picture is becoming clear. It's unfolding before your very eyes. The people you think that are in charge, that you think that you're going to go to the voting booths and vote for this number, they're not in charge of this, folks. The guy just said it right there. It's Israel. The people over there in that part of the world is controlling this.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a coincidence. Follow the money.
Seriously podcast, by the way, turns out Biden isn't dead. They plan on rolling his corpse out to do a speech later tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, which I hope Billy Von Bomb covers while he's alive. But like I said, if they cancel, I will not be shocked. And if they hide a corpse until November, I also won't be shocked. Are you following me? They can't fake this for long, but if what I think has happened, we have seen a coup happen right before our eyes. Anyway, I'm not suggesting anything nefarious, or am I? I don't know. You decide.
Yes.
Shadow Sonata. Just remember, Microsoft only got rid of a DEI department. They are still following its policies and agenda through Bridge, which is even more toxic. Outlaw, what were you saying there? Sorry.
Cliff is hitting it dead on the head again. I mean, the two-party system in this country is intentionally divided for a reason. At which point, when all of this starts unifying and you start seeing the one world currency and the banking cartel and all that come together, you're going to see the two-party system come together. I mean, it's all shaping up. It's getting to the point to where people can't keep their head in the sand anymore and keep their eyes closed behind their hands. It's happening. It's happening. We need to acknowledge what is happening, but we also, more importantly, need to take the steps necessary to make sure that we're prepared for this. Again, get your food game up, your water game, your weapons game, you know, all of that. Get it ready, because there ain't no telling what's going to roll out next.
Yeah. And I don't want you guys to be too discouraged. You know, there is still a path forward. It just involves us waking the hell up a lot faster. And maybe, I don't know, I've been saying this for a while as politically correctly as I can for the internet. You may want to start considering doing something. I'll just leave it there. I'm not suggesting anything, you know. I'm not suggesting anything allegedly. But maybe it's time to start doing something. Nothing bad, nothing violent, nothing, of course, that would cause harm to anybody. But something needs to be done at this point. And you, the people who are supposed to run the government, not the other way around, are supposed to control your government, are supposed to put checks and balances in place to stop your government from being a corrupt, out of control, maniacal, power-hungry machine dead set on destroying you. Just maybe we should consider start doing something at some point soon. Maybe. All right. Demon Dems, yes. Seriously, podcast, fucking autocorrect. Yeah. No worries, man. Let's get back into this really quick, though, because I do want you guys to just have a grasp of all the fuckery afoot. Before we continue, I've got a fun video for you, too, brought to you by a channel that focuses on ballistics and how ballistics work and how, you know, things going thousands of feet per second impact certain things at certain distances, and how this couldn't have been, which thankfully nobody in the chat has said, this whole thing was faked. See the Democrats doing that right now. Oh, well, okay. Suddenly, when it doesn't fit your narrative, it was fake. That sounds a lot like what you would say about us when we talk about conspiracy theories that we later prove the assassination attempt was all fake. It was all fake. Didn't happen. Fake news. Funny how you turn that around, you sick fucks. But no, seriously, couldn't have been faked. And we'll show you a video on why pretty soon. It's fun, and it may get me banned off YouTube, but I don't fucking care. YouTube is lame and gay. All right, let's get back to this. Oh, fucking volume would help, wouldn't it?
Behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock, we are forcing behaviors.
Of course you have to use force. People don't want your lousy digital currency. They don't want to be locked down at home and told what to do. We knew this was coming, of course. The WEF has been warning us for years that the next pandemic wouldn't be a virus, it would be a cyber attack. The WEF detailed this attack in their Cyber Polygon report. And of course, it's shocking that CrowdStrike is a proud member of the WEF. You can't make this stuff up, guys. So the way to keep Biden in power, keep the deep state in power, is to create a massive false flag that harms every one of us, and then we blame it on a foreign adversary, like, 9/11, right? That's exactly how this works. So let's spin the wheel. Who could be behind all of this? Could it be Russia? Nah, they've tried that one. China? Nah, too obvious. Ah, yes, Iran.
Where we are now is not in a good place. Iran, because the nuclear agreement was thrown out, instead of being at least a year away from having the breakout capacity of producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon, is now probably 1 or 2 weeks away from doing that.
Over the past 24 hours, the White House is pretending to go into DEFCON 2, one step away from war with Iran. Oh, and the shooter that tried to kill Trump had an encrypted overseas account, or multiple encrypted overseas accounts. Dare I say he was an Iranian secret agent? Oh, that's what they're trying to tell us next.
Some other things are coming out, like the shooter had 3 encrypted accounts overseas. At the same time, we're having an Iranian plot. So, I mean, I think this is going to go much broader, much deeper.
Iran is only 1 week away from having a nuclear weapon. The shooter that tried to kill Trump was an Iranian spy, so we better go to war with them right now. If you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you in the corrupt town called Netanyahu. A U.S. war with Iran, of course, is Netanyahu's wet dream. He's been dreaming about it for many, many years. Meanwhile, half of CrowdStrike's servers are located in Ukraine. Ukraine is run by the CIA. Again, I'm sure it's nothing. Remember when Donald Trump told us all that CrowdStrike had the DNC server in Ukraine? The reason they had it.
What did you guys say earlier in the chat? Too many coincidences, right?
Where is the server? So the server, they say, is held by a company whose primary ownership individual is from Ukraine. I'd like to see the server.
They gave the server to CrowdStrike or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian.
Again, I'm sure it's nothing. No, in fact, I'm sure it's something massive coming for this country, and people better be ready for it. Don't be fooled by the lies they are spinning right now. All the media will be on the same page when they try to trick you. They will all run stories almost within a 24-hour time period when they're trying to spin this yarn. They want you to be scared, and they want you to be sheep that they can control. Don't be sheep. Don't let them control you. Period. Don't fall for it. That's the news update part of today.
There you go. So there's that one out of the way. Coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. Do you think maybe at some point it's not a coincidence? What you're seeing in front of you is planned. All of it. All of it. The only part that wasn't planned. Do I have a cool feature where I can zoom on? Oh, I do. I'm playing with my toys. I'm enjoying it. Let me see if I can do it. Let me it's work. Yes. The only part that wasn't
Oh my God.
the only part that wasn't planned was Trump surviving an assassination attempt. Oh, there it is.
And now they're panicking. Oh, yeah.
Figured it out. Oh, shit.
I can do buttons now. I'm getting good at this shit.
Now, my question is exactly what happens if certain servers in a certain European country get blown up by Russians, allegedly.
Oh,
what happens?
What happens then? I don't know. What happens?
What happens? Does all of the internet go away? Does the cyber war never happen? Or does miraculously all of our electronics stop fucking up and things start running like they were a couple years ago without glitches? Ooh,
Yeah. So we've learned two things today. One, I can zoom, and two, I can pause videos with my headset. That's it. That's all we've learned today. Anyway. All right, Outlaw, what are your thoughts, man?
It's coming to pass. I mean, like I said, man, the one world banking system, the one world, all of it, it's coming to pass. I mean, at this point, there's no denying it. That's what is coming down the pike, and all the parts and pieces are in place and getting ready to take shape. And now the problem is that we're aware of it. We have the awareness that all of this is happening. This is key, folks. Now that we have the awareness that all of this is going on and that this is what they're planning, now comes your part. Now comes your responsibility in trying to help prevent it from happening, or at least getting out of the way, because I don't know how big of a magnitude this is going to be, but we have no excuse. We're aware of what's going on now. We need to prepare accordingly. There's no excuse at this point.
I agree.
Ignorance of it is no excuse.
Also, Riggs Jr. in the chat, Enhance. Oh my God, no, don't enhance. The gayness is too much. Thanks, Riggs. Appreciate you for that. We got a couple more to get through, and then we'll call this a show. We've been on for 3 hours, probably, because I did like a long opening. Yeah, no, we've got a couple more things here. Let's do this one that's also gay and lame. Let's try it out. Here it is. Super gay and lame this time.
Biden's legacy of accomplishment over the past 3 years is unmatched.
Today, we heard from Vice President Kamala Harris in her first public event since President Biden dropped out of the presidential race. With less than a month to go until the Democratic National Convention, the vice president now plans to run against former President Donald Trump. Vice President Harris shattered fundraising records in her first 24 hours running for president.
Donors across the country, rushed more than $81 million to help Harris win in November. And our political editor, Mark Maxwell, is here to recap the vice president's big splash into the race, Mark.
Yeah, there was a big splash, all right. All over her face, neck, and thighs.
In short order, it seems the entire Democratic Party is lining up behind her in a swift show of force. But it's not just the big household names you might recognize. Last night, a grassroots group called Win with Black Women hosted a Zoom call. Word started spreading through group chats, and before you knew it, tens of thousands of women had logged on to show their support for Kamala Harris.
Support could also mean getting 44,000 women across the country together.
Assistant House Majority Leader Jahan Gordon Booth isn't.
No. I'm going to call bullshit on this. When can you ever get more than 10 women to agree on anything, let alone 44,000? Shut the fuck up, fake news. Let's continue.
Illinois delegate to the Democratic National Convention.
The fact of the matter of it is that Black women are the base of the Democratic Party.
She joined a Zoom call Sunday night that just
hold up.
Full
stop. What the fuck kind of racist? If you were to say that in reverse, let's just pick Whitey. Because Whitey is evil. Let's just talk about this. White people are the base of the Republican Party. White men. Okay, that sounds pretty fucking racist, right? Racist? I love the Zoom feature. That's fun. White people control politics. Sounds racist as fuck, right? So why is it fine, again, when somebody says, Black women are the base of the Democratic Party? First of all, hold up. First of all, what are you talking about? Black women have, and I'm not discouraging anybody from politics, but Black women seem to have had very little interest in my life that I've spoken to firsthand, any interest in fucking politics at all. But when you say Black women are the base of an entire party that reaches back to, I don't know, slavery, segregation, and sexism, Democrats, by the way, all were responsible for those. What are you fucking talking about?
Rhino, they're
I can't.
They're
click
not.
the button. Hang on. There you go.
They're not hiding their motives anymore. Plain and simple. They're not hiding what they're trying to do anymore. Remember, go back to what I said earlier in this stream. It's not about what you figure out about this. Ignorance of all of this is no excuse at this point. It don't matter what we figure out and what we know. It's what we do, the actions, who we hold accountable and get some stuff done about it. They're not hiding their intentions anymore. This is out in the open now because they're bluffing the American people into doing something about it. That's what this is. It's a warning. America, wake up. They're open and they're literally middle fingering you every chance they get because they're open and they know you're not going to do anything about it. They're bluffing you.
I strongly sense MGTOW Outlaw needs to do a stream on this, and I strongly sense he needs to do it on a day when I'm off or off of work finally. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. Outlaw, you need to do a stream on this soon. Okay. All right. All right. No, I agree. He's on fire. He's fucking on fire in a good way, not like in a gay way where you die because it's hot and you die from flames and stuff. He's on fire in a good way. But I got to get back to the point because that's the point. But he's right. He's right. He's right. How much of that money was withheld until Joe dropped out, says Tim Roble. If I pronounce that wrong, please correct me. Gee, I wonder. They already admitted to that to you publicly as well. They've said, politicians and celebrities, that until Joe drops out, we're not going to donate. They wanted this. This was part of their plan. Outlaw is speaking profound statements. I'm just speaking current events. So follow him, MGTOW Outlaw. Please, by the way, promote the shit out of yourself right now.
Well, I mean, I'm nothing special, but
do it. Don't you fuck around.
If you like what you see and or hear from my part of it, I'm on MGTOW Outlaw on YouTube. If you get tired of the MGTOW Red Pill stuff, I've got some nostalgia stuff that we do.
Yes, sir.
Or, if you like urban exploration like I do, there's some more stuff there. Also, I have a Red Pill Records channel. We're trying to get some Red Pill music in the community if people like that and they want a little bit of entertainment, something else to listen to that's not on the radio. A lot of it's AI. You can do that, or make what is it? Odyssey, Rumble, Discord, Gilded, all the good stuff, man. So
yeah, and I like to give him shit, but it's 100% sincere. Like, he doesn't give himself enough credit. He says, "I'm nothing special." Shut the fuck up. Like people like you, Outlaw. You're well spoken. You're easy to listen to. You make a lot of good fucking solid points. So yeah, please check him out. Subscribe, like, share his content. He's a good dude. He's been following me. I've been following him for shit, I think, since both of our channels started. I think he speaks better than I do, though. To be honest. Yeah. Let's see. We had a super chat come through. Let me put that on the screen if I can find it. There we go. Alex Patino. Glad to see you here. $10. Rhino, you're gonna give yourself an aneurysm by logic. You need a strong. What is that? Is it drink? Is it what is it? What is that? What is it drink? Thank you, sir. I might, but I'm also having fun. I found that I have buttons that do things, and that makes the day so much better. I'm enjoying the shit out of that. And the pause button on the headphone. That thing is cool too. Didn't know, had no clue. But this is the best fucking headphones. You never seen headphones this great. I have the best headphones. Everybody knows it. Love it. Andrea is a huge biscuit. Oh, all right. That was successful endeavors for you. Shadow Sonata. Broken mask is turned into full mask of arrogance. They do not care if you are aware. That's fucking right.
They don't care.
Yep. Timothy Roble. We need more of Jackal's bullshit reports. That's fucking true. I don't know where the fuck Jackal is. I know I've been all quiet on the Western Front since I'll just fucking say it. Since Blake has kind of stepped back and other things have changed in the show. I haven't really been following a lot of the recent content. Not to say there's anything wrong with Pop, his show. I miss the old show. I miss the Blake and Pop twice a week. It just hasn't been the same since. Not that I don't like the fucking, the other guys. It's different. Yeah, Jackal, come back, do some more bullshit reports, huh? It's sorely missed.
I did make one recently.
Well, okay, there you go. Cliff, just dismiss it completely. Cliff, 3188, 44,000 black women. How many of them are how many of them are welfare recipients? Damn it, Jackal. Welfare recipients. They only support Heal Up Harris because they want to keep getting their free handouts. Yes. All right. Let's see. Aneurysm. Annie Lennox was awesome. What the fuck, dude? All right. Turd Ferguson. I have a feeling Obama will run for VP. There's no fucking way, dude. You're out of your goddamn mind. I wouldn't be shocked. But you're out of your goddamn mind. Any more?
It'll be Big Mike. Big Mike.
Big Mike. Big Mike. Michelle. Michael Obama. Anyway, let's see. I got all those chats out of the way. Let me make sure I didn't miss any on Rumble. No, those are the two on Rumble super chats that came in. Anything on Cash App? Negative. We are good. And PayPal, I don't even think anybody uses PayPal anymore since they fucked Bob, which I agree. Fuck PayPal. All right. We have something fun and not. Listen here. We have something fun, not lame, not gay to show you now to kind of lighten the mood, but also to show you how badass taking out a certain idiot concave face glasses wearing fuck was. Let's check it out, shall we? This is coming from Brandon Herrera. Some of you may know that individual. He is a big fan of the Second Amendment and does a lot of videos on it. Let's check it out.
And he likes Russian guns.
Yes, sir. Here it is. Let's full screen that shit.
On July 13th, 2024, an attempt was made on the life of the 45th president of the United States and potentially 47th, Donald Trump. The thankfully failed assassin fired a handful of bullets from an AR-15 off of a nearby rooftop, one of which nicking the president in his right ear. The Secret Service was then able to retaliate with one of their snipers, ending the threat at about 3,200 feet per second. But while this assassination attempt was unsuccessful, it started a whole host of conspiracy theories on the internet, and it raised a lot of questions, really, about ballistics, amongst other things. So given that recreating historical assassinations is something that we do quite a lot on the channel, we figured that we might be able to shed some light on some of these subjects that are currently in heavy debate in the ballistics of the situation. Now, this is the first time we've ever tackled a situation like this where the person in question is still alive, not only still alive, but still actively running for president. But I do think we have the capability to add a lot of productive data to the conversation in an educational manner, while also giving the situation the seriousness and respect that I think it dictates. At least as much as we're capable. So there's three main things that I want to hit.
The blonde wig.
First two demonstrations to kind of dispel a lot of conspiracy theories right now. And the third is for fun. The first is showing how a shot like this is not only difficult to stage, but given the equipment, pretty much damn well impossible. The second is to address the internet armchair experts who think that an AR-15 is so deadly that even a shot on the ear would have been an instant kill and that it was faked with blood packets or fucking aliens, I don't know. So we're going to replicate the shot on the ear to show exactly what happens in that situation. Now, the third thing, just because I think it's really cool, we're going to be replicating the return shot on the shooter from the Secret Service sniper rifle. We didn't have to do this, but to be honest, I like the old-fashioned movies where the bad guy gets his comeuppance at the end. So I feel like it's a pretty good finale, and it's going to look hella good in slow motion. And as always, when we do a spicier video like this, my friends are more than willing to help. Bye, career. I don't know why the fuck they wanted to be associated with this one, but they volunteered anyway, so it should be a fun day. This is the AR-15. As you can tell, very effective weapon. This particular iteration is a semi-automatic civilian legal version. This one in particular is kind of more of a budget gun with an optic mounted slightly too far forward, which is exactly what it looked like the shooter had as well. Now, to a competent person, making a shot on a target that is man-sized at about 130, 150 yards, not that difficult. Pretty much any experienced shooter can do that on their bad day. That's also assuming that the average competent shooter has one thing that the would-be assassin did not: more muscle mass than a 7th grade cheerleader. But now what internet experts are trying to claim is that it was an inside job, it was staged, and that the shooter very intentionally only hit him in the ear to, you know, boost his ratings.
Right.
Now, with the shooter using an even worse AR-15, it was like an old DPMS, which is just pretty garbage tier, to be honest, and a red dot with no magnification. I'm going to show you exactly what that shot would have looked like from the shooter's perspective, and then you can judge for yourself how easy that shot would have been to stage. So we have our stand-in ballistic dummy target here, and we are going to walk back and pace out about 130 yards. It was between, I believe, 130 to 150 yards is where the shot was taken. Let's go on the inside of that and do 130 just to give the most benefit of the doubt here. For context, this is approximately 130 yards. See what that looks like down the sight. So we were just back there at like 130 yards
Can't
trying to
see
get
shit.
Dot. Would any
Right.
of you stand at 130 yards and let me take a shot on your ear?
I wouldn't let you do that at 2 yards.
Well, that's just because you're a pussy. Because the other thing that, like, trying to explain to people on the
Damn.
internet, especially the experts on Twitter, they don't understand, like, MOA. So, like, when you have a garbage tier AR-15 that's, you know, a DPMS from fucking 15 years ago that was his dad's gun, you're doing, like, a 2 to 3 MOA. So 3 inches, let's say, at 100 yards. Some would say too much. 3 inches at 100 yards is now at 150. That's 4.5 inches difference. You know what's suspiciously 4.5 inches to the left of your right ear? Yeah.
Wait, which way?
There's air. You absolutely, like, this dot covered a good chunk of the head at that distance at 130. Yeah, no bipod, super elevated heart rate, no magnification. So a lot of people were saying, like, well, yeah, you could just zoom in a scope like Call of Duty, huh? No, it's not a scope. This is not like a fucking sniper weapon. This right
That's
here
not
is
how
one
shit works.
magnification. So it's 0 mag. It's literally just looking through a piece of glass with a dot on it. So yeah, now hopefully you have a better idea of why saying that the ear shot was specifically staged using that setup at like 150 yards is just fucking stupid, frankly. But speaking of fucking stupid, there's another conspiracy theory that, of course, Trump was not hit by a bullet because bullets, you know, expand and they have, you know, a crazy temporary cavity and it would have taken his whole head off and all sorts of shit. And he was hit by flying glass that came from fucking, I don't know. It's Twitter. So we're going to recreate to the best of our ability the path of the bullet going through a small strip of flesh, the ear here, and show exactly what that would do to a human ear. Now, in order to actually capture the bullet as it's grazing through the ear, we would need some serious high speed. Maybe even ballistic high speed.
Did someone say high speed?
I don't know why they keep doing
Why
that.
did you invite us,
It's like a bit or something. I don't. So 100,000 frames per second. That should be plenty enough to catch a bullet like that because it's traveling at what, 3,000 feet a second, roughly.
So this will slow down time 3,000 to 4,000 times slower than normal.
Perfect. Well, let's get to it, guys.
Let's do it.
Now, we don't really care about distance on this one since, I mean, the ballistics are going to be negligible. If anything, closer distance should do more damage. So if this just rips right through the ear like it did in real life, then that should definitively prove it. So let's, I just want to make sure we get the most accurate shot possible. Firing.
Did I see a jiggle?
Did you? Oh, I barely clipped the ear. I clipped it right on the side, not on the top. I clipped him like right there in the middle.
I have to look for like a vibration. Oh,
yep, there it was.
Oh, you definitely grazed the ear.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Whoa.
Damn.
That was like edge of the bullet.
Yeah.
So I want to jump in really quick. It says he got 8 shots off, Timothy Roble. They're not, especially after the video where the local police, Secret Service, standing over the shooter's body. They counted a rangefinder and 8 shells. But yet, Cheadle said she couldn't tell you how many shells. If we break down the audio from earlier, there are 3 distinct shots. Then there are 5 more distinct shots. That does equal 8. The only problem with that is they're from 2 different locations. If you are to believe the audio files in front of you, rewind if you didn't see them, or is it rewind? Yeah, I think it's that way. Rewind. Everything's backwards. Check it for yourself. I showed you live on air. You can go back and look at those videos. Rewind, like I said, and check it out. 3 shots came from one gun. 5 shots came from another gun. or another location. But how do you go from here to here in seconds?
You don't.
Right. Something is wrong about what they said. You figure it out.
I know. I think we could get closer. Yeah, so I think he actually got hit right up here. The bullet impact was right there. You could see where it just grazed the very edge of like the middle of his ear.
So
But we're going to try to go for the meat.
What I find the most interesting is that the whole head is still there.
Okay. This is going to go on a little bit longer. Got to break this down. Rewind. Whichever. Rewind. Okay. Go back. Watch the video where it breaks down the sound. 9 shots, right? 1 sniper shot. There are actually 9 shots total. There are 3 from said idiot. There are then 5. Then there's 1 more. Then there's the final shot, which is assumed to be idiot being taken out, right? So if you were to count bullets that day, you would have counted 10. 10. 10 rounds were fired that day. Not 7, not 9, not 8. 10 rounds. Okay? Count them. 10. Just like the fingers on my hands for now until I do something stupid with the tool. But 10 rounds were fired. Okay? And the 9th would have been unknown. The 5 before are at least 100 yards further than the 3 that the idiot concave phase took. And then there's 1 unexplained, and then 1 that was the kill shot. That's 10, right? So I don't know. The official narrative is bullshit, is all I'm saying.
That's kind of crazy. I thought it would have disappeared. Firing. Oh, yeah. I think that was it. Oh, yeah. That was the fucking money shot right there.
That's a perfect sim there.
Here's the trip about this.
I don't know. This is crazy. I don't think a bullet.
So you watch this video here, which we're going over, and I want you to see the slow motion that comes up next. Again, everything's in fucking reverse. Over here, watch the slow-mo. No one has said officially that Trump's eardrum burst or any other damage was done, other than people making fun of him for wearing a Band-Aid. These are the same assholes that forced all of us to wear masks in public for 4 years, which most of us that were smart didn't. But regardless, some of them are still wearing masks. I wish I was joking, but I see them daily. Some of these idiots are still wearing masks for the common cold. I mean, COVID. I mean, whatever you want to call it. The death jab experiment. It is what it is. Evidence is coming out now. That jab is killing people. Whatever. They want to make fun of them for a medical surgery Band-Aid, but yet ignore the fact that they wore diapers on their faces for 4 years. 5 years now. Okay. That's pretty gay and lame. But look what happens to his ear in this ballistic shot. His eardrum's got to be toast, right? I don't know, but I've had far less take out my eardrums. Check it out.
Well, it actually hit him.
Like his neck's not broken.
Where do you get the glass?
I'm taking ballistic out of my name because I clearly don't understand them.
Oh, that was fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Piercing.
Yo,
Dude, that's wild.
what'd they say? Don't get your ears pierced at Claire's.
Ouch. Motherfucking ouch.
Yeah, that
When Trump said
probably would have caused a collapse of the
someone kind of slapped you on the ear.
I was just going to say, I'm actually personally
eardrum.
surprised that it had
Yeah.
that much temporary cavity, that much expansion.
But notice how the head is still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way he doesn't have a burst eardrum.
Right.
I mean, everybody's making fun of his ear bandage in his speech, saying like, "Oh, he's wearing a."
Which, by the way, makes you a boss. Okay, I don't know if you've ever had this happen to you. I've been hit in the head a few times, fucking sparring, fucking around. I've had my eardrum fucked up, one from like an open hand. That was this side. And then one was a fucking direct punch, right? Both times, this was a perforation. I don't remember what this one was, but it was still fucked up either way for a couple weeks. To give an hour and a half long speech only like 4 days after having your ear completely shredded like that, bro, that's like a boss fucking move in itself. Because half your head, when you even perforate it, let alone whatever the fuck that bullet did, even a perforation, it makes it sound like you've got your head underwater halfway. And trying to give a speech while you can hear a fucking ocean on half of your head, that's some boss shit right there. Not gonna lie.
That just means that he was listening to SpongeBob the whole time.
That's funny, but shut up.
Explode from cavitation from getting hit by a gun. Like,
yeah, it looked okay because I know he was golfing the next day, which talk about fucking Chad energy right there.
I mean, Evander Holyfield finished the round, so
to be fair.
That was fake news. He didn't golf the next day, but whatever. We're going to let that go.
You got, assassination attempt at 8, but you've got a tea time at 9 a.m. Like, yeah, what you gonna do? A lot of people talk about how Trump turned his head at the last minute, and that's what saved his life. And it's really easy to see. Like, there's graphics and shit of it, but now that we have a ballistic dummy here, you can actually plainly see the trajectory the bullet took to go through the ear the way that it did. If his head was tilted the way that it was before he went to go look at that graph, it's hitting a lot of, the really important lizard brain stuff that makes you, continue to breathe. So him turning his head at the last minute got a lot of the vital part of his brain out of the way of that bullet, which is just, talk about luck. We might be having a very different conversation had that not been the case. I think that is what would qualify as too soon. Speaking of too soon, you want to gank the shooter?
Yes.
Oh, God, yes. So now let's talk about something that the Secret Service would have been using to take out the nameless nerd and virgin. This right here is an Accuracy International 300 Win Mag. Accuracy International was like the Lamborghini of bolt guns as far as like not getting something stupid custom done. Very, very nice rifle. I've been shooting this setup a little bit this last couple days. Fucking amazing gun. Better be, because they're like 15 grand. Got our 300 Win Mag spicy boys right here. Gonna load it on up.
Oh, yeah.
Bolts open though for now. Got a Badger Ordnance scope mount with a Night Force ATAC scope, topped off with an RRS tripod. These things are very expensive and very nice. I've never really shot with one before the last couple days, and it is amazing. It's really like cheating. Now I know how they were able to pop that shot off so quick and so accurately after the first round was fired. It's a funny story. I bought this whole setup from Euro-Optic, and I was not paying very close attention because I knew I needed to get this video out quickly. So I was in a rush. I bought an Accuracy International bolt gun, and I didn't realize I bought the wrong one. I bought one
higher powered than
with a
what they
left-handed
had.
bolt, not super useful to a right-handed shooter like me. I called up Euro-Optic, told them the situation. I got somebody on the phone in like 30 minutes. They helped me out, not because I had a
So here's the funny part. What you're about to see is not the actual bullets used, but God, I wish they would have. This is the best part of this video right here.
the contact there. I was a random customer who spent my own money on this gun, and I fucked up. Their shipping guys got it squared away right off the bat, and I had it in time for the video. Then we told them what we were doing with the video, and they wanted to be a part of it, so they actually ended up sending us out this tripod and really just hooking us up. So we really appreciate Euro-Optic for not only just having a great customer service experience, like genuinely, I was impressed, but also just for
We're gonna just fast forward through that little bit of shit there.
not 100%
Get
clear,
on
judging by
with
some
it.
of the photos that I've seen, exactly where he was shot and where it exited. So I'm going to take some creative liberty. I know he was shot in the head. So now we're going to see in about 100,000 frames per second exactly what was going through his head. So he kind of looks like Harry Potter now that I think about it.
Why's his teeth so straight?
Yeah, his teeth are kind of straight.
What is that, a jaw? This isn't accurate.
I need to kind of carve some of that away, make it a little flatter down here, kind of concave his head in a little bit. Don't worry, we'll do that part actually in here in a second.
Yeah, I think the 300 Win Mag will take good care of him.
Godspeed, little asshole.
Yes.
Without further ado, I'll go ahead and take this shot. Firing. 3, 2, 1. I think we hit him. Wow.
Fuck.
Holy shit.
That is violent.
That's graphic.
His brain's laying on the ground back here.
Oh, that looks more like his jawline. Bet you won't do that again. Dude, that is genuinely like a fucking 3,200 feet per second decapitation.
Fuck, dude.
He fell down.
I can't. A loud noise was heard and he fell.
Wait till you see this.
Based on
That's
how
too
fucking
cool.
cool it looked 150 yards away, it's gonna look
Check
pretty
this
cool.
shit out. This means use the right bullets, ladies and gentlemen. That's what this means. Look at that little fucker go. Watermelon. Beautiful. What is left? That skull? Yeah, that's some Mortal Kombat shit right there.
That looks just like
That's like Halo. No scoping somebody.
Well, it looked like him at some point in his life. That looks more like him now.
So you did put the glasses.
Oh, really? Okay, good, good. Oh,
Yeah, it
I was
shattered it.
I was aiming for the glasses. The
Yeah, you
left
hit him,
side
like,
glasses.
right here on the verge of it.
Oh, it's turning his all the force is still pulling his skull backwards.
Oh yeah, because I hit him technically on his
you were
right
saying,
side, so he
you could watch
spun.
it.
Well, so the death photo didn't quite look like that, but we were also using like ballistic tip shit and all. Yeah.
It ignites stuff inside of his head. Right?
Yeah, it absolutely does. You see the flash.
That's probably the metal off of the.
It's the radio the CIA was playing the messages to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
There you go.
Well, I believe the president is safe. Not gonna lie, I was a little graphic. That was probably a little unnecessary.
Fatality.
But hopefully, some of the stuff that we talked about today dispels a few of the myths. There's a lot of misinformation going around. A lot of people who really don't know what they're talking about, weighing in and spreading a lot of conspiracy stuff that really doesn't make sense. And you know, well, stuff like
There
this
it
is
is.
kind of fun in a way that doing science is fun, doing ballistic stuff is kind of fun. I think it does kind of go without saying that the message that we're trying to get out here today is just data, trying to put right some conspiracy theories and things.
All right, there you go. So it was all bullshit that it was faked. All right. I got to read this. This is from Successful Endeavors. Rhino, as bullets pass through a body, the bullet doesn't do that much damage, but the vacuum of the bullet drags air into the cavity. As the bullet exits, the air pressure causes explosions in there. Hence, the eardrum is probably fucked, in my opinion. Which is where, who said that? Shadow Sonata. He'll probably need a cochlear implant to compensate. I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much, but if that ear did what that ear in the ballistics gel did, yeah, fuck, man. Probably. After that, he's still smarter than Biden. No shit. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Shinobi One, thank you for that.
Oh man.
Okay, we're about to wrap up, but I want to see if there's anything new. We don't need to go over old news now. I think we've covered everything that is old and gay. Deep State got Joe Biden, possibly.
Like you?
Yes. Fuck you. Fuck you. All right. Let's see. Is Biden alive? We don't know yet. Hang on a sec. Just going through some of this. Actually, gentlemen, I'll start with you. Your thoughts so far today.
I've pretty much said everything I wanted to say. I mean,
Not final thoughts, you son of a bitch. Just thoughts.
wow. I mean, it's gonna be like that, then I don't know if I should say anything.
You better do it. You better fucking do it.
Jesus Christ. Oh,
He's
man,
not here.
Stop it. Don't be gay.
And Jesus Christ. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Like, I've said everything I'm going to say about it. It's,
That's fine. That's okay. Say more.
Say more.
Say
what else needs to be said? I mean, it's up to the individual to take the information that's given to them and act accordingly.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you've seen enough evidence. You know that people lie to you on the internet. I mean, not here, but I'm saying on that. Take the appropriate measures, folks.
This
All I
footage
know
you're
to tell
seeing
you.
here, by the way, is just how close he came to being totally fucked. If you didn't see that, let's replay it again. I wanted you to see this because it's kind of important. They almost got away with it. Let's full screen that. Enhance. One
they
more time.
almost pooped on our plans.
I mean, the thing about it is, if he had been assassinated right then and there, they were anticipating the backlash that was going to come off of it from people in America. They were ready for it, and they're still ready for it. They know there's a backlash that's brewing. They already know it. They already know to anticipate it. I still say it's all part of the martial law they're trying to implement.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that very easily. Let's see. We've got like 3 more on the screen here. I want to see if there's anything new that has popped off since we've been streaming, because it's been that crazy that in the last 3 hours, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something new. Let's see if there is anything. We're still waiting on, looks like Trump may be starting. He speaks at 6 p.m. Eastern, so that is, holy shit, right now. Well, fuck it, why not? Show's already been long enough. Why not make it longer? I said I wouldn't put you through 5 hours. By the way, panel, you are free to come and go as you please. That's what she said. Let's see what's going on here.
Oof. Oh. You mean like pop sex? Allegedly.
Beautiful North Carolina.
Yeah.
Very close to the South Carolina border. So we had a moment of asking the Patriots in the audience, do you prefer North Carolina?
You guys ever watch something live and wish you could fast forward?
Yes.
Come on, damn it.
Yeah. This show about 10 minutes ago.
Fuck you.
Thriving in really difficult times and with no help from the federal.
All right. While we're waiting on that, we're going to actually pop into a couple other videos. He is going to be speaking. I'll keep an eye on that. If he goes live, we'll listen. But let's see what else we got queued up. We only had 3 other videos. We'll probably only play 1 or 2. But let's see. Yeah.
Federal government nor the Biden administration, but states that.
Let's switch to this one here. This one's pretty good, actually. His name's Jesse on Fire. He's fairly new. Apparently, he's had over 200,000 subscribers in the last week join him. But I caution you, he's only repeating everything Benny Johnson says minute to minute. So, I mean, he is his own channel. I give him credit for that, but he's also copying a lot of content, which, I mean, what the fuck are we doing? We're just responding to content. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Maybe a douche. I don't know. Who knows? But he's new. He's growing.
Hey, he'll never be douchier than you.
I'm the biggest douche that ever douched. You never seen a douche greater than me. There it is. All right, let's go.
At least you're owning up to it.
I don't care. It's true. It's facts. All facts. I don't lie here. Biggest douche that ever was. All right, here we go.
Never ends. I go upstairs. I'm like, all right, let's cover Kimberly Cheadle, who went on Capitol Hill and got absolutely gutted from the inside out. We'll go through some of that, and then as I'm filming that video, it's like, hey, did you know that Joe Biden's being reported as dead? I'm like, no, I did not know that. I start looking through it. It's like, yeah, he's either dead or terminally ill. And I'm like, wow, that's a big story. I feel like I should probably cover that. So I filmed that. And then while I'm filming that, I put that video up. I get up. I'm like, I'll go take a break, go to jujitsu. And then bam, out of nowhere, okay, this report comes up. And oh my God, okay? Oh my God. So I honestly think that this is so important that I'm going to tell you who this is reporting it first, because it is like, this is so serious, okay? So the Oversight Project is the Everyday Americans legal and investigative org battling corruption and weaponization. And they got 50,000. They've got the yellow check. Okay. How am I not following them? I mean, listen, dude, bottom line, this is a credible source. All right. Now take a look at this little gem right here that we're going to look at, dude. So this is about connections between the assassin and the federal agencies, specifically the FBI, it looks like. So, okay. So that's what we're going to do, okay? And we're talking like digital footprint connections. Like, we're not talking, hey, we saw this guy who worked for the FBI in 1992, and he was walking on a street that Thomas Cooks or whatever, Crooks had lunch on 6 weeks prior. We're talking like cell phone tracked to his residence that is connected to the FBI building in DC. It was here at his house, and now it's here in an FBI building, like that kind of connection.
By the way, just really want to thank you guys for supporting the show. I know we're doing reaction content today, kind of checking on other channels and seeing what's going on. I really appreciate you, though. As of this very moment, we have 40 plus people in-house watching between channels, which is odd for us because normally this time of day there'd be like 3 people watching, considering we're not doing it at our normal time or normal day. The last video I uploaded had almost 1,000 views on it. I appreciate you guys for supporting the show. Thank you so much. If you like this content, the biggest thing you can do, it's not super chat, it's not fucking Cash App. Like this content, share this content, and please, please subscribe. That's the biggest thing you can do. Just share it, like it, subscribe to it. Let other people know we're out here. We'll continue reporting on these topics the best we can with a little bit of humor and the way we do things here. But I just want to thank you. On an off hour, on an off day, you guys are coming through. I don't know what the total is. It only shows me the current. But the last time I logged off, there was like 400 views on a live, like right there. So thank you guys for supporting the show. It really does mean a lot. Let's get back to this.
Action, which is absolutely insane. I don't understand how all of these stories are real, but they are. And so that is what we're going to look at. And you can go ahead and subscribe to the channel, and you can say that you were here before 400,000 subscribers when I have 7 million, and you're like, I was there. I mean, listen, dude, I had less than 200,000 10 days ago. 10 days ago, I had 184,000 subscribers, and now I have whatever I have now, which is just bananas. I am incredibly grateful, and I'm happy to have all of you guys. So go ahead and like this video also, if you guys don't mind, and jump on a ship that seems to be headed in the right direction. What? All right, so check this out. The Oversight Project is reporting assassination info drop. We found the assassin's connections through our in-depth analysis of mobile ad data to track movements of Crooks and his associates. Okay. To do this, we tracked devices that regularly visited both Crooks' home and place of work and followed them.
This is the bombshell I was talking about earlier. Check this out.
Right? So, this is why a special commission, not a task force, is needed. This cannot be business as usual. Business as usual almost got Donald Trump killed. Congress has already shown an inability to compel information. Yeah, that's exactly right, because they straight up could not get her to answer any questions today. That was infuriating, dude. So here we go. Someone who regularly visited Crooks' home and work also visited a building in Washington, D.C., located in Gallery Place. This is in the same vicinity as an FBI office in June 26th, 2023. Whose device is this? Are you serious? Seriously, whose device is this? Okay. If this is the FBI, then I feel like we should probably know exactly why the FBI was in the house of a guy who was in a BlackRock commercial and then subsequently took shots at the president. Okay. I don't understand why. It's always citizen journalists who find this stuff, you know?
Right.
Like, why can't you tell us if stuff like this happens? Unless there is something.
Yeah. Like I said, I see Ike's comment here. Seriously, podcast. Listen, you don't have to agree with the guy. You don't have to subscribe to him or like him or any of that shit. But he's following up on some pretty legit shit. So, like him or not, he might be not to your liking, to your taste. But this is bombshell shit here, regardless. So we'll continue.
You're trying to cover up, you know, unless there's something you're trying to cover up. Like, what is this? Like the woman in that extra grilled the Secret Service director today. She's like, why won't you tell us how many shells were on the roof? Okay. You're telling us, you know, how many shells were on the roof. The slanted roof, there should be zero, right? There should be 0 shells on the roof because it's so slanted that it's too dangerous for Secret Service to be on, which means that, you know, the spent casings would have slid right off because it's just so slanted. But no, she won't answer that question, right? And so it's like, all right, well, can you explain why there is cell phone data from a person who is in the shooter's house, who again is in a BlackRock commercial, so obviously knows someone at BlackRock, and is going to the plaza where the FBI is, like a year ago. Who is this? Okay. Now, another device linked to crooks visited Plymouth, Massachusetts. So here you go. Pittsburgh to, I mean, you can see this tracking here. It's at a hotel in Plymouth. I don't know what that means exactly. We found a device linked to Crook's work that traveled to Butler, Pennsylvania on July 4th and July 8th. And then this device stopped all activity to July 12th. Huh? Sounds like a burner.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right? Stopped at, there's a Home Depot. And then this is where he worked.
Okay. Interrupting again. Paul 70 Static. Don't forget, in 2 years, we'll be told none of this ever happened, and we are remembering it wrong. That is why this episode exists. So remember T-Rex and Rhino at a podium. Remember this episode. It may not be important today. Today, it's just, what do we do going forward? But 2 years from now, it may be, that's why. Remember this. Remember the stuff you are seeing here on the show today. Share it with your friends. I don't even need you to share the stream. I don't care. Download it. I don't fucking care. I'm not going to copyright strike you. I don't give a fuck. Download it, trim it, cut it, share it. This is news. This is critical information for you to share with your friends so that this information gets out there and that other people know the bullshit that's going on. I really don't care. I don't do this for money. I make like 2 cents per fucking show. Seriously, maybe $2. Maybe, if I'm lucky. If it wasn't for super chats, we'd be shut down by now. So thank you, the viewer, but fuck YouTube, you're gay and lame. But seriously, in 2 years, this small little show here may hold some valuable information that they told you didn't happen. Don't forget that, because they will do that, because they have done that. Remember that. All right, let's move on.
It worked. Device linked to his work. So it's probably like a burner. One device linked to crooks visited Allegheny Arms. So this is some kind of gun shop. right? And then here's all the relevant locations within Bethel Park, Pennsylvania that are linked to both Crooks's home and a place of work. Okay, so it looks like you've got Tang Sudo Karate College, Bethel Park Laundromat, Flora Garden.
God damn it, successful. Don't forget the information we shared with you today. Share it, download it, keep it going. That's all. I know you're probably being a smartass, but fuck off. There we go.
I don't really know. Oh, this is actually blacked out. Oh, it's got to be an address, probably. These are addresses, I would imagine. Then goes to the work, school. I don't really know what to make of this, to be honest. Okay, for those who are tracking this type of data, we identified devices that were located at Crook's home and his work within the last year. There were at least 9 devices linked to those 80 IDs. We are willing to cooperate with legitimate investigations and share further information. For the protection of whistleblowers and our investigation, we will not.
By the way, Trump is not on stage yet. They have started the rally. If Trump shows up, we'll switch to it. If we don't end the show before then, if we do end the show, head over to Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can see it there. But we'll reshare it here if we can.
And the U.S. Secret Service, because they're afraid that their whistleblowers are going to get got. That's wild, but not unreasonable. And then here's Secret Service is right there.
We got to switch over. We're going to switch over now.
Says, is that?
There we go. Switching over. Get this added to screen. Jackal, you were back with us. Sorry for keeping you in the back so long. Here we go. All right, we're going to keep this muted for a second. Guys, your thoughts on the last video we watched while we wait for him to come on onto the podium. He's almost there, so brief thoughts. Anyone? Outlaw's out, probably. Jackal looks like he is out as well. So we're just waiting for him to come onto the podium. You can see him standing there. If anybody wants to say anything prior to him coming on, please do so. He's getting pretty close, though. All right. It's not going to be anything life-changing, by the way. This is just a rally. It's not a huge thing, but let's see what he has to say. Yeah, still doing the song. Stand by. Panel, are you there? Anybody? Say something.
I'm back.
All right, Jackal, your thoughts, because he usually takes like 10 minutes to actually get onto the... Well, maybe. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You got a few seconds.
Okay, well, that last guy that you were watching, yeah, he probably is just regurgitating something that somebody has already got, because let's be honest, unless you have connections with Intel people, you are not actually going to be the guy to get the information out first. And getting connections is like chance. Like, there's no guarantee that you're going to meet somebody who either A, is in Intel and has access to that information, or B, likes you enough to actually tell you anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So that's the alternative. Yeah. The alternative is regurgitating, but there is one thing to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a caveat to that. How do you trust this person? How do you know that how do you have guarantee that they're not feeding you false information? It's just like the news.
On that note, we're switching over really quick.
Hell of a man. Thank you, Richard. Great honor to be introduced by you. And thank you to a place called North Carolina.
Jackal, you made a solid point, though. You got to trust where you get news from. That is absolutely correct.
Couple women from North Carolina right over there.
All right. We're seeing North Carolina rally live.
Tell you 129 different rallies. Can you believe it? Look how great they look. And their husbands love them. I don't know how the husbands do this. They travel all over, and finally we have one in North Carolina, nice and easy. Nice and easy for you. No, they're incredible people.
This has been kind of a crazy show today. Didn't expect to actually do this live. Wasn't part of the plan, but
With thousands and thousands
kind of cool.
Proud, hardworking American patriots, which is
It
what
was
you
all
are.
part of the plan.
Not this time.
This is a nice arena. How about the people outside that can't?
You didn't get the joke.
That's a lot of
No, I
people
didn't.
too. Would anybody like to give up your seats? Would anybody? You're just not generous people.
Jeez.
As you know, 3 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of our country, crooked Joe Biden. He
I don't even
quit
call him president
because he
is
was
president.
losing so badly in the polls. He was
No,
down
he
in
wasn't.
every single poll and down by a lot, so he quit. But really, what happened was the leaders of the Democrat Party, in a very undemocratic move.
Look at
the
that
bosses,
T-shirt.
they said,
Look at that
"Either you
T-shirt
get out,
right
or we're
there.
going to throw you out."
Can you see it?
Using the 25th Amendment. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
To the left.
that guy in the black shirt
So
standing
what,
to his
well, you
Yeah.
know
Trump's
that. That's
right.
what happens. That's what happens. These are
That's cool.
nasty people, the Democrats. So we better beat them, or we're not going to have a country left. You're not going to have a country left. So now we have a new victim to defeat. Lion Kamala Harris. Lion. Lyin apostrophe. The most incompetent and far left vice president in American history. By the way, they did a poll. She was rated the worst vice president in history. I've never seen that poll before, but that's the poll. Together, we will win North Carolina in an epic landslide. We're way ahead in the polls.
Yeah.
Beat
so,
that ass. Beat that ass.
And we will take back that
Jumping in really
beautiful
quick,
White House,
FYI,
and we
Successful
will
Endeavor says
very simply
CNN had
make
never attended a
America
Trump rally
great
until the
again.
assassination attempt. Look it up. I have heard that, and it is interesting to say the least. But before you go conspiracy crazy on me, keep in mind he was announcing or supposed to announce JD Vance as the VP that day before he got shot. So just keep that in mind. CNN may have wanted to know who the VP was for ratings at least, just to turn the conspiracy theory off a bit.
Before they opened fire.
I was supposed to be nice. They say something happened to me when I got shot. I became nice. And when you're dealing with these people, they're very dangerous people. When you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice.
Quit playing with Legos.
So if you don't mind, I'm not going to be
I'll
nice.
just mute my mouth.
Do you notice something though about
You want me
his
to be
ear?
nice.
Hang on, let me turn this down so you can talk over it. There you go.
Do you notice how his ear doesn't even look like it's been shot at?
Yeah, I did notice. No Band-Aid, no nothing. But you've got the best surgeon on the planet with that money. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd love to see like a close-up shot and see how they put that back together.
I would too, dude, but I'm not going to fucking be super critical of it just because, again, if you got billions and billions of dollars, you can probably afford a good surgeon.
Yeah, I mean,
You could afford a surgeon that'll fuck you afterwards.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
I know it's super easy to be conspiracy theory driven, especially in our space. I just don't think it was fake at all. You know what I mean?
no, that's not what I'm implying. I'm just saying his ear doesn't look like it's been shot at. That's what I'm saying.
I got you.
Like it looks like it's,
Well,
it's
the
magic
camera is also
cool.
at a distance.
Yeah. We don't know how much damage is done. We'll have to. Maybe somebody in the crowd will get a good picture. You know, it's the media.
There it is.
I mean, you can see it's not the right color at the top. You can see that clearly.
Yeah.
Here, let me. We'll screen that shit.
Yeah,
We
there's
gotta fucking listen to this. Well, look at that. You can see right there. It's not quite right.
Yeah.
as vice president.
Probably
she
the
cast the
graininess
tie-breaking
of
votes
whoever's
that created
streaming
the
it.
worst inflation in a half
Could
a
be.
century, decimating middle-class families and hurting very badly, as you know, all people in North Carolina. And by the way,
Who would have
Laura
thought we'd be
says
streaming
hello.
another
Laura, do
rally
we love Laura?
live?
How good is Laura? She is terrific.
Back to blue.
She has done a
I don't.
tremendous
Okay.
job. You know, I'm saying
All
it now
right.
because if I forget it later on,
I got a problem
they'll
with
say
this.
he's cognitively challenged.
I got a problem with this. This sign here. This is exactly why I can't just like say I'm Republican. I'm still libertarian because back the blue, you mean back the boot that stomps on your neck that told you it has no authority or what's the word I'm looking for? No obligation to protect you at all. Supreme Court ruled on that. So why would I back a tyrannical fucking organization that violates the Constitution daily, especially the Second Amendment, and has no obligation to protect you from crime committed against you? Why would I support the blue? Fuck the blue.
You all realize that Trump is part of all this, right?
You mean the big conspiracy theory?
Well, it's not really a conspiracy if both parties are bought and paid for and they put in there who they want, now is it?
Do you really believe he's part of their bigger plan, though?
My man, all you have to do is look at the fact that Trump's a billionaire. He's got tie-ins and connections with higher ups. You don't get to make that kind of money and have those connections without doing dirty stuff during your life.
I guess where I struggle with this is that he doesn't fucking follow their script. He never has. That's why they tried to shoot the motherfucker.
Trump, let me explain it, because apparently there's people that are confused about this. He's playing a part right now, guys. He's like when the Democratic left rallies for the blacks and the minorities, he and the right wingers rally for the conservative Christians. It's no different. It's the same tactic, just different colors.
Well, we'll chew on
The only thing I ask is proof of this. That's all I ask.
Yeah, we'll chew on it.
I mean, look.
No, listen. You and Successful are on the same page right now. I'm willing to hear it. I just need to know more. Look, here's the thing. Like, here's where this rabbit hole gets way too deep. We've a lot of us came into this through Alex Jones or whoever. If we talk about the real red pill, not the dating bullshit. But now Alex Jones throws his hat in the ring with Trump. So is Alex Jones controlled opposition? It really fucks up everything you believe when you start going down the rabbit hole that far. But I get what you're saying. I just don't know if I accept it yet. Because people like Tucker Carlson, Glenn Beck, Alex Jones, not Alex Jones specifically, they all rally behind this man. Two of the three, actually, no, all three were completely destroyed by the mainstream. One owes like $1 billion to whatever family involved in the Sandy Hook bullshit, whatever. And I say bullshit because I still don't believe the official narrative. Even if it happened, the reasons it happened, I don't believe. But if you're willing to say that Trump is just a puppet of the elite, flat out, we'll stop. That's it.
No. I wouldn't say he's a puppet. I would say he's a willing participant.
Well, Successful Endeavors in the chat, Alex Jones is controlled opposition. Well, Alex Jones was how I fell down the rabbit hole to begin with. So that's like a whole other rabbit hole in itself. You get me? That's like the acid trip in the rabbit hole that you don't know if you want. I'm just saying, dude. That's a whole fucking different level. I understand. I could conceive the idea to be true. It's just that's a rough pill to swallow. You know what I mean? That's even bigger than the red pill. That's almost black pill. You know? That's just my opinion on it.
You could multiply her crowds times 20 and 30, and she wouldn't get what we get.
And I'm not saying, again, successful, outlaw, I'm not saying you're wrong. I guess there's some hopium in my system. A little bit of hopium. A little bit of hopium. It's really good. Some dopamine flowing that says maybe not all of this is a conspiracy. Maybe not all of it is. And I may be wrong, and I may suffer the consequences of having hopium in my system. I don't want to see the world that dark yet. But
there's a critical question. There's a critical question that needs to be asked if we are to believe that all of this is a show, if all of it is just made up. But like you said, we'll wait until later.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. I mean, the fucker did some shit I don't agree with. God, I gotta keep dropping the volume. The fucker did some shit I don't agree with either. The bump stock ban, the fucking pardoning of idiot rap stars instead of like Julian Assange or shit like that. Never did drain the swamp, and the swamp came after him with a bullet, in my opinion. So he fucked around. He made promises. Sure, he built a fucking wall, never completed it. But he didn't do what he said he would do. And he did some stupid shit. He shouldn't have touched the 2A. If anything, he should have repealed all of the laws in his authority to do so that interfered with 2A. That's all.
But,
but
I mean, guys,
anyway.
why do you think? Why do all of you think that I keep saying that nothing's going to change this November? Don't place your faith in a politician because it's not going to change anything. See, right now, people are getting too swept up in this emotional stuff about him getting shot at and then thinking that, you know, it's a revolution coming and all this stuff, which, I mean, it is, you know, it is. But it's still people that are emotionally fueled that are outraged to do what?
I don't know why.
Give in to
I don't
their
know,
hate.
man. This is where I actually have to kind of like I push back, and I've been the red pill guy for fucking ever. There's a delay in the camera a little bit. I can see it.
Yeah,
there
please,
it is.
dude,
Okay.
go ahead.
So again, it's not that I disagree with you. It's that I don't want you to be right. Does that make sense? It's not that I disagree with you, successful, anybody else, but I don't want you to be right. Because if you are right, there is what hope left? Other than us, you, me, everybody that's watching this show. What hope is there? And that's not to say that we're not good. That's just to say, what the fuck are we doing? And if this man that
I'm
we're
going to swap
watching
over to
live right
PC.
now, hold on. If this man that we're watching right now is not in any way, shape, or form honest, has any integrity, and doesn't mean what he says, then we're fucked. And I don't want to believe that quite yet. That's why my flags are up right now. That's why I believe what I believe. That's why I'm fucking standing up. That's why I'm speaking out, because I want to believe. Maybe he's a rich billionaire fucking cunt, whatever. I don't care. But maybe he believes in America and the Constitution and the Republic for which it stands. I don't want him to be a part of this fucking machine that Kamala and Obama and Clinton and Bush and fucking all of the others are. I'd like to know he's not. And that's my pushback. And that's only an emotional statement, mind you. But I'd like to have some of that hopium restored versus destroyed. You know what I mean?
I'm going to switch out from mobile to PC. I'll be right back.
That's fine, man. Take your time.
Let me tell you something. Hope is always alive in the hearts of the people of the United States of America if they'll do their part and be responsible. Hope doesn't rely in a leader, in a speaker.
But they had a lot of
right.
Hope is always found in the hearts of the people of the U.S. And that hope only comes. Right, and that hope only comes when you're willing to fight for what you know to be right. Look, Trump and Biden, all of this is political theater. It's all theatrics. I don't buy into either side of this whole bullshit, and I've told you that from day one. I don't
can I
believe
ask
in
you?
this bullshit.
Can I interject? Ask you a question. It's just a question.
Go for it.
When you saw a man shot,
Yes.
let's assume that that was not faked, because there is that argument, which I think is
Oh, I
bullshit.
don't doubt it was real.
So
Sure.
when he stood up and he told the Secret Service, the ill-trained Secret Service, wait, 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 and then put his fist in the air, fight, fight, fight.
Mm-hmm.
That was a horrible thing.
That wasn't theater, man. That was leadership at its finest. Do you disagree?
The Secret Service, the ones
Very well could have been.
These guys right here.
I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now, quickly, that there's not many people out there that can take a bullet like that anywhere, let alone the head, not knowing whether it hit your brain or not, and stand up. And his explanation was that he wanted people to know he was okay and not to give up. There's very few people, me and you included, that would probably be able to stand up and fucking do that. I don't know if I could or not. Never been in the position. I'm not going to say I can't. I'm not going to say you can't. But if somebody can, that's a fucking leader. That's not just some fucking staged thing. That's somebody that's truly fucking fighting for the crowd. They could have easily gone running and screaming, but instead he gave them hope.
That's where the blur of the fine line comes in, because yes, that was a real attempt on his life. Because what has happened, Rhino, is both sides have bought into their hatred so much that they believe in it. This is what people miss about all this. Both sides of the political aisle have bought into this narrative for so long. They've been engaged in it for so long, made it a part of their lives for so long, their everyday countenance for so long, that what has happened is they begin to believe their own hype. They begin to believe all of the stuff that's been said, the lies and everything. This has gotten to the point to where people, like that kid that was in the Antifa side, was willing to give into his hatred, because what has happened out of all this political theatrics is real people with real emotions have been caught up in this, and real lives are now being affected because of theater. That kid gave into his emotions and really shot at that man. Yes, that was real. I don't doubt for a second all of that was real. But what people have to understand is, why did it happen? That's what we're being lied to about. Why is the Secret Service woman, withholding information? Why won't she tell you why they had contact with the kid from?
I think we know why. I think we know why, but I don't think it goes with the narrative that I'm understanding that you're saying. Is that he was a threat to the deep state. He was a threat to their narrative. As Timothy Robles says here, and I think it was well stated, to drain the swamp, you have to expose the swamp. Maybe that's right. Maybe you're right, Tim. Maybe he didn't get to drain it because he hadn't spent enough time exposing it. But I gotta, again, I just push back, not because I think less of you or have any hard feelings about it, but
yeah,
I honestly do believe he's a threat to them. That's the only reason I voted for him twice. I think he's a threat.
Look, Trump is a very smart businessman, whether people believe that or not. Trump knows that this country is in trouble as far as business and finances are concerned. He knows that. Why does he know that? Because he's right up in the middle of it with a lot of his businesses tied up in New York and other places. He's got money on the line. Could that be why he's fighting so hard? Who knows? I'm not Trump. I can't say. Me personally, though, I believe that's what this is all coming down to with him. It's money. He knows that the U.S., though, is in enough trouble to where we've got to get money and jobs back over here. That's the part that they don't like. That's where the disagreement with him and the establishment comes from.
Yeah,
he wants to do the right thing,
I think it was the greatest.
This is where you and me, this is where me and you hit that great divide.
Republican or Democrat.
I could be in his shoes. I could have a lot of money. I could have Trump towers. I could have all of it. But if I had any like historical knowledge and passion and faith outside of my wallet, which I do, which is why I run this show, knowing that I could be fired from the job I currently work at, I'm going to stand true to my beliefs regardless of my wallet. And I'm going to talk about it. And I'm going to share that information. I'm going to fight for what's right. And I like to believe that the heart of that man is fighting for this constitutional republic, not his wallet and not financial success. Like I said, this man is one of the oldest political candidates to have run for president and could have retired. He doesn't do it for the money. He doesn't do it for the paycheck. He has all the money he needs. He could fuck around in Cancun or on some golf course every day the rest of his life, but he chooses to stand here and do this. Is that about money? I don't know. I don't think so. Because he could be anywhere in the world being just fine. And by the way, if he didn't do this, everybody would still love him. Because before this fucking political shit he did, everybody did love him.
There you go.
So
what changed?
Is this about his wallet? Is this about his finances? I don't think so. He's got everything already.
Now, if we start beating her in the polls by 10 or 15
Trump
points,
cost a lot of people billions of dollars with what he did when he became president. He upset the narrative, right? That's why they hate him, because he cost not only billions of dollars to China, he cost a lot of politicians money because they've got businesses tied up overseas.
14 million votes. So much
That's where it came down to. Make no mistake, when the curtains are called, Hillary Clinton and all these people are still friends with this man at the end of the day. This is why I keep saying this is all political theater, what you see on your television screen. They love this man behind closed doors. They just don't want the American public to catch on to it. They love this man. Look, everything about it, it's all cover up. It's about, the resources you can take advantage of.
I wish him well, but I don't like him. He's not a nice person.
The connections you have that can make evidence disappear, all that good stuff. We know the game, man.
Why would I like him?
Yeah.
But Trump, I'll give him this. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But Trump is a very complex man, and I have to believe myself that a lot of this is his compassion for wanting to see America come back to a great state. I believe that. I believe the man wants to see America come back to a great state, but I also believe he's got something to profit from America coming back to greatness. I don't just believe it's all pure intent.
Okay,
of course.
Now,
Listen.
I only have
hold
one
on a
question
second.
for that.
That's their campaign.
Hold on 2 seconds. Let's say he does have something to gain from this.
Sure.
So do I. So do you. So does everybody.
Sure.
If he really believes in the America that he built Trump Tower to represent his belief in America, because he knew that to be successful was to fucking have giant real estate towering over New York, don't you think just that alone says he has some fucking love for this country? That he built his fucking towers here and not in China or UK or fucking, I don't know, Brazil, wherever. He chose here. He believes in this dream. He thought that building his empire here mattered. Therefore, he has love for this country. He has love for what it means. He has love for what we were supposed to be.
Sure.
So I don't know. I'll just leave it open into there. Jackal, what was your one question?
My question is, okay, so what is the purpose of bringing all this up and pointing that out? I'm hoping that it's because you just want to make sure that people don't get dragged into the Trump love syndrome instead of Trump derangement syndrome.
I get you.
Because here's the thing. Yes, it is right for you to question the man's motives. I have no doubt that he is going to have some kind of financial incentive to see this country rebuilt, to be built back stronger again.
Sure.
But does that mean that we should completely just distrust him at that point? Yeah, it's like, think of him as like a mercenary. Yeah, you hire them to protect you. They're the guns for hire. At any moment, they could turn around and shoot you instead if somebody with a bigger wallet offers them a check to work for them instead of you. But
so now we're taking this
does that
weird
mean-
dark turn, not just Jackal, just in general. I'm seeing it in the chat. We're taking a weird dark turn here. And maybe you're right. There is a delay in, there's a slight delay in video to audio. Again, that's my fault. I chose to do wireless. Some of these chats, like, you're welcome on the show. Set up your camera, come up with a good avatar. If you don't want to be on camera, just use your screen name. You're welcome on the show. Because we're taking a twist, a dark turn here. Watch General Flynn's movie. I would like to know the name of that, Ronan's son. Successful Endeavors says, what is the name of the movie? Yes, of course. Trump is a part of the distraction.
Yes,
Okay.
he is.
Okay. Maybe, or maybe he isn't. Maybe he isn't. I'm not doing the Trump love syndrome, but I've seen a lot of politicians in my life, and I've read about a lot of politicians. I've studied history, and a lot of them are fake as fuck. Did you know you were lied to about Nixon?
Oh yeah.
Everybody says he was a crook and a liar and a thief, and everybody hated him. He was actually one of the most popular presidents ever. Fun fact. But the narrative they want to give you, the counter conspiracy, is that he was hated. Are you falling for a counter conspiracy right now? This comment. Just
Can I
think
ask
about it.
another question there, Rhino?
Let me
And
get
leave
through
that
a couple
comment
more
up.
chats, and then a couple more chats.
Okay.
MAGA is the highest rank in the Church of Satan. Look it up. That's the gambit. You got to present more facts on that. That's just what I'm saying. That's taking a dark turn here. You got to present facts, data. We got to analyze this from a logical point of view, not from an emotional standpoint. Granted, there are emotions tied up in this. I get that. But when you're going to make a bold-faced claim that MAGA, Make America Great Again, is satanic, please bring me more information on that. I'm not even going to say I full-on doubt you. I'm just going to say, until you can present me facts, data, and statistics on this, I'm going to say that's 100% false. That's where I'm going to leave that. And it's nothing against you personally. It's just, that's a bold claim to make when you're talking about a philosophy, not a religion, not an ideology, a philosophy. Simply making a country great again is satanic. All right, that's a far stretch there. That's why I think this rhetoric is dangerous when you start saying this person is all a part of the, let's just call it what it is, Illuminati, New World Order, conspiracy theory to take you down and enslave you. You've got to be very, very careful on where you place that, because if you do, you take the red pill and drown yourself in it. You see what I'm saying? Not everything is a conspiracy. Again, I want you to think about this. Why did they shoot JFK? Do you remember what happened a week before? He was going to expose secret societies and things that were anti-American, right? Suddenly, bang, done. And then the gold standard of the dollar was removed under Nixon again, but history is distorted. Most popular president ever, right? Apparently, when you look deeper, but the gold standard was still destroyed. Those conspiracy theories were never revealed. Those secret societies never exposed. Kennedy, dead, bullet to the head. You have this man that we're now talking about in comments on the stream is part of the political scheme. It's just more of the same Illuminati bullshit throughout time. He's probably got a bloodline related to George Washington and the Knights Templar and goes back to George Weishaupt, and he's some evil. You see what I'm saying? It's a slippery slope. You start saying he's a part of the programming television, and you can go back to the Adam Weishaupt Illuminati grand scheme of things. We can all do that. We can put Trump in the Bush clan right now if we do that, which goes back to the Skull and Bones secret societies and the Freemasons, which I know some of you say you're part of, and that's not what it's about. But we can put Trump in that lump sum if we start going down that slippery slope right now. It is something I caution you on. I'm not saying blindly accept anyone, but be careful before you lump them into conspiracy theory road. I have been doing this almost, I would say, more than half my life now. And I'm not convinced he's part of the great plan. I'm not convinced that Alex Jones is controlled opposition. I'm not convinced that Tucker Carlson and Glenn Beck, kicked out of the respective bigger picture, are controlled opposition either. Because at some point, everything is controlled opposition. At some point, you will look at me and say, controlled opposition, part of the narrative. He's bought and sold and paid for, and he's just spewing what they want you to believe. Not everything is a fucking lie, guys. Not everything is a script. Not everything is a narrative, and not everything is controlled. I want to stop on this note. He was shot at a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
They don't shoot at the fucking controlled narrative. They don't try to kill someone they control. Full stop. Outlaw.
Remember, folks, Donald Trump was a Democrat at one point. You forget that.
Yes, and he decided he disagreed with him. There's a whole documentary on YouTube right now I can direct you to on that.
Yes. Yes. Now, what did he do? When he got in office, he played the same politics that the left does, just with the right-wing flavor to it. He went after what? Right-wing conservative Christians. The left does what? They go after minorities, black people, and illegals. Politics is a game. It's theater. The problem with it is it involves real people's lives. We actually get swept up in this, and it involves real people's lives. I don't hate Trump. I'm not a Democrat liberal. I'm not a Republican conservative. I don't hate the man. Have no vendetta against him. I just call it like I see it. You do not make the billions of dollars somebody like that does without doing some dirty things in your life, immoral things, making deals. I'm sorry. I don't. I have to look at Trump the way that I look at any of these other politicians. It's all something lying to my face on TV.
We're gonna tie this up in a pretty little bow as quick as we can, so we can hear the rest of his speech. We've missed most of it. Aggressive, deranged hobo. That's an interesting name. Go to thechurchofsatan.com and look up hierarchy. Okay, so how do you know that thechurchofsatan.com is not controlled opposition? How do you know they're not lying to you? How do you know that's not some weird black-pilled shit to make you just turn on everything good in the country? How do you know the Democrats don't actually run that website and are lying to you? How do you know? How do you know? Who owns it? Who runs it? Who started it? Who pays for it every year? Please bring that to the table before you want me to believe your bullshit. I'm just going to say it as it is. You want me to believe that MAGA is Satan? You're going to have to start presenting some facts. Who owns the website? Who pays for it? Is it related to Soros? Huh?
Now, that sort of stuff I don't have any idea about because I've never studied any of that. So I don't know what he's talking about. But
yeah, successful endeavors here. That's going full on black-pilled. Yeah. JFK also wanted to get out of Vietnam, of course. That was, again, decades-long war that we had no business being in. It was started under false pretense, Gulf of Tonkin. Look it up. Again, I've been doing this for a while. I know what is bullshit, and I know what is bullshitting bullshitters. In other words, what I'm saying is there's a certain line in Red Pill where people just get so jaded that think everything is evil, everything is corrupt, everything is Illuminati, everything is turning the frogs gay, and you've got to stop. At some point, you have to stop. And you have to think,
Because
Is
they wanna do that.
everything really a goddamn conspiracy, or am I starting to go black pilled? You don't want to go
Yeah.
down that road.
Yeah, no, because the fact of the matter is you have so many people's emotions tied up into this. That there's where the lines are getting blurred. It's an organic amount of feelings being muddled into what they lied to us about. Now, no, like I said again, no, I don't believe the man was in on it of his own assassination attempt. I believe that was uh, involved with the Secret Service and all that. I believe that was something that they did, something that was talked about behind closed doors, that they made the deal with that kid in the Antifa party to do, sort of like an off the books type thing. In my opinion, right? It's just my opinion. And they tried to take him out because, again, understand that you have a lot of people that have gotten so overly emotional about this that they've started believing their own hype. They believe the lies. You've got people that's that hyped up that really did want this man dead, and we've covered numerous people on the channel that wants this man dead because they bought into this theater of politics for so long. Because unfortunately, it does involve your real life. It does involve real lives of people. It's a game to them. It's real life to us.
Yeah. So, successfully, you've supported the channel for a long time, and I don't want to detract from that. But Trump's cousin is Hillary Clinton. Okay. Again, if you can email me, redpillrhino@hotmail.com, and show me like a genealogy report with DNA that proves that, whatever, fuck it, I concede. If you can do it, and I can show it live on air, I concede. But until you do it, it's kind of weird.
Now watch. We actually find that, and we find out that SCE is Hillary's cousin instead.
SCE, I want a DNA sample sent to me. Email me at redpillrhino.com. We'll set it up. I am going to see if you're related to Hillary Clinton. Anyway, Timothy Roble, or from Fast Times at Ridgemont High, where Mr. Han was convinced everyone was on pot. Yeah. Avoid the distractions, says Jay, and successful endeavors. Dance, Rhino, dance. Be controlled by super chats. We only had 3, so I'm not controlled by shit. Fuck you. All right. Let's get to the speech. We missed all of it because we're too busy arguing about MAGA being Satan, which is blatantly retarded until proven otherwise. Until proven otherwise, MAGA being controlled by Satan is retarded. Just retarded. I'll say it. All right. Let's enhance.
Under Trump-Vance administration, and he's terrific. By the way, he's been incredible. You know, he wrote the great book on workers, about how workers were being horribly taken advantage of. Became a movie, big best-selling book, became a great movie, actually. And he's a great guy. Went to Yale Law School without any connections because his father passed away and his mother had some difficulty. And you get into Yale without any connections, that's pretty good. And he was a great student. Then he met his beautiful wife at Yale, 2 smart people. It's really an amazing story. Amazing. Became a senator from the great state of Ohio. Ohio loves him. So he's exactly what we want. And he's a very common sense guy. But we'll bring back that American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Bigger, better, and stronger. And remember, there's no issue on which Kamala has been more unhinged than her wild pursuit of open borders. She's crazy. She's crazy. Who could want open borders? Who could want that? It's like, who could ever want men playing in women's sports in a much smaller way? Did you see a beautiful woman volleyball player 2 weeks ago got badly hurt? I didn't know you could get hurt in volleyball, but when the ball comes back at you at 140 miles an hour, I guess that can hurt. Got knocked out. But playing with a
with a man who transitioned and transitioned. And she was a top player. She said, I've never seen a ball come at me like that. I played volleyball for a long time since I'm a little girl. I've never seen a ball, Richard. Richard, she said, I've never seen a ball come. What about race car drivers? Do you want to have a couple of transitioned race car drivers? Maybe that's okay. Actually, that could work. That could work. I have a good one for you I'd like to recommend. That could work maybe. But she said, I've never seen a ball come, or the weightlifting records. You see what's happening there? For 18 years, they had a record. 18 years, a quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on the barbells, right? A quarter of an ounce, little tiny thing. And she goes, Olympic tryouts. Mom and dad are in the front. And I hate to do it. You know, my wife says it's so unpresidential when you do that. Can you believe it? So I'm embarrassed. I used to give it a big push, but now I'm embarrassed. You know, I know I'm embarrassed to do it. She said, darling, your speech was wonderful, but please do stop with the weightlifting and the swimming. It's so unpresidential. You know, she's a class act. But I said, but people like it. People like it. She looked good 2 weeks ago coming into that arena, right? Melania. Who's a classic? Yeah, turn off your cameras for a second, okay? Boy, that's a lot of cameras. Man. No, they get it up and they can't quit do it. Mom, I'm sorry, Mom. And a guy comes out for the tryouts. He comes out. Have you lifted before? No, haven't really tried it. Oh. Well, give it a shot. Bing, bong. Right? How crazy is it? Or the swimmers, the All-American swimmer, she's getting ready. She's going to break the record. It stood for 12 years. And she's beautiful, beautiful, strong. And she looks left and she sees all the girls she's grown up with. Because as Richard will tell you, those great, talented people, like Richard wanted to drive race cars more than anything else. But he didn't quite have the courage to put that pedal to the floor like a couple of your competitors that we know so well, right? So instead he said, hell, I'm going to own the cars and I'm going to make a lot of money. This is too much for me, right? He had Dale Earnhardt. These guys were going around the track and Richard's driving. He said, I don't know. I can't do that. I understand. That's the way it is. But he became the best at what he did. And some others too that I know that are friends. It's a great, by the way, that's a great sport. That whole thing is great. How you do it is amazing. It's so amazing. We should send you into, I've always said, get some of these guys. I have a lot of friends in that world. I don't know. I think.
All right, we temporarily lost video feed on my end, which is fine. Not the end of the world. We've been going for a long time, longer than I thought we would, but it happens. I want to jump into the chat here really quick. Let's see. Successful, you are on a different kind of fire today. To be a billionaire, you have to be evil. I don't know if I agree with that either. You have to be smart. You have to be cunning. You have to be willing to take risks and work hard and make sacrifices and give up a lot of free time and bust your ass. I don't think any of that is evil. I think anybody could do it under the right circumstances and with enough drive. I don't agree with that. I don't think that you are evil if you are successful. I think that is a misconception. I almost wholly disagree with that. I do agree with this. If you want to make an omelet, you have to break a few eggs. That I agree with. But the first half, I don't know. Shadow Sonata. At the same time, that sounded like the evangelical sanctification of poverty. The verse is, the love of money is the root of all evil, not money itself.
Yep.
Indeed. Successful endeavors. Everything is designed to make everyone gay. The book is called The Queering of the American Child by Logan Lansing. That I can't disagree on. All right. I don't know about the book, but there's a whole lot of gay going on, and I think it's pretty gay. Yeah, I mean, that was a double I don't even know. That it's pretty gay. It's pretty gay how gay people are making people. It's pretty gay, yes. I sent you the link on Gilded. Okay. All right. Good show today, says MGTOW Mando on Gilded. Anyone watching Daddy Trump, I can tell you Trump about to clutch this. All colors are here. Zero protesters. All love here. It's fucking packed full here. That's from Trash Ops on Gilded. Yeah, no, it's good. Unless you think that MAGA is Satan, and then I can't help you. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's weird.
Supports mass amnesty for all illegals. Think of that. Everybody coming in right now. And many of these people are coming out of the prisons and the mental institutions. They're going to get amnesty. She wants everybody to have amnesty. Then Joe Biden made her the border czar, and that's when it really got bad. She launched a colossal illegal alien invasion of a country. She said, come on in, remember? Then she said, remember when? Then she copied him. Don't. Everyone say, don't what? Don't. Remember, don't. On my very first day back in the White House, I will terminate every single open border policy of the Biden-Harris administration. And we will seal the border and we will stop.
Can't do that. It's satanic. Can't do that. Too satanic.
Right?
You know what? Next one of you fuckers is going to tell me that this is the reincarnation of Hitler. I'm waiting for it.
Harris, illegal aliens are pouring in by the millions and millions and millions. It's going to be 20 million, maybe more than that by the end. You ever hear of gotaways? They don't include gotaways. You know what a gotaway is? The people that get in, which is probably most of them. It's probably already over 20 million. You know, we're losing 300,000 people a year.
When is Biden going live? Anybody know? Somebody told me an hour.
Lowest number, and now it's worse than it's ever been. We had the best.
Somebody looked that up. Somebody said he was live in an hour and a half or something from now.
We have the worst numbers
a while ago.
They're coming not just from
Here's an interesting thought. Here's an interesting thought though for you. All right, if Trump gets back in there, and he's already been president once before, right? If we want to be consistent with what we've been saying here, and we're saying that Joe Biden is clearly not running this country, well, does that not also track that Trump wasn't running this country either when he was president, and won't be running this country if he gets in?
No. Okay, we'll fight right now. Gloves off. So. For 9 years.
It's not a fight, brother.
Gloves off. I know, but gloves off. Look, for 9 years, they tried to character assassinate this man, politically assassinate this man, criminally assassinate this man, and as of recently, physically assassinate this man. I disagree with your statement, sir.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine, but we need to be consistent. I mean, if Biden didn't run the country and Obama didn't run the country, then Trump didn't run the country. George Bush didn't run the country.
Or maybe they thought that he'd be a good little puppet bitch, and he said, no, go fuck yourself. And they got super pissed off and then tried to shoot him. What about that? Maybe?
Because what I said before, you have people that got swept up in their emotions with this and believe the hype. And you've got people that have become radicalized because of all the political division. They fed into the hatred and believed the lies. And now you've got people coming up dead because of it. Because, again, politics, unfortunately, plays with people's real lives. It's a game to those motherfuckers. It's not a game to us. It's our real lives.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say this. Don't be this guy. Don't be this guy. All right? Not Trump. He's in the middle. You could be him if you want. Don't be the guy on the right here that just like, yeah, I agree with everything you say. Everything, unquestionably. MAGA. Yeah. Don't be that guy either. Like, I got a Trump hat and a Trump flag, and I got, I like the guy. I'm going to vote for him a third fucking time. Fine. But don't just be like, yeah, Trump, fuck yeah, Trump, yeah. Like, don't be him either, please. For the love of fucking God, don't look at him. Look at him. The guy's right in front of me, staring at his giant fucking image on the stage, like the first time he saw a dick. I mean,
But here's the thing, though. You can't deny that there's radicals on the right side too. There's people that blindly follow this man that, goes out here and I die for Trump. I take a bullet for Trump. Yeah, come on, man. There's radical folks on both sides. That's because people have bought into it. Like WWE.
Wait. Successful endeavors. Trump is not a person who enjoys Super Bowl halftime shows. But aren't Super Bowl halftime shows satanic? So wouldn't that make Trump not satanic because he hates Satan? I'm just having fun with the comments now. You guys are doing good. Thank you for being here.
Never agree with a man 100% of the time. It doesn't.
Ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Never. Don't be the guy on the right. Don't be
exactly. Use your critical thinking skills. Get out of your emotions about the man being shot for just a minute and think logically. Donald Trump, yes, he got shot at, but we said it before and we'll say it again. Don't let emotions dictate. Look, that's why we're in the mess we're in the first place, because you got a lot of overly emotional dumbasses that vote in these elections. Enact policies that nobody wants.
Don't be so retarded that you are like the guy on the left and support an organization that strips you of your rights while thinking you're voting for a guy to restore your rights back to blue. That is the dumbest fucking flag you could fly. That flag is the antithesis of the Gadsden flag. That says, step on my neck, bitch. That's what that says.
Those are people who have bought into the emotional side of it. They're not thinking logically. Never, I've said it before, never vote with your emotions, because emotions have no place in politics. Yet here we are. Now, personally, I don't believe the current way that we vote works. So therefore, I don't waste my time. Don't mean I don't believe in voting, just means that I think we need to change it. Some people would say, you don't have a voice because you don't vote. No, fuck that. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's fucking retarded. Yes, you get to say whatever, even if you don't vote. That's fucking retarded. That's how. That's also. Let me tell you, Rhino. That's also dangerous thinking. That's radicalized extremist thinking.
Did I tell you about the delegates?
Go for it.
Well, I told you on this stream. So you go to the straw poll and elect your nominee for fucking president. And then there's an after party just like we have, where they talk about who's going to be elected to represent their state in their district. And if you stay for that, you become a delegate, and suddenly your voice matters more than all those other people in the room at the church or the school. And you're now in control of your entire district of thousands of people. Yeah, no, you're right. It's not about your voice, though. Their voice becomes your voice once they get elected in a position. Then they go to a national convention, much like we saw a few days ago, and they put in for the nominee. They represent you. The thing they don't tell you when you go to the straw polls is that if you don't stay, somebody else gets to be your voice, even if you didn't say anything. Something to think about there.
Let me put it to you like this. We don't have a voice in this voting system in the first place. We don't. We don't.
Well,
which means it needs to be changed.
Actually, that one is hard to disagree with, only because I was a delegate for the state I reside in. I was a delegate. I ended up being a delegate for the Republican Party that went in for Ron Paul, and I saw as everybody stood for Ron Paul, and they ended up endorsing Mitt Romney. I saw it happen live. I saw the fuckery that happened, and I knew it was bullshit. So on that note, I do know, I have seen the game. But the game can't always win. The House sometimes has to lose. Does that make sense?
No, not really.
Okay. You go to the casino. You lose a lot of money at the casino. So does everybody else. All the time. Fucking every time. You always lose money. But somebody, once in a while, has to win the jackpot or the illusion is up. Right?
Yeah.
Once in a while, there has to be a jackass named Donald J. Trump that fucks things up. Otherwise, the game is up.
Yeah.
You follow
Who knows,
me?
brother? Who knows?
I could be wrong, but I'm hoping I'm not. All right, let's look at the chat here. Seriously, podcast was supposed to leave an hour ago. Actually, you said you were leaving like 3 hours ago. Think about how stupid the average person is. Then remember, half of the people are dumber than that. George Carlin, good line. Next time, give him credit, you cunt. Anyway, successful endeavors. Ike, thank you. See you at the Bohemian Grove later. Yeah. Lest us forget that the Alex Jones was the only reason we know about Bohemian Grove, and now he's controlled opposition. Jesus, fuck. All right, successful endeavors. If you attend a party and you're asked to donate blood, you don't want to be there. That I agree with 100%. Yeah, fuck that. Shadow Sonata. Trump is a stopgap measure. The thing to be concerned about is who's next in 2028. Yeah. I got nothing. Yeah. Just yeah. You're right. You're right on that. Jimmy Bones. Successful endeavors. Even if it's a party filled with a bit titty goth chicks asking for a friend. Somebody needs to suck on some titties, I think. That's all I can say on that one. Somebody has been deprived of the gene for far too long. Seraphim. It doesn't matter who votes, but who counts the votes. Stalin. Yeah, that's true too. Cersei Podcast. I left and came back. I've been working all afternoon. I'm expecting Biden to step down tonight, and we'll get President Harris. Yeah, he already kind of did that. He just has to officially say it as a puppet with somebody putting their fist up into his fucking jaw, through his asshole.
You
know
can
how that
see
goes.
the fingers coming up from the back of his throat.
All the candidates are decreasing in viability, and they don't know that you don't believe them anymore.
I'll put it to you like this, Rhino.
Yeah, that's that part I believe. Yes. Go ahead, Outlaw.
We've reached a point, and I keep saying this over and over, and I can't believe I have to keep saying it. We've reached a point past where voting people in and out works. That don't work anymore in this country. We've got radicalized people on both sides, a bought and paid for system. We've reached a point to where we need to start taking action to correct a lot of this and take the country back as far as, overhauling the voting system and the government and all that. And the fact of the matter is, even with this election, I don't see it getting fixed.
No. That is the problem. As long as you see bullshit like Back to Blue, as long as you see fucking puppets with glittery hats that just don't understand what the fuck they're doing. Okay. Here's where I'll agree with you. I don't have my camera, so fuck it. We'll just talk about it like this. I can't be dramatic or zoom in. There are definitely sheep on this party line.
Yes,
But there are people like us that know better, that are not doing anything but talking. That is the problem. At some point, it requires action to enforce change, and no one has wanted to enforce change since, I don't know, we want to put a number on it. Let's just put a number on it. 1913. Let's start there. 1913. You could go back further than that. You could go back to the Civil War and the federalization of the United States versus state sovereignty. I think that's where it really, really started. But 1913, the founding of the Federal Reserve. If you really just want to pick a date, pick one of those two. The end of the Civil War or 1913. December 31st, 1913. Either one, pick one. That's where we stopped giving a fuck and no longer participated in making change. That's where we all sat here and said, that's fine. Go ahead. Tax us some more. Tax us some more. Tax us some more. Write more laws. Take away more rights. Fuck the Second Amendment. Yeah, no, that guy doesn't deserve a gun. This guy doesn't deserve a gun because of this reason, that reason. I'm sorry. The second somebody said, yeah, we can infringe on that, is when this country was already done. We can infringe on that is when you all fucked up. All of you. And I'll say it as loud as I can now. The second you said he doesn't deserve gun rights because he's, let's use the word, a felon, is the second you lost your country. Because our founders were probably under United Kingdom law, all felons when they decided to commit treason against the king. Don't you think? Don't be faggots. The second you fucking gave up your rights is the second you laid down this country and said, take it. But the problem is none of you are willing to stand up and stop it from being taken. Regardless of left or right, this is where I agree with all of you. Don't be a fucking sheep. Don't be a fucking sheep. You have to stand and act. Not just stand and bark like a chihuahua. All goddamn dogs can fucking bark. But it takes a goddamn big dog with a lot of courage to fucking attack and fight back. And I don't say that in a threatening way. I say that simply as a good dog is a good guard and protects his home. He doesn't just bark and run the second he's threatened. There you go.
We have time. Do we have time? Come on, Brandon Judd. Come on, Brandon.
And I'll bet you he can beat me up those. I'll bet you he can beat me up those stairs. Remember when Biden challenged him to a golf match, and yet Trump was just playing with Bryson DeChambeau? You beat him, didn't you? Look, I lived this. Under 5 presidents, I worked under 5 presidents. Never have we seen a more secure border. You know this. This isn't a secret. The most secure border we've ever had was under Donald Trump. We had fewer drug overdoses under Donald Trump. We had fewer criminal aliens under Donald Trump. Like he said in 2019, 0 known terrorists. That number has jumped up more than 100%.
You know,
under Joe Biden.
There is something I want to point out. This fucking ad, the tax network, help to lower your taxes, or whatever the fuck it said. It had a cross out sign over the IRS. When are we going to get realistic and just fuck the IRS? Don't pay your taxes. When are we going to say that? Because, again, 1913, do you know at one point we didn't pay taxes on shit in this country? Did you know that was a thing? No property tax, no income tax, no registration fees. You remember that? No, none of you do, because you were brainwashed into believing it was normal. Compulsory insurance, all that shit you pay for, it's the law. Don't break the law. You'll go to jail if you break the law. Yeah.
We'll break the law.
they're breaking the fucking law. They're violating the fucking Constitution. The reason we were founded with a lot of those laws. But, you know, as Riggs Jr. just said, bah, like a good little sheep. Yeah, pay your registration, pay your property taxes, pay the IRS 50% of your wages. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We revolted over 3% tax, but go ahead, pay half your income. No big deal. No reason to stand up and say enough. No reason to act. Just go ahead, lose your country. It's fine. Successful endeavors. 1830s Industrial Revolution led to the collective bargaining, which led to the collectivism, which led to communism, and Karl Marx stealing all of the ideas and writing them down into his Communist Manifesto. There you go. Tim Roble, Asian chick. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, moving on. Make taxation theft. What? Make taxation theft again. Yes. Make taxation, theft again. Would have been better. But yes. Jekyll Island. Let's see. Yes, that's 1913. Shadow Sonata. Jimmy Bones. You know what? I'm going to let that go. You can read that on your own. Jesus, fuck, guys. Jekyll Island. Successful endeavors has it. Japanese women in French maid outfits. What is wrong with you guys tonight? Listen, $200 and the Bunny Ranch in Nevada solves all your problems. Please, all of you, go now. Please, get off the stream and head to Nevada, you fucking thirsty bastards. All right.
Harris wants to be the president for savage criminals, illegal aliens. I will be the president for law-abiding
Half the chat is talking about jerking off to Asian women now.
color, and creed.
Just be aware that Asian chicks can have
And
a
I will
higher
stop the
probability of being
Democrats'
crazy.
party war. Remember this. The Democrats, they have a war going with police.
Yeah, Sean, good. With all the taxes we are paying now, it's hard to believe we rebelled against the crown over a 3% tax. Yeah, shocking, isn't it? It's almost like we're brainwashed and being metaphorically and financially raped by our overseers, which we were supposed to oversee. Shocking. Almost like we were supposed to put a leash on government, not the other way around. Crazy thought.
We will give our police back their power, protection, respect.
See, this is where it gets gay. We'll give police back their power.
Give them back
the same people
that
they fucking point a gun at you if you don't pay taxes. All right, I concede a bit.
Police organizations, which is
Layman gay.
the largest in our country. It
Layman gay.
represents 250,000 police officers nationwide.
This
Such
part
an
is
honor
really
together.
hard to listen
To me,
to.
that's a great
How
honor.
about we just do this? Give America guns again. How about that? Just that. No restrictions. Honor the Second Amendment. Fuck the goddamn Fed. Give America guns again. Because, and I say this not to be like fucking threatening, because an armed society is a polite society. Where was that quote from? Anybody know? All right. Looks like he's done.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly honored to stand before you today.
Yeah. Wait, we're
On
supposed to pay
behalf
taxes?
of the National Association of Police Organizations, I am
Yeah,
pleased
I
to formally
don't give a fuck about tyranny in my face. We're not going to listen to him. I can barely afford groceries. What makes you think I can afford a trip, Rhino? Yes. Yeah. Jay, count yourselves lucky we don't have a constitutional in Kanakistan. The charter is just a shit nappy kiddlers wipe their ass with. Yeah. Civil society is capable of policing itself. Correct. All of the alphabet agencies suck, especially the ATF. Facts. Welcome back, Moki. Successful endeavors. Now, Rhino, do you understand why we say that he's as much of a puppet as any politician out there? Well, yes and no. The backing the blue bullshit is backing tyranny. I said it here. Disagree with me. There's a lot of fucking Christian values fornicators that believe in everything in this country is like back the blue and God save Trump and all this shit. Like, just shut the fuck up about that. Like, back the blue. Back people who have been shooting people over holding up sandwiches, you know? Like, yeah, no. People who will come to your door and threaten you if you don't pay your taxes. And if you say no to their threats, they point guns at you. And if you say fuck off, they shoot you over the taxes that are illegal to begin with. I mean, voluntary to begin with, right? Voluntary, not compulsory. But you get shot or thrown in prison if you disagree with them. Now, I do not believe in funding the police. I believe in arming the people and training them in self-defense. That I believe in. John St. George, Rhino, I saw firsthand people be harassed by police during the early days of the coup. Our state wasn't a lockdown state either. Yeah, I can never back the blue because if I fly a flag, it's going to be the Gadsden flag, and the Gadsden flag says fuck off. Whereas back the blue says, please stand on my throat, harder, daddy. Everybody that I see flying one of those back to blue flags says harder, daddy, when I see it. That's what I see. Harder, daddy.
Ew.
Alex Patino. Yeah, that's it. Jackal. Ew. Exactly. That's the response I wanted.
That's also
Alex
gay.
Patino. Yeah, it's gay. Back to blue. Same thing. Yeah, there you go. Alex Patino. Was it from A Tale of Two Cities? The ATF needs to be a convenience store, not a federal department. Sean St. George. All right, there you go. If you guys disagree with me, that's fine. I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Homo suspicion points to Rhino for the harder daddy comment. No, Jimmy. Anybody that fucking has that back the blue flag is saying harder daddy. What do you not get? Anybody that praises the same tyranny that has enslaved this country with privatized prison systems for decades is screaming harder daddy when they fly that fucking dumbass bumper sticker on their car or in their yard. Bottom line, successful endeavors. Not saying that he's not a better candidate than a communist, but they're both kind of the same. Two wings of the same bird. They work together, go in the same direction that you don't want. All right. Go ahead. Clip it. Fucking hell. Still sounds gay. Yeah, fuck you guys. I get it. Just giving you shit. I'm with you on that point. All right. So we all think that those guys flying back to blue want it harder from daddy. Right? Any disagreements here?
Not from over here. I'm pretty
All
sure that sounds rather logical.
All right.
They're into BDSM and they're the sub.
Yeah, they like those handcuffs way too much.
Oh.
There you go.
No.
Oh, I went there. Sorry. It just happened. All right. If he's done talking about cops and fucking tyranny.
To be an incredible congressman, but now he's running for attorney general, and he's going to be your next attorney general, Dan Bishop. Where's Dan? Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Get out and vote for him. He's incredible. Great job.
I'd like to see a candidate in my lifetime that says, if I become president, I'll throw away all those fucking law libraries and reduce it back to just the Constitution. Every other law outside of that, we will burn those books and disregard all of those fucking convictions. There you go. Now that's a guy. That's a guy I would elect. No question.
Mark Harris. They like you. And the Speaker of the North Carolina House, a man who's done an incredible job. He gets it. He gets it. He really gets it. Tim Moore. Thank you, Tim. And when it came time to pick a chairman of the Republican national committee and convention and everything else having to do with national politics, I came to a man named Michael Whatley of North Carolina. And the reason is because at 10 o'clock in the evening, when we all had those televisions on, and I saw weird things happening, drops at 3:02 in the morning, and all the things that were happening, North Carolina held totally steady. He had 602 lawyers working. He held it steady. And other states, I was leading by a lot, and all of a sudden, people went to sleep. They thought that was over, and I said no, because I know how bad these people are. But North Carolina had held steady. He was the head of your Republicans in North Carolina, did a phenomenal job. So I immediately called him. I said, let's do it. And I got him. Please stand up. Please stand up. You have done a fantastic job. Fantastic. And working with Laura Trump, what a team that is, right? She's doing a good job, right? And I said, don't worry about the votes. Just guard the votes, right? Just guard. We have all the votes you need. Just guard the votes. And he's doing that. And he's doing it at levels that nobody's seen before. And I hope we're going to have a big, beautiful surprise, because we're not going to let them steal this election. And they didn't do it in North Carolina. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Great job. A wonderful gentleman who I met a little while ago, Michael Verardo, and he is a wounded warrior and just a highly respected guy. Michael, wherever you may be. Michael? Hi, Michael. Wow. You look good. I'm not messing with you, Michael. Wow. Good-looking guy. Thanks, Michael. Great, great patriot, great person. Members of the Charlotte Police Department are here. Please stand up. You are phenomenal. What a job. What a job they do. Thank you. What a job they do. Thank you very much. And Chief of the Catawba Nation, Brian Harris. Brian, where are you, Brian? They've been so supportive. They've been so supportive. Thank you very much. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala Harris, there they switch. It's every day. Next week they'll have somebody else when they find out how bad she is. She's worse than he is. But when we take it back from Kamala and crooked Joe Biden, the most crooked president we've ever had, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to do it. We're going to do it fair. Starting on day 1, we will end inflation and make America affordable again. Inflation is killing our people. They've got inflation. I think real inflation is closer to 50%. They like to say 23, 24%. No, they don't add everything. I think, look at interest rates. They're through the roof. Nobody can buy a house. You can't get the money even if you want it. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will stop the Biden-Harris war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. Yeah. That includes racing car. You know, that's good. You're going to spend a lot less money for your gasoline. You have that special stuff. I will terminate the Green New scam, and I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate on day 1. And we already gave you the largest tax cuts in history, but we will pass massive tax cuts for workers, and that includes, remember, no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. To protect North Carolina workers, I will revoke China's most favored nation status. Think of it. They're most favored because they're a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation, too, because we've gone to hell and back. We're a developing nation, too. They are considered a developing nation, so they get advantages that we don't get. Not going to happen. And I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. That means that if China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff or tax, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff or tax of 100 or 200% immediately, right back. It's basically you heard us and we heard you, an eye for an eye. Look at it any way you want. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we, the people in this room, win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. We're going to get it settled quickly. I'll do it as president-elect, I'll do it. And I will be doing something that nobody else even talks about. We have never been so close. I will prevent World War III. We're heading to World War III. We're heading right into the teeth of it.
All right, we've been muted there. Shit, that was my
People that are
fault.
at the top of their game.
What?
I will restore
Oh,
peace.
I was muted. I turned the volume down, but we were muted. What I was saying is, I
Next term, we will build a great
was reading the chats there.
defense shield over our country.
That's okay. We could still hear him. Alex Patino says, them blue want it bigger because they already have a BBC up their ass. So big they don't feel it anymore, Alex Patino says.
Oh.
Sean St. George, I like the idea of American responsibility taking their own security, relying on a police force that has no obligation to save you, still gets beat by the pizza delivery guy. Absolutely. It's fucking pathetic that the police respond slower than a pizza guy does, especially when there's an actual crime. But remember, we're red pill here in both conspiracy theories and relationships, and we know damn well police are incentivized to show up to a domestic violence case because in that instance, it's a mandatory arrest. And a woman can say, he hurt me. He made me upset. He was threatening me. And boom, he's in jail. And the state makes money off of him being in jail and makes money off the court case. Cops are crooks. They're the enforcers of the mob. That's what they are. Bottom line. Disagree with me? That's fine, but it's true nonetheless. When good cops start arresting bad cops in mass, not just the one occasional one. See, that good cop did it. No, when all good cops arrest bad cops. So the first cop that, the first cop that tries to arrest a former felon that's out on, I don't know, he hasn't been in jail in 10, 15, whatever, 5, even 1 year. He's just out. No more probation, parole, whatever. First cop that says, you're unlawfully possessing a firearm. First cop that looks at him and says, no, I think you're under arrest because you're violating the Constitution. Throws his buddy in jail. That's when I believe the thin blue line has any authority. All right? Because it shall not be infringed means it shall not be infringed. Alex Patino, that's why they beg, hurt me harder, daddy. Yeah, exactly. Finally, Successful Endeavor says Republicans love country but hate the government. Democrats love the government and hate the country. The bloat of government is enormous. That's why it's also unsustainable. We have to downsize it. It should be no bigger than an office somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Kansas. That may seem extreme, but I agree. It should be no bigger, I'll say it again, than an office building somewhere in the middle of nowhere in Kansas. That should be the maximum size of this goddamn government. But I'll say it until I can't say it anymore. Until all those alleged good cops arrest the bad cops, I don't believe there are any good cops. I'm sorry. I've seen too many cops that enforce the law and disrespect the Constitution on a daily basis that I have no respect for the blue at all. Now, I'm not saying defund the police. I am going to say the police have no respect from me because they don't respect the Constitution they swore an oath to protect. You have no respect from me until you respect the oath you swore to uphold. Bottom line. All right, let's get back to this.
For 10 years, and they left those ropes hanging. They couldn't get out of town fast enough. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men out of women's sports, and I will fully uphold our great Second Amendment.
Oh, I'll wait to see that.
We will protect innocent life, and we will restore very quickly free speech, and I will secure our elections. Finally, we're going to get them secured. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide that's just, and it is really.
Looks like Outlaw just tapped out. Successful Endeavor says, Rhino, you'd love the Civil Rights Lawyer channel for his views on things. Might have to check it out. Post that in the Gilded chat. We'll check that out. Outlaw, good to have you here. Sorry to see you go, but it has been a long stream, way longer than I expected, but, you know, things happen. We're about to switch over to Biden's speech here, if he decides to show up, if he's alive.
Such great people. Gun owners, the NRA, you know, gave us their total endorsement, but gun owners don't vote. They tend not to vote. We have to get them to vote. If we could get the evangelicals, Christians, if we can get gun owners to vote, it's not even.
Isn't that
election,
interesting? He just said that
get
after
out.
everything
So
we
get
just
your people
said.
at church to vote,
It's
okay?
very interesting.
If you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote election day. I don't care how you vote. You got to get out. You got to vote. And make sure your vote counts. Follow your vote. Check your vote. Check it. You can do it. Check your vote, that they don't rob you of your vote. Such an important thing. And if you want to help ensure election integrity, sign up at protectthevote.com. Protectthevote.com, and watch those people. Make sure they don't cheat. Michael's doing a great job, and you just watch him, Michael. From Asheville to Raleigh. And this is, I have to tell you, an incredible group of people. The spirit, the incredible spirit.
Thank you,
We have so
Successful
much to
Endeavors.
say, but in conclusion, from Asheville to Raleigh, from Greensboro to Greenville, from Wilmington to right here in Charlotte, this state was forged by some of the toughest men and some of the strongest women ever to walk the face of the earth. Our American ancestors were backcountry farmers and frontier settlers, woodsmen, craftsmen, workers and warriors who poured their love into this land, and they loved their families and they wanted to take care of their families at all costs. They climbed the mountains, fought the battles, conquered the dangers, tamed the unknown wilderness.
All right, I know I said I wouldn't subject you to this long of a stream, which, you know, people can choose to come and go as they please. Just got the camera back up. We had to charge it for a minute. I think it's good to cover this, and hopefully whatever the fuck Biden does or doesn't say. But, yeah, no, I said political madness as the title of the show, and I think we've proved, you know, a lot of political madness, but not only that, but we're still divided even with our own similar beliefs. So most of you that watch the show, we all agree on most things, but those that we don't agree on, there's a pretty wide divide still. I know my beliefs seem maybe to some of you like, yeah, common sense, but to others, you're like, that was a huge turnoff. And I get it. But I understand, and I'll just say it again. I understand the document as it was written. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. There's not much to argue there.
There's no wiggle
Right?
room. It's absolute.
There's none. But yet people will say, well, if they smoked weed and have a red card, No Second Amendment rights if they were in a mental institution but have been reformed and have shown that they can be released into general population. No gun rights for them. They serve time in federal prison or even state prison or even fucking jail. Sometimes for just misdemeanors. Sometimes just restraining orders is enough. And you know how easy it is to file one of those? I don't like Jackal. He scares me. Keep him away from me. Now he's lost his gun rights. You know that, right? You know that, right? But they said shall not be infringed. I would never do that to Jackal or anybody. That's fucking gay and lame. But that's where we're at. So either you respect the Constitution or you fly the thin blue line flag, and you don't. Which one is it? Do you respect the First, Second, Third, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments, or do you spit on them because of your ideology, your belief, and you think that you're a refined civilization that can take away rights from people you don't like? That's not civilized. You're pointing the gun at people you disagree with, is all that is. And then, to take it a step further, you can write laws against people of certain backgrounds, ethnicities, races, religions, creeds, and take away more rights. I find that deplorable. So now that I'm on camera talking to all of you, yeah, no, I cannot respect the thin blue line. I cannot respect that ideology in the fact that they can't respect their oath to uphold and protect the Constitution of this United States. They won't do it. And the good cops won't arrest the bad cops for not enforcing the Constitution. The only thing they enforce is the thousands upon thousands of laws that would fill up multiple libraries if you stacked them end to end, take away your rights. I can't support that. In good faith, I cannot support a justice system that has criminalized people for victimless crimes for decades. That includes recreational use of marijuana before it was legalized. There's people that have done 60 years hard time in prison, federal prison, for smoking a joint. Which, by the way, if they ever got out, couldn't own a gun because they smoked some weed. That's retarded. So when I see that fucking blue thin line bullshit, that's retarded. You know? I don't know what you see when I look at a cop. But let's just be honest. I don't know what you see when you see lights behind you. But I don't see a friend. I see a clear enemy. I can't support them. I would love to if they could support the Constitution that they swore an oath to. Then I could support them all day long. Then I'd back the blue. If they fucked off, threw away all the laws that were contrary to the Constitution and the way things were defined, then yes, I could support them all day long. But when is that going to happen? You tell me. Yeah, that's the problem I have. Successful endeavors. Rhino doesn't like talking about his titties. No, I missed that whole thing. Apparently not. Riggs Jr. Titties. Homer Simpson drooling commences. Stupid.
Ew.
A little gross, little gay. Jay, when it comes to gun owners vote with their guns, they don't vote in elections. Well, maybe there's some truth to that. Again, we're just covering political madness tonight. And I don't think we've had any shortage. This has been a long, long stream. I know I didn't want to put you through it, but I'm like, we got this live in Charlotte, North Carolina. Then we have Biden's thing. Let's just keep showing the madness. Let's just keep it going.
We're getting high on the madness.
Yeah, that sounds like Filthy Frank.
Does it?
It says.
Yeah,
it does a little bit.
I need to cut that shit out then.
All right, let's go back to the. Well, I wouldn't mind if you did. If you didn't already, you can join the show If you didn't know, you can join the show by joining the link that's pinned at the top of YouTube. It's in the Gilded chat as well on MGTOW.tv. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know if I could bring up my critical point. I would have liked for Outlaw to stay in here so he could answer it directly, but can I still ask the question? Because I know we still have some guys in the chat that were part of that original Black Pills.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and ask the question there.
Okay, so by proposing that Trump is also part of this big charade, okay? He's part of the charade here. I know I pronounced it in two different ways, but stick with me here.
Fancy bitch.
Yeah, I'm fancy. Oh, God, that sounded so gay.
Fancy.
Fancy. Anyways, so by proposing that, what you're saying is that we're living in Star Wars right now. Palpatine is pulling the strings on both sides of the competition here. He's pulling the strings of the separatists. He's financially backing them. He's giving them intel. Meanwhile, he's also setting himself up for ultimate power in the Republic. So, my question is, where would be the financial return on putting in all of the resources to cover up the data proving that Trump is part of this charade? Where's the financial backing? Where are the bank statements? Hasn't he already released his bank statements? Are you saying that they put in an extra level of security, which means it's going to be more expensive, by the way, to cover up that proof? Because you got to think, if this was one big plan, and I'm taking this from a tactical perspective, like this was one giant game of chess. If I were the guy that was the black hand pulling all of the strings on both sides, I'm not saying that there aren't, detractors and, secret agents within the Republican Party. We know there are. I would not see a financial gain in hiring an actor with a rather stellar background in terms of financial foundation.
We got to jump. Oh, no, never mind. Keep going.
Okay.
That's previous speech. We're not there yet.
So if we were to set up a big scheme where we have a player that's supposed to be the controlled opposition. We have an agent. He's a double agent. He's supposed to be playing the role of the opposer to the big push for globalization. Where would be the financial gain for hiring somebody who already has his own business? He's already a billionaire. He has tons of estate. And I'm not saying that he doesn't have the capability of going full Bezos or Zuckerberg and having all that and still wanting more. We know that these people are never satisfied. That this is a proven fact. We've already seen it. But I'm saying, where would there be a financial reason? What would be to gain is the basic question. What would be gained by putting in so much effort to cover for this guy just to be disposed of live on television? Where would it be? Where? Like, what else could you give him? What do you have to offer that man?
I almost forgot something crazy that happened in all this, not to detract from your point, because I agree with you. Did you know that Zuckerberg, the Mark Zuckerberg, informally endorsed Trump as well this week?
Well, this guy, he's just, let's be honest, as much of a lizard as that man is, he's definitely a lizard person because that man acts like a damn droid. He sits up way too straight. His eyes are wide open, too wide, and he's just a shill for the dollar. That's all he is. Let's be honest. He was that nerd in school that always got picked on for being a nerd, but let's be honest, it was the bullies being jealous of him being intelligent and them being just a bunch of dumb lunkheads. And once he got out of school, he decided to show everybody up and shut them up with his success. That's all he is. Now, I'm not saying that he isn't some of the other things that he's been accused of allegedly being. I'm not saying that he isn't because we haven't found any concrete proof otherwise. Anyways, I'm going off topic. It would be way too expensive, both materially, effort in man hours, and dollars, even if you're paying it in straight gold, like gold bullion by the bar, straight from Fort Knox, to cover for Trump if he was a double agent. It would be too expensive. What would be the point? The man already has a ton of money, a ton of land. He has power already. What do you have to offer, and why would it be even necessary to cover for him just to turn around and try to take him out? And before you say, oh, well, it was faked. Okay, but how do you know it was faked? How can you prove that? How would they know that the shooter was going to be such a bad shot?
Or such a good shot.
Or such a good shot. How can you prove that that kid basically made a suicide pact with whoever hired him? I'll just shoot him in the ear or somewhere that was non-lethal to get people to back him up. How do you know that? And how can you prove that the guy wasn't a good or not good shot? You can't, because you would have to have a neural link to tell you exactly what he was thinking the moment he took the shot. You can't prove it. There's no way to 100% for certain prove that that shot was all staged. Now, if there were multiple shooters and there were bullets coming from another direction waiting for him, if this throwaway shooter, because that's all that kid was, he was an expendable asset.
Yeah,
that's all he was. There is no arguing there. The guy was he was an expendable asset. They picked him for a reason. He's young, he's dumb, and he's a bad shot. But, well, we know he's a bad shot because while he was in school, he tried out for the rifle team and failed. And the guy's what? How old is he? Did we get a confirmation on his age? He was what?
20, I think.
Okay, so that wasn't, it probably wasn't that long ago since he's been in school if he wasn't still in school. So there's no way he would have improved enough to get like Jack Reacher level good with a sniper rifle to know it wasn't even a sniper rifle, it was just a standard AR to hit just right that it wouldn't be lethal. You're proposing way too many things to be just in the right spot. The probability of all of this being a charade is so unlikely. I don't even want to bother trying to do the math to try to figure up what percentage of chance this would be possible for it all to be a charade and for Trump to be a double agent. It's just not feasible, and it just doesn't make sense. Now, we've seen these people, we've seen their strategies, we've seen their tactics. Why would they be so uptight and scared and seemingly panicking over their double agent living if it was their intent for him to live just for a bunch of people to rally behind him in the first place?
Hold up. Shit.
You're eating.
Yep. No, I'm trying to get it fixed. And that.
George Washington showed us presidents are not.
I was eating a little bit, yes.
His message tonight.
The food looked good, though.
It was good.
Is it chicken?
The
Pork,
ABC News special.
pork chop
Biden,
and
the decision,
buttered
address to
broccoli.
The nation. The president, the first time since
You got any gravy to go on that pork
the
chop?
job he started.
Negative, but
Now
it was smoked.
reporting, David Muir.
Okay.
Good
How
evening,
long
and
you smoke it?
joining us on this historic night. We are
It was-
just
it was a
moments
brief
away from
smoke,
President
flash
Biden's
smoke.
Oval Office address to the nation.
It's
For the
fine.
first time, he will speak to the
Shut up.
American people about his very personal and likely wrenching decision to withdraw from the race for the
This
White
isn't
House.
live.
We are
This
told
isn't
that he
live.
will argue in his words that the defense of democracy is more important than any title, and he will outline his remaining 6 months in office. Pressure
I'm
from Biden
concerned.
has been mounting for weeks
This isn't
following
fucking
his
live.
alarming debate performance against Donald Trump. The president revealing his decision
This is fucking pre-recorded. Watch.
Americans, acknowledging, quote, "I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down." Tonight's address, a defining moment in his presidency, passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, now the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee. The president will signal tonight he will now fight for his vice president. Let's listen to President Biden.
My fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight from behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, I'm surrounded by portraits of extraordinary American presidents. Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington, who showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice. Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union, it's not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that. And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that? Does character in public life still matter? I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I know this, we are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth. The truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. Those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much. A cause of American democracy itself must unite to protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. It's the best way to unite our nation. You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now. Over the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president. That means I'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence or any violence ever, period. I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence. Our planet from climate crisis is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot so we can end cancer as we know it, because we can do it. I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform because this is critical to our democracy, Supreme Court reform. You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin from taking over Ukraine, doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history. I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, and bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war. We're also working around the clock to bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. You know, we've come so far since my inauguration. On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities.
What?
We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. We came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. Today, we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs, a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, tribal communities. Manufacturing has come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation. We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors.
Medicaid too, right?
And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of the most significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials.
Oh.
You know?
Yeah, like that train wreck.
Law ever.
That train wreck you never showed up to. Huh?
The first major gun safety law in 30 years. Today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low.
False.
We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office.
False. Absolutely false.
To appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America. Be a president for all Americans. That's what I've done.
Okay.
I ran for president 4 years ago because I believed and still do that the soul of America was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world. That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now. In just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I've made my views known. I would like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner
On her
to me
knees.
and a leader for our country. Now the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office, alongside the busts of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic, Franklin's response was, a republic, if you can keep it. A republic, if you can keep it. Whether we keep our republic is now in your hands. My fellow Americans, it's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter, from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Claymont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. But here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities, of dreamers and doers, of ordinary Americans doing extraordinary things. I've given my heart and my soul to our nation, like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am to all of you. The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule.
Oh,
People
yeah, sure.
History is in your hands. The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands. You just have to keep faith, keep the faith. And remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's simply nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So let's act together, preserve our democracy. God bless you all. May God protect our troops.
Woo! That was the biggest
Moment
line
in
of
history
horse shit I ever
tonight,
saw.
President Biden in the Oval Office.
All right. We're done. We finished. We made it. What the fuck is this, Jackal? Be right back. All right. We're going to wrap up at this point. I don't know what else there is to say except for at least he enunciated 90% of his words correctly. Better than I did at the beginning of the show, so I'll give him that. Bullshit. That was okay. Here's the big part of the bullshit. That's pre-recorded. That didn't endorse Kamala. That didn't say he was stepping down. He didn't name a date. He didn't say anything specific. Like it was pre-recorded. And if you rewind this stream, you'll see how the news reporter cut perfectly to it. Like he knew when he's going to start speaking. It was pre-fucking recorded. We weren't even seeing a live feed. It's almost like, you ever watch those movies where you see, if you're watching this, it means I'm dead. I kind of got those vibes there, man. I'm just saying. Anybody? Bueller? Anybody? Let me go through the chats here. Seraphim. Why should a man like Don do all that politics stuff when he could just chill on his fortune and not give a fuck? Yeah, absolutely. Seraphim also says, remember, special effects in movies, you can't prove that wasn't one. Jimmy Bones. The other family Joe ever cared, the only family Joe ever cared about is his own. Yeah. Seraphim again, and failed that one too, Jimmy. He sure did, Jimmy says. I'm getting sick of hearing the word democracy. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Jay, notice he doesn't address immigrants. He's pushing daisies. Yeah, something's weird about this. Jimmy Bones, so he should look at what happened at the Capitol earlier today if he wants to fight against hate. Yeah, if he were live, he might have known what happened in the Capitol today. If he were alive, he would have known that. Jimmy Bones, this is a joke, right? Is Ashton Kutcher going to jump out and say we've been punked? Yeah. They're subbing in AI too. Look how his mouth relocates. Huh. I don't know about that, but I know the other day, the phone call with Kamala, that's something else. If you've been watching for 6 goddamn hours now, I missed. Somebody had AI analyze if his voice on the phone call was AI, and AI said, yeah, that's AI. So, I don't know. That's something. I'm actually watching off screen his speech again. I'm just looking at his mouth. It's hard to say, man. Hard to say there. He never speaks this coherent. Yeah, Mr. Hemi, you're right. Jimmy Bones, I'm going to need a few shots of some whiskey to get through this load of bullshit. But wait, there's more. We've got Billy Von Bomb's show coming up. Pretty fucking quick, actually. So I might as well just jump over there. Lou last name. This is definitely pre-recorded, not live. That's what I said. Fuck yeah. No, you saw it too. Look how the news reporter. What did we just watch? I don't fucking know. What did we just watch? I don't know. I'd have to go through history. Let me look. I want to see what we just watched. Biden's failed the national address. Steven Crowder's live right now. Everybody's watching this. Like a good time to stream. If you stream, today's a good day. Everybody's doing it. Billy is scheduled in 30 minutes, so we're going to jump over there. We'll marathon right over to Billy, huh? Fuck it. Doing it live. Let me look at my history. Yeah, we watched ABC News is who we watched that address. And they just knew exactly when to cut camera when he started speaking. When has that ever happened? It's always like moments before they see him sit down, like, oh yeah, we gotta. Then he just sits there like, we live? Oh, all right. And then they go, right? It's always like that.
I am back.
Like that. Yeah, you're back. That's great. Awesome. Glad to see you. We got to jump over to Billy in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes to be exact. You'll see me over there because this show never stops, apparently. I'll just fucking stream for 8 hours straight. Fuck it. Why not? That was not a live show or a live address at all. Go to ABC News and rewatch what we just watched and tell me it's not like they just said what they had to say, cue it up what he said. Is this dude alive? I want to fucking know. I want to see him walking around, dicking around outside the White House, fucking shitting his pants and shit. Muttering, shoot it and ash to the pressure, something. I want to see something that proves he's alive.
Something that ends with depression is what he said.
Shubin and Ash to depression ice cream. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shubin and the Briars.
Yeah, there it is. Shubin and Ash.
Not sponsored, by the way.
What? Shubin and Ash to the Cold Stone Creamery.
Oh. Something I've done is someone having a graders.
Sherbert. All right. Jimmy Bones. It's easy to claim violent crime is down when it's not reported in the stats. It's also easy to report that jobs are up when you're using unemployment numbers to show job growth. I shit you not. That's what they're doing. You can look that up. Trust but verify. Look it up. Lou, last name. She can swallow and doesn't spit. There it is. Moki Alex, Hemi, Ola. All right. Lou, last name. Old Joe is reporting one hell of a ton. Is sporting one hell of a ton. Yeah. All right, Jimmy Bones. Oh, so now we're a republic, huh? And they've been talking about democracy. I hope they throw out that chair because I'm pretty sure he shit his pants at least twice by now.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. A democracy and a republic are two vastly different things. So for him to put those two in the same paragraph in comparison,
retarded.
And I mean, yeah, that's retarded because last time I checked, a republic doesn't allow the majority, regardless of how retarded they are, to call the shots. A republic makes it so only those who are going to be affected by the decision made and have earned their place, they've earned the right to have a say. People who choose to be underachievers, those who choose to do the minimal and expect the max in return, do not deserve that right to have a say. You're a detriment.
Gentlemen, we got to wrap it up here pretty quick. I'm going to read the rest of your chats, and then we're going to get the fuck out because we have to jump over to Billy, which means I have to prep, which means I have to take and then come back. All right. Mr. Hemi Force. That's right. Sucker born every minute. Lou, last name. We've been on this goddamn show for fucking 6.5 hours. Lou, last name. Yeah, and I said I didn't want to go over two. Fuck. Well, to be fair, there's a lot of shit we discussed today. Need to get out of the way. Thank you for marathoning through it with me today. Please check out billyvonbomb.com. We're going to be heading over there to discuss this even further. Fuck my life. All right. Last name. Yeah, the people rule but can't select their candidate. ... Seraphim. It's very dangerous for a democracy. You're fucking laughing. Jimmy, how many times did he say democracy? 8 or 9 times? Yeah. Alex Patino, by the way, how do they get him to talk coherently? Could they have been using AI? Maybe. Yes. I don't know.
Yes.
I almost feel like the speech was given months in advance. Again, just go back to some movie you watched. I can't think of what movie I watched. It was some fucking Christian movie back in the day where like this fucking kid had to earn his grandfather's inheritance by like not being a fucking spoiled little bitch, and he had to work hard for it. And his grandfather released notes to him, video logs to him. I don't remember. If some of you know, one of you's bound to know. But he had to stop.
Oh, go ahead, finish that.
Anyway, he had to stop being a douchebag and like learn how to like put up fences and work on the farm and actually be a decent human being instead of a spoiled fucking Gen Z kid. And his grandfather released videos because he was already dead. But he released, in the event that I am dead, you're now seeing this. And this reminds me of that. Like, he may have made this video months ago in some fucking weird agreement that like, but what if I stroke out and can't have ice cream anymore? Well, Joe, you should probably make a fucking speech about it in case. Oh, yeah. Well, how much sugar do I get for making this, hairy legs and blonde in the sun? Joe, we just need you to record. Here, right now. Sit down in this chair. All right. democracy, freedom, America. that happened 6 months ago, and now we're seeing it. You know, that's kind of how that
in
felt.
tubs of ice cream.
That's exactly how he gets paid, or did get paid, because he's dead, allegedly. I don't know. Jimmy Bones, using AI to detect AI. What if, now hear me out on this, both of those AIs are working together to stir the shit pot? Well,
or
that's possible.
Here's another conspiracy. What if AI technically doesn't exist and all of those things that claim to be AI are just Indian or Afghani children forced to sit in a chair and do all the typing work?
Stop it. They didn't paint my T-Rex and my rhino in fucking 10 seconds today. Nobody's that good. Anyway, Alex Patino, remember Hitler had doubles to travel for him because of assassination attempts. Yes, but we live in 2024 where, okay, seriously, guys, stop. Just stop it. I made this in 10 seconds in AI. 10 fucking, okay. It was a lot longer than that, but I had to make the T-Rex first and then sync it up with my cyberpunk rhino and then sync that up with America and politicians in rallies and speeches and fireworks and American flags and a convention. And then I created that in 10 seconds. But either way, no kid can draw that fast. Come on, man. Sorry. All right, moving on. Where were we? Sorry, I got spun up. Moki Alex, Seraphim just laughing at you there. Let's see. Lou last name. Oh, yeah. They're never on cue. There's always a lag before they speak, but this time it went right off, right on time. Never fucking happens ever. All right. Successful Endeavor says, Rhino, your time management skills could use a little work. Usually we're at like 2 hours and 30 minutes now. All right. I'm usually really good, but we got talking and then somebody said MAGA was Satan and that got a little weird for a while. And, you know, somebody was talking about fucking, I don't even know, but we talked about every issue in the last 2 weeks that I can remember. And we showed those videos. So suck a dick. All right. I feel like we accomplished a lot here today. Alex Patino, Alex Patino, that sounds like Brewster's Millions. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Maybe it was like a cheap remake of it. Brewster's Millions, Groundhog Day. And then finally we have Successful Endeavors. Michael Jordan, stop it. Get some help. We are going to stop it. We are going to get some help. And by help, I mean, we're going to go chill on Billy Von Bomb stream. You
Except me.
You watching and on the show right now, all of you, Jackal, are going to head on over to Billy Von Bomb stream right now, and we're going to continue this discussion over there. Jackal, I know you want to, even if you don't
want to go to
you want
Billy's.
to. It's Billy. Billy is awesome. Everybody
His
loves Billy.
bunkers smells like mold and butt sweat.
That's Jimmy mostly. So just bring the Febreze and we'll be okay. All right. I'll see you over there in 30 minutes. All of you have fun. Hope you had fun here. It was long. That's not what she said. But anyway, I will talk to you guys on the other side. And you fuck. Why are you taking pictures of me like that? You fucking, that's old. That's really old.
You're playing on the Switch.
Nice. Well, you cropped it terribly. Anyway.
Well, it doesn't help that your banner is in the way.
Yeah. Fuck my banner. Where's my banner? Let's get rid of it.
I mean,
playing on the Switch, sir. That's right. That's right.
And
all right.
That Switch was expensive.
It kind of was. It was the OLED. Anyway, where's the chat? Where's the chat? Let's see if we have any stragglers last minute. Successful Endeavors on the way out. Rabbit holes like a 304 hole. You fell deep off into there and you lost your way out.
Because you didn't strap a 2x4 to your ass. Now you fell in.
Wow. Seraphim, more like black holes nowadays. Ouch. All right. On that note, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm going to put you backstage. There is no after party because the party resumes. billyvonbomb.com, you cunts. All of you, head over to billyvonbomb.com. Find the link to his shows. Join over there. 29 minutes. Don't fuck around. Please find out. Head over there. I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. And don't be lame and gay. The